Chapter 76, Chapter 74, The Formidable Renjiro. Renjiro vs Tomio and Chunins. While his students were engaged in combat, Renjiro himself was fighting against the main enemy combatants. Just like Misato, Renjiro too was restricted here due to not being able to use the majority of his earth jutsus. Renjiro observed his opponents, 1 Jounin and 5 Chunins. Been a while since I had to fight against these odds. I wonder if they can put up a fight though. His opponents too observed him. They were very tense. Tomio thought, he specializes in earth and water jutsus. This terrain should void most of his earth jutsus. And I can cancel out his water jutsus. And he won't retreat due to his students, and might even be distracted by them. We have a chance. After concluding his thoughts, Renjiro threw 6 shurikens at his opponents. Immediately, he made a couple of hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The enemy ninjas were amused when they saw that only 6 shurikens were thrown at them. But seeing them suddenly increase to over 100 freaked them. Tomio once again used Water Wall Jutsu to block the shurikens. Renjiro smirked. He was aiming exactly for this. While the water wall protected them, it meant that they couldn't see Renjiro. He grabbed his sword and rushed towards them. Unfortunately, one of them was a censor and he yelled, "He's running toward us." He was the same ninja who had earlier detected Fire Wind Dragon Jutsu. The shout put them on guard and they prepared for a fight. The very instant the water wall collapsed, Renjiro flickered and appeared behind the Chunin who shouted. Before anyone could react, he attacked him with his sword, aiming to cut him in two. Knowing that he couldn't move fast enough, he made a hand sign. Renjiro ended up cutting a log of wood. The enemy ninjas sighed in relief and immediately moved toward Renjiro to attack him right when they saw the censor use substitution jutsu. However, Renjiro still smirked. Though Renjiro's sword cut through a log of wood, his sword emitted chakra that traveled in the form of a slash. It was the samurai saber technique. Though it didn't have the lethal wind chakra that Fujin's slashes had, it was still very lethal. Wagarashi Tomio was the one to notice it and he quickly shouted, "Careful!" and moved out of the way of that flying slash. That alerted all 4 Chunins. 3 of them jumped out of the way successfully. However, the last one was the closest to Renjiro. He too tried jumping but was too slow. The slash hit his knees and slashed halfway through his kneecaps. He collapsed and began yelling in pain. All of the 5 enemies were now at least a few dozen meters from Renjiro. So he just stepped forward and beheaded the injured ninja. He looked at the T-ninjas and coolly said, "Just 5 more to go." That statement put a lot of pressure on them. Tomio understood that Renjiro was trying to crush their morale. He shouted, "Behind me," while retreating away from Renjiro and making a few hand signs. The remaining Chunins quickly moved behind Tomio. Water Dragon Jutsu. Renjiro noticed the hand signs Tomio was making and recognized them. He just waited for him to be done with it. Soon, Tomio expended quite a bit of his chakra to launch Water Dragon Jutsu on Renjiro. However, Renjiro just flickered a few times, completely avoiding the trajectory of the jutsu while muttering, "What a waste of chakra." In an instant, Renjiro was now behind those ninjas, while the water dragon jutsu hit nothing but debris. Renjiro wanted to attack them from behind, but the enemy ninjas had got a hang of Renjiro's fast-paced attacks. The very moment that Renjiro appeared behind them, all 3 of them made hand signs and launched their jutsus. Water Shuriken Jutsu. Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Flamethrower Jutsu. The 3 jutsus were released in that order. First, water shurikens were launched. They were then aided by Great Breakthrough Jutsu to speed up to nearly twice their initial speed. And then, Flamethrower was released into the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, making it very devastating. Renjiro was very surprised, good teamwork. However, he just flickered again, resulting in another fire being started. Seeing Renjiro flickering, Tomio made a hand sign. Water Bullet Jutsu. He began shooting water bullets wherever Renjiro appeared. However, Renjiro dodged them all with ease, while occasionally sending a flying slash their way. This stalemate continued for a couple of minutes. Tomio wondered, why isn't he worried about the kids? He tried observing the genins through the corner of his eye, and was shocked. That fight only had Masato still alive, and all 3 genins were ganging up on him. His expression became very grim. By now, 3 fires were burning in the destroyed part of the forest. A lot of smoke covered the area, and visibility was becoming very low. The remaining 40 bandits were initially confused about what exactly was happening. However, hearing the blasts made them realize that this was the battlefield of ninjas. They too noticed the smoke rising from where the fighting was happening and all ran away in fear. Tomio and the 4 chunins with him were breathing heavily. The short exchange made them spend a lot of their chakra. Renjiro, on the other hand, seemed like he had just warmed up. Noticing that they were tired and Tomio was checking out the other fight, Renjiro stabbed the logs under him with his swords and made a hand sign. This instantly got all 5 enemies on full alert. In an instant, Renjiro built up a massive amount of chakra and launched his jutsu. Waterfall Jutsu. Tomio immediately made hand signs to create another water wall. However, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Renjiro spat out a massive amount of water. They felt, it's as if a tsunami is crashing down on us. Tomio and another chunin made a couple of water walls. However, it wasn't enough. The waterfall washed all 5 of them away. It also washed out the debris under them and doused one of the 3 fires that were burning. All 5 of them got washed out in the open fields where the merchants and one of Renjiro's clones were. Seeing that they were finally on the ground, Renjiro smirked. All 5 of them suffered some injuries after getting hit by such a huge move. They struggled to get up. Tomio was the first one to recover. He barely managed to get up on his knees while breathing very heavily. However, soon he noticed something that horrified him. They were on the ground. He had just one thought before he jumped up as quickly as he could, crap. As soon as he jumped, earth spears appeared from the ground. All 4 chunins were stabbed. Only Tomio managed to get away. Soon, more spears appeared from the ground, and pierced all 4 of them, until Renjiro was sure that they were dead. Wagarashi Tomio saw all his 4 underlings being killed. He noticed that all other fighting had stopped too. He was horrified and began running towards the land of tea in panic. However, Renjiro flickered in front of him, with a sword in his right hand. The genins had finished Masato off right after Renjiro used the huge jutsu and were observing the fight. Renjiro looked at Tomio and said, "You know, I'm very surprised that you guys chose to fight us in the land of fire, rather than the land of tea. If you had fought in the land of tea, at the very least, you'd have managed to retreat. But here, all 5 of your forces will be eliminated." Tomio looked at Renjiro in terror and asked, "Has Konoha already recovered from the losses of the Third Great Ninja War and Kyuubi's attack?" Renjiro replied, "Not really. But Konoha isn't something the likes of you can challenge." He then charged straight at Tomio. Tomio grabbed a kunao and prepared to fight, however, in merely one attack, Renjiro sliced his head off. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka saw this sight. In one fluid motion, Renjiro sliced his enemy's head off and sheathed his sword, as if he had done something insignificant. Hoka saw it and commented, "That was cool." Mieko snorted and said, "He's just showing off." Fujin nodded, agreeing with Mieko. Renjiro looked at his 3 students, who flickered next to him in response. He said, "Good work. Analyze your battle properly. I'll ask for your analysis later." The trio nodded. Fujin asked, "Sensei, will we be doing something about the bandits that ran away?" Renjiro looked at his clones. Both of them flickered toward the bandits. He replied, "Leave them to my clones. While we did win, I won't be surprised if they have someone hidden trying to take advantage of us when we put our guard down." A good number of dead ninjas during peacetime die only due to letting their guard down for a moment. The trio nodded in response, absorbing their sensei's experiences and knowledge. Chapter 77, Chapter 75, The Real Goods. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, make a couple of shadow clones and a dozen wind clones. Examine the dead bodies, and take anything valuable they have. He tossed a few storage scrolls at Fujin while speaking, store the dead bodies of the ninjas in these scrolls. Fujin nodded and made the clones, who immediately got to work. Renjiro himself made a couple of shadow clones and a few mud clones, who began doing the same in the mud river. He looked at Hoka and Mieko and said, you two should learn earth clone jutsu later. Once your chakra reserves grow, learn shadow clone jutsu. Both will be very helpful. Mieko and Hoka nodded, yes sensei. While the bandits, valuables and dead bodies were being cleared, they moved towards the hiding merchants and asked them to come out. The merchants sighed in relief and stopped hiding between their goods and rock shields. However, when they came out, they were shocked looking at the condition of the hills and forest around the area. They were also disturbed by the dead bodies and blood around them. Iha Tojio walked to Renjiro and requested, Renjiro-sama, can we please move away from here soon? Renjiro replied, we need some time to rest. We will move soon. You guys can get ready to move. Hearing that, all the merchants immediately began to prepare to move. Renjiro looked at Hoka and said, take your shirt off. Hoka took his shirt off, and Renjiro disinfected the cut on his chest and wrapped it in bandages. Fujin's clones first checked the ninjas from the first wave. They didn't have anything valuable as all their scrolls were destroyed by Fujin's first attack. Next, they checked and sealed all the genin and Masato. The genins didn't have much. Masato, on the other hand, had a lot of ryo and weapons. Next, they checked the Chunins and Tomio. They all had a decent amount of money and weapons. Tomio also had a scroll that listed some water release jutsus and another scroll explaining the mission parameters. Fujin's shadow clone quickly schemed through the water jutsu scroll. However, at the end of it, he was disappointed. I thought I'd get lucky and get some OP jutsu. Unfortunately, these all are rather lame. I can probably get them all from the library. Next, he went through the mission scroll, understanding what exactly their mission was. He was surprised. These guys sent 5 teams of similar size to intercept all 5 squads that were sent from Konoha. Aren't they a little too courageous? Also, how the fuck could they enter into the land of fire so easily? And that too without being detected. Fujin sighed at the state of Konoha and land of fire. If all countries have such a weak border force, even I won't have any difficulty in moving around. No wonder the Akatsuki were pretty unobstructed. I thought it was a testimony to their power, but it seems like even a genin wouldn't have much of an issue. In around 10 minutes, Fujin and Renjiro were done. Renjiro's clones were also done cleaning up the bandits and dispersed. Renjiro then sorted all the gains and said, not bad. We got over 1.6 million ryo, 500 shurikens and 100 kunaus. He stored everything in his scroll and said, I'll divide the weapons equally among us. The money, half will be given to the village, remaining will be divided among us in the same way as we divide the mission rewards. Hoka and Mieko didn't care about money, so they just nodded. Fujin didn't care much either, but thought, wow. 1.6 million ryo just from one fight? No wonder so many ninjas go rogue. The merchants too heard what Renjiro said. They were shocked. He got so much money just with a few minutes of fighting. We risk our lives traveling from one country to another, and don't even make half that amount. Not to mention, we have to split it between twice the people. They were very envious, but seeing the state of the forest and hill, they didn't have a single evil thought in them. While resting, Team Renjiro ate a few ration bars. Fujin wondered while eating, since it's so easy to get money, and since there are so many rogue ninjas trying to earn money, should I form an organization similar to Akatsuki, but for the sole purpose of earning money. He kept analyzing the viability, advantages and disadvantages of the idea he had. Around the same time, Team Renjiro was attacked. All the other 4 teams were attacked as well. The force that attacked the N-bus was the strongest. However, they also got annihilated the quickest. Of the 3 Chunin squads, 1 managed to defeat their enemy. The remaining 2 caused a lot of damage to their enemy and retreated safely. They would later coordinate with Konoha forces placed on the borders of the Land of Fire and exterminate those forces by multiple ambushes. The Wagarashi family, which sent many of their high-level ninjas and spent a fortune on hiring rogue ninjas, would never imagine that each and every ninja they sent would end up dead. They had another strong force assembled in the Land of Tea to ambush if their initial assault failed. However, after getting no reports from 2 attack forces and getting reports of defeat from the other 3, they cancelled all their plans and disbanded the force they raised. Their plans for dominating the Land of Tea would come to a halt for years. Team Renjiro completed its mission with no further incidents. After reaching Digarashi port, Toshio carried the goods into Wasabi property. There, Renjiro and Toshio met with the Wasabi family head. They removed a huge cubical wooden box that was hidden in between the goods. On placing the box on the ground, Renjiro made a hand seal and said, "Release immediately." Multiple seals appeared on the box and began unsealing themselves. Renjiro opened the box. Inside, Wasabi Daiichi was sleeping. He opened his eyes as soon as Renjiro opened the box. If Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka saw this, they'd be very shocked. Neither of the 3 ever noticed someone to be hidden inside the goods. Renjiro thought about his discussion with the 3rd Hokage. Hokage office, 16 days ago. Hiruzen looked at Daiichi and stated, "Daiichi, escorting you normally wouldn't be possible with just 1 squad. So we will be sealing you and transporting you along with other goods of merchants." Daiichi thought for a bit and asked, "The trip to Digarashi port will take more than 2 weeks. So how will I be sealed?" Hiruzen answered, "We will seal you inside a box. Inside it, we will inscribe seals that'll ensure a fresh supply of air to you. It'll also make you undetectable by any means. Your water and food will be stored inside scrolls, with enough to last a month. As for your excretions, you'll have to do that inside storage scrolls as well." Hearing that, Daiichi frowned. He asked, "Is it necessary to do all this? Can't I just disguise as one of the merchants and join them?" Renjiro shook his head, "No. Your chakra level is higher than a normal civilian. Any sensor would be able to detect you with ease. If detected, all the enemy forces will attack us only. I can't guarantee your safety if that happens." Daiichi sighed and put forth a couple more ideas. But Renjiro stated the flaws in them. Reluctantly, he agreed. Wasabi family mansion. Daiichi finally saw sunlight after over 2 weeks. He tried getting up, but his legs trembled. Renjiro grabbed him, got him out of the box, and said, "You have barely moved for over 2 weeks. You'll need some time and might need to do some exercises before you can move properly." Daiichi sighed on hearing that. The Wasabi family head just laughed and patted his back, "Don't worry. At least you are alive." He then bowed to Renjiro and said, "Renjiro-san, thank you for resolving our issues. With the losses that the Wagarashi family took, they won't try anything for a few years at least." Renjiro nodded and replied, "I can't comment on the internal politics in the Land of Tea, but you should take this opportunity to suppress them completely." The Wasabi family head nodded. He paid Renjiro for the real mission and invited Renjiro and Toshio to stay as guests in his mansion. They both agreed. The next day, Team Renjiro began returning back to Konoha. They traveled at a very fast speed and returned back to Konoha by midnight. Renjiro dismissed the team and gave them a week's break. Chapter 78, Chapter 76, The Chunin Exams. The Hokage Office. The next morning, Renjiro met up with Hiruzen to report the mission. After the discussions were done, Hiruzen asked Renjiro, "The next Chunin exam will start soon. Do you plan on nominating the genins? Renjiro nodded, yes. They are quite strong. Becoming chunins shouldn't be an issue to them. Their teamwork is good as well. They were able to kill an elite chunin during the mission with ease, though he was handicapped by the terrain. Hiruzen nodded, yes, that's good progress. He suddenly sighed, I had selected quite a few genins and gave them to capable jounins so that they can be trained quickly. I planned to keep track of all of them, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to follow up on them. Renjiro didn't respond. After all, he was well aware of how busy the Hokage was. Hiruzen asked, can you tell me the current power of the genins and their future prospects? Renjiro nodded, sure old man. As I said, all three are very strong. Hoka is still obsessed with Hyuga's gentle fist style. But he has learned quite a few jutsus to help him fight at mid-range. He has learned a few earth and water release jutsus. Once the Hyuga family begins training him seriously, he will have no issue becoming a special jounin in a few years. Even becoming a jounin should be doable for him. As for elite jounin, it's too soon to comment. As for weaknesses, Hoka still prefers taijutsu a lot. So it creates a few vulnerabilities for him. He'll need a few rank B missions to iron out that flaw. He does have a decent amount of chakra reserves. So learning a few rank B jutsus should aid him a lot. Hiruzen nodded and replied, nice. As for the weakness, almost all Hyuga share it. He sighed before continuing, they are obsessed with their gentle fist. Renjiro nodded. Very few Hyuga ninjas choose to learn non-Hyuga jutsus. Hiruzen continued, once he becomes a chunin, I'll have him join multiple B-rank missions. What about the other two? Renjiro began talking about Mieko. Mieko is well balanced. She is good at ninjutsu, genjutsu as well as taijutsu. And like all Uchiha, she is good with shurikens and wires. Just having the Sharingan makes her strong. Like all Uchiha, she has a strong affinity to fire release and can also use earth release jutsus for defense. She shouldn't have any issue becoming a jounin once her chakra reserves grow. Elite jounin too might be attainable for her. But I can't comment much on it right now. As for her weaknesses, she doesn't have any in terms of her technique. But she is very impulsive. And she is very arrogant. In the last 8 months, her arrogance has decreased considerably, but it's still there nonetheless. Hiruzen nodded, yes, the Sharingan does boost their confidence a lot. While saying, he sighed internally, the differences between Uchiha and the village are increasing day by day. I hope they calm down and let this old man live in peace. Renjiro continued, lastly Fujin. Surprisingly, his growth has been the fastest in his team. He has become a very capable sensor. If we consider just that aspect, he is already as good as jounin rank sensors. His chakra reserves are already at the jounin level. He has learned samurai saber techniques and is very good with wind release. He has also learned Senju Taijutsu style and has very good chakra control. He can also supercharge wind jutsus with ease. He also learned earth release jutsus for defense. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose when he heard that Fujin had learned Senju Taijutsu style. This was something he didn't expect. He wondered, does Fujin have Senju or Uzumaki ancestry? Renjiro continued, also, he is very fast, and can perform body flicker and wind instantaneous body jutsu without any seals. In fact, the way he operates is quite similar to our Enbu. I'd recommend you recruit him into Enbu. In fact, I'd recommend you to break the tradition and not wait till he turns 13 to recruit him. Regarding his future prospects, I'm confident that he'll become a jounin at the very least. Likely even become an elite jounin. I'd recommend you give him wind vacuum style jutsus when you think he is ready. It will make him much more lethal. As for his weaknesses, he is way too careful. Even during spars. So he has no experience whatsoever in fighting in crunch situations. And while his behavior might not show any arrogance, Fujin is very arrogant. Likely even more than Mieko and Hoka. And he probably doesn't even recognize his arrogance. Fortunately, it doesn't affect him during battle. Hiruzen laughed lightly on hearing that. They are geniuses and young. Even you were quite arrogant when you were young. Renjiro just sighed seeing that Hiruzen was teasing him. Hiruzen continued in a slightly more serious tone, I'm surprised that you have such high hopes for him. And the fact that his chakra reserves grew this quickly and about him learning Senjo Taijutsu's style. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, I'll keep an eye on him once he becomes a Chunin. I'll consider your recommendation to recruit him into Anbu as well. Renjiro nodded. Hiruzen continued, anyways, you have done a great job with the kids. Now ensure that they captivate the daimyos in the exam. Renjiro replied, all right. He discussed some more matters with Hiruzen, before leaving. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko took a week's break, resting and reflecting on their performance. Fujin analyzed his performance and concluded, there isn't anything I'd do differently. The mission kinda went way too well, to be honest. The only issue I could consider is that I didn't fight any Chunin-level ninja head-on. But again, there wasn't really any opportunity to do so. And forcing it to happen would have been idiotic. That said, I did have a few good ideas to improve my wind element further and make my fighting style even more lethal. But, I will probably need to learn mystical palm jutsu first. Or have a medical ninja with me. Even that might not be safe enough. I may need to make some protective gear as well. Oh well, I'll try those ideas later. Not finding anything to improve, Fujin just trained by himself for 7 days. In the following week, Renjiro once again put his students through a gruesome training session. Finally, on one fine day, Renjiro assembled the team after training was done. And he handed them 3 forms. The kids took it and observed. They were instantly excited. Renjiro said, I have nominated you all to the Chunin exams. If you are all willing to participate, fill in the forms and give them to me tomorrow. The genins immediately said, thank you sensei. Renjiro's face softened. He smiled and dismissed the team. When everyone left, he sighed while smiling, I have grown attached to these kids. I couldn't even tell them that this was their last training session with me as a team. He then looked up at the sky, his smile dying down and a serious and rather grim expression appearing on his face, I hope that their fates are different than their seniors. The next day, all 3 submitted their application to participate in the Chunin exams. The first exam will be a return test, which will be conducted a week later. Renjiro gave the entire week off to the genins. The genins hence did their own training, while meeting every afternoon, for brainstorming more ideas regarding combination jutsus and teamwork. Chapter 79, Chapter 77, The Chunin Exams, First Phase. A week later, Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko met in front of the academy building. Fujin looked at them and asked, prepared guys? Both Hoka and Mieko smirked and replied, of course. The trio went into the building together. The first phase was held in room 301. Fujin wondered, will someone cast a genjutsu on the second floor? However, there was no commotion on the second floor. They entered 301 without any issue. On entering the room, they saw hundreds of other genins there. Hoka and Mieko were surprised, while Fujin pretty much expected it. As soon as they entered, they got weird looks from everyone. After all, they were the only 10-year and 9-year-old genins here. The trio didn't bother looking for anyone as none of their classmates were participating. While some other Hyuga and Uchiha were participating, Hoka and Mieko didn't bother looking for anyone. They just grabbed a few empty seats and sat down together. The room was very noisy, as one would expect when hundreds of teenagers and pre-teens were put in the same room. At the stroke of 9, a bell rang. It rang thrice, quieting the room. At that time, the door of the classroom slowly opened. Everyone's attention was drawn to the door. A sickly man walked into the room. He coughed a few times, as everyone watched with confusion. Even Fujin wondered, who is this guy? At that instant, 6 ninjas wearing Konoha Chunin vests entered the room carrying a lot of papers. The sickly guy coughed again and began saying, I will be the cough proctor for the first cough phase. Everyone's eyes twitched. The genins from Konoha thought, seriously? They couldn't find anyone else. The genins from other villages wonder, is Konoha in such a dire state that they can't send someone better to hold the exam? Immediately the room was filled with genins whispering or chatting with one another. Some even mocked out loudly. At that time, the sickly guy coughed again and said, anyone who makes noise cough will be thrown out cough of the room. As soon as he said that, he released killing intent, targeting each and every genin in the room. That immediately quieted everyone. No one underestimated him anymore. The majority were frightened by his aura. Even Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko had grim expressions. Fujin wondered, how many did he kill to develop such a killing intent? He continued, all of you, cough sit one on a cough bench. The entire room rearranged quietly, occupying 1 seat each. Since he didn't say anything regarding seating arrangements, everyone sat close to their teammates. Once everyone was seated, the Chunins began distributing the papers. They kept the blank side up so that the genins couldn't read the questions. The sickly guy announced once more, don't touch the papers. Cough at 9:15, you will cough turn the papers over. On saying that, he coughed continuously for a minute. He then looked up and said, each paper has 10 cough questions. You have 5 cough minutes to answer all cough questions. To pass, all cough 3 in a squad cough need to score full. That immediately made everyone even tenser. Fujin thought, just 5 minutes? And a 100% score? The only way that would be feasible is if the questions are too easy. He however kept wondering, and so did many others. They all were wondering only one thing, what exactly is this old man up to? Something is off here. The room was completely silent, other than the proctor coughing occasionally. At 9:14, that sickly guy announced once again, copying is not allowed. And he began coughing non-stop once more. At 9:15, a bell rang again. Everyone immediately turned over the paper. What Fujin saw left him speechless. It wasn't just Fujin, every single of the 336 genins in that room was flabbergasted. Fujin's question paper read. Q1. 3x3 equals. Q2. 4 to 2 equals. Q3. 9x2 equals. Q4. 3 divided by 1 equals. Q5. 9 times 7 equals. Q6. 8 divided by 2 equals. Q7. 1 to 1 equals. Q8. 9x0 equals. Q9. 9 plus 9 equals. Q10. 8x4 equals. The shock left everyone stunned for a few seconds. However, soon many began answering their questions. Only a few didn't. Fujin analyzed really hard, what the fuck is this? No way the exam will be this simple. Will he play a trick at the end? Like get us too comfortable and then pull a fast one over us? He thought quickly and concluded, no, something else is off. I am feeling uneasy. He wrecked his brain hard for a couple of minutes before it finally hit him. I'm feeling uneasy. Actually, it's not just due to this paper. It's my chakra. On realizing this, he finally calmed down and closed his eyes. He observed his chakra, it was flowing very smoothly. He took a deep breath, and suddenly, disrupted his chakra entirely. With his entire chakra disrupted, he opened his eyes and looked at the question paper. Every single number had changed. Fujin immediately began sweating due to how easily he had fallen into genjutsu. He lifted his head and looked at the sickly proctor. Surprisingly, there was no sickly man at all. Instead, a tall, healthy, and handsome man with long hair stood. He looked at Fujin, smiled, and nodded. Fujin thought, Kurama Illumi. No wonder. A/N, he was shown earlier during the graduation exam. He put his head down, and secretly disrupted his chakra again, to ensure that there wasn't any multi-layer genjutsu. He then quickly began answering the questions. Though the numbers changed, the questions were still extremely easy. While writing, he lightly kicked Hoka, who was sitting in front of him, and poured his chakra into him, disrupting his chakra. That broke the genjutsu on him. He noticed that the numbers had changed, and all his answers were wrong. He quickly changed them. While Hoka was changing his answers, Fujin turned his head and looked at Mieko, who was sitting on his right. Great, she has her Sharingan activated. Mieko too had noticed the genjutsu and broken it. After she was done answering, she checked Fujin and Hoka's chakra with her Sharingan. Seeing that neither was in a genjutsu, she sighed in relief. Fujin answered all his questions and then wondered, when exactly did he cast his genjutsu? He looked at Kurama Illumi and noticed that he was still coughing occasionally. Fujin smiled bitterly on understanding, his coughing is causing genjutsu to happen in this room. Maybe not just coughing, even those bell-ringing cast genjutsu on us. Sound-based genjutsu, applied in very small amounts to ensure that we don't notice any sudden altercations in our chakra, and since it only changed the question paper that we never saw, we all thought that everything is real. While analyzing, Fujin realized, wait. He actually gave us many clues. His continuous coughing was suspicious. And what was the most suspicious were these questions. If the questions were difficult, I'd have never realized the genjutsu. Fujin sighed, I didn't expect to learn anything here. But this exam shows that I'm not as careful and on guard as I need to be. If this was a battlefield, I'd be long dead. By 9:20, everyone, irrespective of whether they figured out the genjutsu or not, was done answering. A few seconds before 9:20, Illumi announced in a steady and commanding tone, everyone, put your pencils down. Anyone who holds the pencil after the bell rings will be disqualified. The steadiness in his voice surprised many. Right after, the bell rang loudly. Only this time, instead of casting genjutsu, it broke the genjutsu. As soon as the genjutsu was broken, the eyes of many genins widened. They noticed that the questions changed, meaning that their answers were all wrong. Even the sickly proctor suddenly turned into a healthy guy. Some immediately began creating a ruckus, but Kurama Illumi leaked his killing intent once again. This instantly quieted down the room. Overall, only 31 genins managed to write all answers correctly. And only 8 squads had all 3 members answer correctly. Among the remaining 7 genins, 1 was sitting far away from his team, while the other 6 recognized the genjutsu at the last minute and couldn't communicate with their team members in time. Fujin sighed in relief, lucky that Hoka was sitting right ahead of me. Once the results were known, Kurama Illumi smiled and said, in battle, many times the enemy will subtly cast genjutsu on you. That will result in you making one horrible move that'll put your whole squad in danger. Enemies could also use such methods to pass you misleading information. If you were to fall for it, you might put your entire village at risk. So always be careful and on guard while doing your missions. After all, one wrong move and you could be finished. While saying the last sentence, he released his killing intent once again. He then announced, all those who failed, leave. The ones who passed, wait here. The proctor for the second exam will meet you here at 9:45. On announcing that, he disappeared. All the remaining genins disrupted their chakra out of reflex. But they couldn't see him anymore. The genins who failed left in disappointment. But irrespective of their results, all genins learned an important lesson. Chapter 80, Chapter 78, The Chunin Exam, Second Phase. While waiting, everyone observed each other. Fujin noticed that there were 3 other teams from Konoha, 1 from Hidden Rain, 1 from Hidden Sand, and 2 from Hidden Mist. He didn't recognize any of those 21 ninjas. He wondered, isn't Kiri in the midst of a civil war? Can they still send ninjas to participate in such an event? He wondered for a bit before dismissing it. Oh well, doesn't matter. Anyways, the fourth Mizukage won't show up. On remembering the fourth Mizukage, he suddenly had a hilarious thought. I wonder if Naruto's talk no jutsu can end genjutsu, ha ha ha. Or even better, if he used his talk no jutsu on someone who is controlled by genjutsu, will his talk no jutsu affect the one who cast the genjutsu? A/N, one-shot idea if anyone's interested, smiley face. Seeing Fujin smile, Mieko asked, why are you smiling? Fujin shook his head and answered, it's nothing, ignore it. Fujin then tried to sense the chakra levels of the remaining 21 ninjas. Soon he concluded, alright, no one seems abnormal. Only one guy from Kiri has a rather large chakra reserve. But even that is less than half of my own. Others are barely at Chunin levels. Everyone tried similarly analyzing their competitors. At 9:45, a smoke bomb exploded in the front part of the room, attracting everyone's attention. The smoke slowly began clearing out. Soon, we heard a very loud bark. When the smoke was cleared, a large dog could be seen. It was looking aggressively at the genins. However, none were intimated. Behind the dog, Tsum Inyazuka was standing. She observed the room and muttered softly, only 8 teams. I knew it was a terrible idea to make that ass a proctor. She looked at all the genins and announced loudly, I'm Tsum Inyazuka, the proctor for the second phase of the Chunin exam. Follow me and Kuromaru. All the genins followed her. She led them across Konoha, to training ground 44. She announced loudly, the second phase of your exams will be conducted in the 44th training ground. She smirked, this training ground is also known as the Forest of Death. This put the genins on alert. At the same time, they also wondered, why is she yelling all the time? She continued, before I explain to you the details and the rules of the second phase, you have to sign these consent forms. A genin asked, what are we consenting to? She grinned and replied creepily, your deaths. This unnerved the genins. She continued, death is a common occurrence in this training ground. That is why it is called the Forest of Death. You may be killed by the wild beasts in the forests, or your competitors. By signing this form, you state that you are voluntarily participating in this exam, and injuries or death caused in this training ground have nothing to do with Konoha, and Konoha won't be held responsible. A Chunin under her then distributed the forms. She said, you have to enter your name, signature, and fingerprint in the form. If you are a scaredy cat, then don't sign. You and your team will be disqualified. Hearing this, some genins were excited, while some were worried. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko didn't react. Everyone signed the consent forms without much delay and submitted them. After verifying all the consent forms, Tsum began announcing the details of the exam. I'll now explain the details to you. Every team will be given a scroll. 4 teams will be given a heaven scroll, while the remaining teams will be given an earth scroll. To qualify for the next round, you will have to reach the center of this forest with both the heaven and earth scrolls. So, you will have to seize the scroll that you don't have from other squads. There is a tower at the center of this training ground. You have a 5-day time limit to collect both scrolls and enter the tower. Once you enter the tower, there will be no more fighting. If anyone leaves the training ground or enters the tower without both scrolls, you'll be disqualified. Also, all 3 members of your team need to be alive. Even if just one of your members dies, you will be disqualified. She waited for half a minute for the genins to digest the information. Then the questions began flowing. One AIM genin was the first to ask, what about the food inside the forest? We can't stay without food for 5 days. Before Tsum could answer, the Kiri genin, whose chakra level Fujin had noticed to be high, grinned and asked, can we take more than just the 2 scrolls to the tower? This made everyone look at that genin. Some answered, there are plenty of animals, plants, and bugs in the forest. Find and make your food. She then looked at the Kiri-nin, you can collect as many scrolls as you want before entering the tower. So it is possible that less than 4 teams pass. Fujin heard all the instructions and thought, same as canon. No one asked any more questions. Soon the scrolls were being handed secretly. Fujin wondered, we don't get a day's break. He looked at Hoka and said, activate your Byakugan and check the type of scroll all squads get. Hoka nodded and activated his Byakugan. Mieko went to take the scroll. She received a heaven scroll. After the scrolls were distributed, some once again yelled, now, a Chunin will guide your team to the gate you will enter from, follow them. 7 Chunins approached 1 squad each. Fujin observed the approaching Chunin. He wondered, is this Ebisu? Ebisu approached their squad and said, you 3. Follow me. He turned around and began walking. The trio followed him. Fujin wondered, I guess he gets promoted sometime in the next 3 to 4 years. Anyways, there are only 8 teams. So it seems like we will be quite far away from each other. He calculated for a moment and sighed, assuming we get placed at an equal distance and cover the entire forest, then the closest one to us will be almost 8 kilometers away. Much farther than we can sense or see. Soon they reached their destination. Ebisu said, the exam will start in 7 minutes, so wait here obediently. He moved away from the trio while keeping an eye on them. Fujin asked softly, do you guys have enough weapons? Both Hoka and Mieko nodded. Hoka said, yes, I brought the scroll that sensei makes us carry for C-rank missions. Mieko said, same here. Fujin replied, cool, same here. What about ration bars? This time, both of them replied awkwardly. Hoka said, I only have 5. Mieko said, just 4 here. Fujin analyzed, I have 25. So 34 between us. It should last us 2 days. So if we complete our exams in 2 days, we won't need to make our food. Both nodded. Mieko asked, so which teams have an earth scroll? Hoka replied, the Nara Yamanaka Akimika squad, the Kiri squad of that guy who asked whether we can kill, the AIM squad, and the All Hyaga squad got earth squads. Mieko thought for a bit and said, all 4 should be easy to get. Fujin and Hoka nodded. Hoka commented, I don't think any squad is as strong as us. Should we try to collect more scrolls and eliminate other teams? Mieko quickly stated, yes, let's do that. It'll be fun. Fujin shook his head and said, no. While we are stronger, if we are careless, we might get injured. If that happens, other teams might get an edge over us. Another issue is that some squads might set up traps and ambushes around the tower. So we should stay in our top condition. Mieko complained, come on Fujin. We can do it. Fujin sighed and said, the last round is usually a tournament between us. If we eliminate everyone, how will we show off our capabilities? That made Mieko give up. Her shoulders dropped comically and she sighed, all right. They were about to discuss more when they heard the gate opening. Ebisu said, your exam has started. Go in. Chapter 81, Chapter 79, Target located. Team Renjiro entered the Forest of Death. After going in, Mieko asked, so, where should we go? Hoka replied, we moved around 8 kilometers from where we were instructed. And I noticed that the Nara Yamanaka Akimika squad wasn't approached by any Chunin instructor. So they should enter through the gate there. Let's make a move on them. Fujin replied, alright, let's go. On deciding, the 3 begin moving quickly towards the route between the spot where they had a meeting and the tower. While moving, Fujin wondered, Nara Yamanaka Akimika. The famous Inoshikajo combo. This fight should be interesting. I should be wary of the Yamanaka though. Don't want anyone in my head. They look to be around 14 to 15 years old. So they should have been together for 2 to 3 years, meaning that their teamwork should be good. Now, how to fight? Other than sparring, in all fights that I have been in, I have fought purely to kill. And killing them would probably not be a good idea. Should I leave the fighting to these two and just provide long-range backup? He looked at Hoka and said, Hoka, the Nara are known for their intelligence. Keep activating your Byakugan occasionally to see if there are any traps. Hoka nodded. Fujin asked them, anyways, any thoughts on how to assault them? Miyako and Hoka too were thinking about how to approach this fight. Miyako said, these three clans are known for their teamwork. So I can put genjutsu on one of them, and completely disrupt their teamwork. As long as we can knock one member out, the other two will fall easily. Hoka replied, yes, but we shouldn't leave ourselves open to the other two while knocking one out. He frowned and continued, both the Nara clan and Yamanaka clan jutsus are annoying. Especially to a taijutsu master. Fujin and Miyako both nodded. Fujin thought for a bit and said, the Yamanaka clan are known for being censors. So we may not have the surprise element. But I think the best way to start will be with a fire-wind combo jutsu from a range. It should catch them off guard even if they notice us. And if the attack causes them to split, then it'll be easier for us. Hoka nodded and said, yeah, if they split up, then I can defeat the Akimichi easily. Miyako said, I can take on the Yamanaka. He won't get a chance to use his jutsus against me. Fujin replied, alright, I can take on the Nara from a distance. Hoka asked, what if they don't split up? Miyako said, then we will just have to fight while keeping an eye on shadows and the Yamanaka. Should be easy for you. Fujin might have difficulty though. Fujin replied, yeah. I could just stay back and provide you long-range support. Hoka said, no point in thinking so much, let's go and fight. Miyako said, yeah, no matter what, we will win easily. After saying that, both smirked and looked ahead. Meanwhile, Fujin had a deadpan expression, just because you can't think of a good strategy doesn't mean that you shouldn't think of one. While Team Renjiro was moving rapidly, the team they were moving towards was also strategizing. As soon as the exam began, they rushed around 1.5 kilometers from their location. However, instead of taking the straight route to the tower, they moved diagonally into the forest and hid there. They took a lot of care in not leaving any tracks behind. After finding a hiding location, they all hide there. Yamanaka Kaoru said, now that we are hidden, what's the plan Minori? On hearing this, Nara Minori sighed. He looked up at the clouds wondering, why do I have to take the Chunin exams? That too for the third time. Can't I just stay a genin? Yamanaka Kaoru saw his teammate looking up at the clouds and said, well, other than sighing, do you have any other plans? Akimichi Yutaka said sorrowfully, last time we had a day's break in between the first and second phase. That's why I didn't pack any lunch. I'm already hungry. Yamanaka Kaoru saw both his teammates ignoring him and acting childish. He immediately got annoyed and yelled, enough wailing. Focus on the exam. I don't want to fail the third time. This attracted the attention of his teammates. Nara Minori sighed, if I ignore him any longer, he might take over my body and do shameful acts again. He said, this time, only 8 teams have passed into the second round. So we will likely not see any quick results. All teams are far away from each other. So finding anyone will be tough. We should wait here and set up traps. When someone finds us, we will surprise and defeat them. As there are only 4 Earth Scrolls, they will desperately look for us. Yamanaka Kaoru replied, that makes sense. However, what if someone passes the exams with an extra Heaven Scroll? Nara Minori replied, then we will just be unlucky. Yamanaka Kaoru immediately had a deadpan expression. He made a hand seal. Nara Minori immediately spoke, but if the opposite happens, then it'll give us even more opportunities. Yamanaka Kaoru said, yeah, but that's not something we can control. Nara Minori replied, yeah, but we aren't exactly the strongest squad. Sure, our teamwork is good. But if we have to fight two squads one after another on neutral ground, we will lose badly. Not to mention, two squads have Hyagas. And both had their Byakugan activated when the scrolls were being distributed. So we should expect at least one of them to find us if they need Earth scrolls. The duo kept discussing strategy, while Yutaka kept thinking about how to arrange for food. After some time, Yamanaka Kaoru suddenly stopped talking. Seeing his expression, Akimichi Yutaka asked, "What happened?" Yamanaka Kaoru replied, "I just sensed someone sensing us." "Get ready." He sat down and began sensing around him too. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anyone. Nara Minori got serious too. He didn't expect to fight someone so quickly. He asked, "Which squad is it?" Yamanaka Kaoru replied, "I can't sense them." That made Nara Minori even more alert. This means that their squad has a better sensor than you. He frowned, but which squad would have a sensor with a range exceeding 500 meters? Chapter 82, Chapter 80, Quick Clash. Around 800 meters from their location, Fujin said, "Found them." That surprised Mieko, already. Fujin replied, "Yeah, but it looks like that Yamanaka is a sensor after all. He noticed it when I sensed them." Hoka immediately activated his Byakugan. "Yeah, I see them too. Around 800 meters from our location. And yeah, that Yamanaka is trying to sense us too." Fujin said, "But I didn't sense anyone sensing me. It looks like we are out of their range." Mieko replied, "That's good. It means that we have the initiative in our hands." Fujin chuckled and replied, "How exactly do you plan on taking advantage from 800 meters away?" That made her scowl. She began thinking and soon said, "Let us just wait here while he is trying to sense us. It'll exhaust him. When he stops, we can move in by flickering quickly." Fujin analyzed and said, "And how can you tell when he stops sensing us?" She looked at Hoka. Hoka replied, "I can't tell that. I can see that he is sitting with a hand seal made. I can tell you when he stops that, but it won't be a surety that he stops sensing us." Hoka kept his Byakugan activated, while Kaoru kept trying to sense them for the next 3 minutes. Nara Minori frowned, something isn't right. He looked at Kaoru and asked, "Are they still not in range?" Kaoru shook his head. Minori then said, "Act like you are tired, and stop maintaining that hand seal and get up. But keep your chakra field active." Kaoru didn't reply and followed what his teammate said. Hoka suddenly said, "He stopped and got up." Fujin replied, "Too soon. It looks like they are baiting us." However, Mieko got impatient. She said, "It doesn't matter, let's go." And she flickered. Both Fujin and Hoka followed her. Fujin said, "Prepare your jutsu." Mieko began supercharging her jutsu. Fujin did as well. At around 400 meters, Fujin said, "He sensed us." Mieko frowned upon hearing that, and then snorted, "It doesn't matter. Let's hit them with a big one." Yamanaka Kaoru said, "Found them. 400 meters to our south." Nara Minori smirked, "Fell for it. They must have a Hyu." Kaoru shouted, "They are coming here very quickly. And have built a Hu." However, before he could complete it, a massive fire appeared. All three were dumbfounded. The fire was 25 meters wide and 10 meters high. It spread like a wave, and approached them at a rapid speed. Minori shouted, "Yutaka!" Akimichi Yutaka didn't need to be commanded. He immediately slammed his hands on the ground, and a dome appeared, covering all three of them. The fire passed over the dome, heating its outer cover. But it didn't damage it. The attack disabled all traps that they had set up in a short time. Hoka saw them protecting themselves with an earth dome. He made a hand sign and waited for the flames to pass. Kaoru sensed his chakra spiking and said, "One of them is preparing another jutsu." Minori thought rapidly and said, "Yutaka, make a way to exit towards the back of the dome. Be prepared to escape as soon as the fire passes." Yutaka created an exit towards the back side of the dome. They could see a huge fire and immediately felt the heat. However, Hoka also saw the exit being made. Soon, the jutsu died down and flames were carried away by the winds. All the trees in the area were burning and the fire was spreading. As soon as the fire passed through the area, Hoka flickered in front of the dome and slammed his hands on the ground. At the same time, the trio in the dome ran out of it. However, instead of the stone spears forming inside the dome, they formed right on the path they were running in. They immediately jumped. They managed to avoid lethal injuries, however, they were still slashed by the spears in many places. Especially Yutaka, who was slashed at 7 spots and had a bad injury on his foot. They finally managed to jump away from the stone spears, however, their misery wasn't over yet. When they were still in mid-air, Mieko launched Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu on them. Fujin too was in a position to use Wind Explosion Jutsus on them, but he didn't, as that might kill them. They didn't have any opportunity to dodge or defend and were hit head-on by the jutsu and fell to the ground. They were burnt. Even worse, their clothes caught fire. Even before they could extinguish the flames, they all felt a kunai placed at the back of their necks. Fujin's wind clones said, "Don't move. Give up your scroll and we will leave." Understanding the severity of the situation, Minori said, "Give it." Kaoru immediately handed the scroll. Fujin asked, "Is this scroll real?" Minori replied quickly, "It is." Fujin looked at Hoka and Mieko, and they both nodded. Fujin did too, and they all flickered away. Minori, Kaoru, and Yutaka immediately doused the fire on them and ran away from the area. After moving around 500 meters west, Yutaka slammed his hand on the ground, Earth Release, Camp Jutsu. He created an underground cave, where they hid and began treating their wounds. Yutaka smiled bitterly and said, "We lost to the youngest squad." Minori sighed, "They were too swift and brutal. We didn't even have a chance to retaliate." Kaoru was depressed, "This is depressing. We lost to 10-year-old kids this time. I don't think I'll ever become a chunin." Minori and Yutaka felt bad on seeing him. He was almost in tears. However, they knew that, with their wounds, getting 2 more scrolls would be impossible. They both decided to train seriously for the next 6 months and become chunins. Yutaka said, "Sorry Kaoru. Next time we will train even more and become chunins." Kaoru didn't reply. Elsewhere, Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko gathered together 500 meters north of where the fight happened. Fujin said, "Well, this was easy." Mieko grinned and said, "Yes, our surprise attack always works." Hoka sighed and said, "I too want to join in on your combo jutsu. It's so devastating." Fujin said, "Sadly earth and water don't mix up well with fire wind. Anyways, now that we have our scroll, let's rush to the tower. It has only been 15 minutes since the exam started. We may become the fastest squad to clear this round." Hearing this, both Mieko and Hoka got excited. They both said, "Let's go." The trio ran at a very fast speed towards the tower. Fujin thought, there are only 6 more teams. It's unlikely that someone will go to the tower so soon. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. Chapter 83, Chapter 81, Fighting in a Dumb Way. While Fujin's and Minori's teams had clashed, the other teams still hadn't made contact with anyone. Some teams chose to hide, while some decided to go on a hunt. They would end up trying to track each other for more than half a day before the first clash would happen. Meanwhile, the second team from Kiri decided to run straight to the tower and prepare a trap there. En route, they had to fight wild beasts thrice, which slowed their speed. They needed around 30 minutes before the tower was in sight. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko too came across wild beasts twice. One was a 5-meter tall chimp, while the second was a 3-meter tall tiger. However, both were cut with ease by Fujin. There were other obstructions too along the way, such as a massive beehive that was poked by Mieko. She did end up burning them away, but not before getting stung in the face a couple of times. Hoka and Fujin laughed at her cost. As they were moving along, Fujin wondered, at this rate, we will break the record by a huge difference. So why did this team not make the record in canon? Was only my addition enough to make such a huge difference? Fujin thought for a bit before concluding, it's likely that Renjiro became our Jounin instructor due to my request of being taught samurai saber technique. So whoever became the Jounin instructor of these two most probably didn't train them with the same intensity as Renjiro. Also, without me, the team wouldn't have the fire-wind combo jutsus, which gives us a huge advantage to start with. Oh well, doesn't matter. Fujin's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hoka saying, there's a team ahead 700 meters from us. Fujin frowned and asked, which one? Hoka replied, looks like a Kiri squad. Fujin asked, is it that guy who asked that question? Hoka shook his head and said, the other Kiri team. Mieko said, let's fight. The last one was unsatisfying. Hoka agreed with her, yes, I agree. Fujin said, all right. Their other team seemed very interested in killing. He grinned and said, so we might as well kill this one. They moved ahead quickly. Fujin said, these guys don't seem to have a sensor. They might die just from the surprise attack. Hoka frowned and quickly said, let's not do the surprise attack. I want to fight them. Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, why no sneak attack? It's dumb to not do it when we have the opportunity. Mieko said, I too want to fight them head on. So it's 2 against 1. Hoka smirked and said, yes, we fight head on. Fujin sighed, these kids. No wonder they didn't create any records. Even if I assume that they were as strong as we are now, they probably just fooled around instead of passing quickly. Seeing Fujin sigh in defeat, they both smirked. The Kiri squad was also moving towards the tower. However, at 100 meters from the tower, they were attacked by a huge anaconda. They quickly dodged and threw shurikens at it, but it had no effect. So they tossed a few kunais with explosion tags in its huge mouth and ran away. The anaconda exploded into flesh and blood, littering the nearby area. They sighed in relief. Unfortunately, another calamity was heading their way. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko were now within 100 meters of them. They flickered. Fujin guessed, I guess another team will go down quickly. Renjiro's training made us too strong against genins. The 3 Kiri genins had just put their guard down, when Mieko and Hoka suddenly appeared right in front of them and shouted, fight me. The genins were very startled. And they moved behind in fear as both of them suddenly yelled. Their misfortune wasn't over though. Fujin had flickered silently behind them, and they were moving towards him with their backs facing him. Fujin sighed internally on seeing that and just slashed his sword in the air. Though Fujin was quiet, they still sensed someone behind them. They turned behind, only to see that ninja swing his sword from about 10 meters away from them. Suddenly, one of them yelled loudly, duck. Hearing her, both of her teammates ducked immediately. Sakai Yumi, who yelled, immediately ducked. Her 2 teammates were slightly slower. Matsushita Satoru lost around half of his hair, while Kido Kahaku had some skin on her scalp cut off by the slash. Since the distance was too close and because Hoka and Mieko were also in the line of attack, Fujin only sent a simple sword slash without any accompanying sharp whines. However, Mieko and Hoka didn't know that and immediately flickered in opposite directions. They still remembered the devastation his sword slash had caused. Fujin was very surprised, all 3 dodged. I expected all three to die. Fujin noticed Sakai Yumi's eyes. They were blue and were glowing. He wondered, is there another Dojutsu? As soon as the sword slash passed over her head, Yumi created a hand sign, water release, water bullet jutsu. Satoru also created a few hand signs, hidden mist jutsu. While the third one opened a scroll, got a huge bandage, and placed it gently but quickly on her scalp. She was freaked out. Fujin was surprised at how quickly they counterattacked. He moved to his left, to dodge 3 water bullets continuously, before sending another flying slash. All 3 moved away. Hoka and Mieko attacked as soon as they dodged the slash. Mieko launched Phoenix Fire Sage Jutsu on them but was countered by Yumi's water wall. Hoka tried to close in to fight, but Kahaku, who recovered surprisingly quickly, threw a kunai with an explosion tag attached to it. Hoka was forced to fall back. Soon, mist began gathering in the area. This made all 3 Konoha Genins frown. The hidden mist jutsu was known to obstruct both the Sharingan as well as the Byakugan. Fujin moved behind and used Great Breakthrough Jutsu after supercharging it for a couple of seconds. Mieko and Hoka noticed Fujin supercharging his jutsu and retreated behind Fujin. The Kiri Genins had no idea. They were hit by a massive Great Breakthrough Jutsu. All the mist was blown away. They were having a hard time holding on to the ground. Yumi barely made a hand seal, water wall jutsu. A water wall began forming, but it kept getting blown apart by the winds. Kahaku and Satoru used the few moments of respite to use defensive jutsus as well. Satoru created another water wall, while Kahaku created a rock shield. However, at that time, both Mieko and Hoka also launched their jutsu. Mieko spat a huge fireball into Fujin's Great Breakthrough Jutsu, while Hoka used Stone Shuriken Jutsu to attack them from a range. The fire and winds managed to destroy 2 water walls and heated the rock shield, but it held on. However, due to the wild nature of the winds, the fire spread all over and attacked them by moving around the rock shield. However, this wasn't strong enough. Yumi used Water Shield Jutsu in time to protect them. Hoka's stone shurikens were blocked by the rock shield. Seeing the opponents manage to defend surprised all 3 of them. Mieko grinned and said, "They are strong. This is fun." Hoka and Fujin had slightly different thoughts. Hoka was sad, why is no one fighting with Taijutsu? Fujin, on the other hand, wondered, we are just 100 meters from the tower. Should I grab these 2 and flicker? Chapter 84, Chapter 82, Bitter Resistance. After the fire and the winds died down, Hoka and Mieko flickered close to their opponents. The Kiri Genins noticed, and got ready. Fujin thought, this could be a long fight. Let's end this. He instantly created 12 wind clones, who jumped into battle, while he stayed back, observing the fight. As soon as Mieko appeared, Yumi rushed towards her and both began fighting with their kunai. Kahaku used Stone Shuriken Jutsu on Hoka. He dodged and blocked all of them, but was made to retreat once more with another explosion tag. Satoru was about to join the battle as well, however, he saw 12 clones coming and his expression became grim. He quickly made a hand seal and created 3 water clones. He made a few more hand signs, Water Shuriken Jutsu. Soon, water shurikens flew towards the clones. However, they all dodged with ease. 3 clones moved towards the water clones. The water clones too moved against them. The Kiri Genins were on alert, due to 9 additional clones heading towards them. Satoru's water clones thought that the wind clones wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat and were very confident. However, just before they reached them, all 3 clones suddenly used wind explosion jutsu. The jutsu was performed very quickly. The water clones couldn't defend themselves and were hit. All 3 were dispelled. All the wind clones suddenly flickered and surrounded Kahaku, who was already injured earlier. She was alarmed. So were her 2 teammates. Yumi tried going to help her but was blocked by Mieko. Satoru did move to aid her and used water shuriken jutsu on the clones. All but one clone immediately launched wind explosion jutsu on her. The last clone used breakthrough jutsu on the incoming water shurikens. Fujin saw from afar and thought, one down. However, he was surprised. Kahaku made a hand sign, and disappeared underground. Hoka, who was annoyed by Kahaku, immediately made his move. He slammed his hands on the ground, rock spear jutsu. Soon, spears began forming underground and targeting Kahaku. However, she dodged them all underground and appeared a few dozen meters away. Her exit spot was close to Yumi. As soon as she appeared, Fujin's clones launched another round of wind explosion jutsu on her. However, she ignored them and slammed her hands on the ground. Stone shurikens were immediately launched on Mieko. She moved back to defend herself. Yumi thought, I need to be fast. She rapidly made a hand seal, and a water wall formed in time to protect Kahaku. Fujin, who was observing from a distance, wondered, are they really just genins? The clones were about to attack again, when Yumi shouted, retreat. Immediately both Satoru and Kahaku retreated along with Yumi. They retreated towards the tower. Mieko and Hoka immediately followed. So did Fujin and his clones. The Konoha genins were faster and caught up several times. However, the mist genins always managed to defend. After 4 minutes of chase, the mist genins had a lot of cuts on their bodies due to sharp winds, but none were lethal. The mist genins were very worried. Yumi shouted internally, why are these 10-year-old brats from Konoha so strong? We have no chance of winning whatsoever. Also, why are they so bloodthirsty? All their attacks are aimed to kill or maim us. These bloody Konoha hypocrites. They look down on us for being so bloodthirsty but train their own kids to be relentless killers. But, what should we do? We can't escape forever. She focused chakra in her eyes, and looked around her, praying to find some hope. And she did. She noticed 3 chakra signatures heading rapidly towards them, which were about 400 meters to the north. She recognized them and instantly her spirits were lifted. She shouted, follow me. Both Satoru and Kahaku followed her lead. Fujin frowned, the other Kiri team is coming from that direction. If they team up, it'll be very difficult to win. That said, I don't understand one thing. How did that blue-eyed girl sense them? I didn't feel any chakra field. Is it her eyes that were glowing? Fujin created a shadow clone, which followed the wind clones. Mieko and Hoka were still relentlessly chasing them. Fujin flickered next to them and shouted, wait, there's another Kiri team up ahead. Mieko and Hoka became alert. But soon Mieko said arrogantly, let's keep attacking. We will beat both of them and knock them out. Hoka too supported her, yes, this is getting exciting, let's do it. Fujin once again had a deadpan expression, these cocky brats. Seeing that Fujin wasn't replying, Mieko and Hoka turned and were about to chase. However, Fujin had enough of their antics. Before either Hoka or Mieko could flicker, Fujin grabbed their shoulders. They both turned their heads and looked at him. Mieko asked, what? Fujin didn't reply and just grinned, wind instantaneous body jutsu. Before either of them realized what was happening, Fujin dragged them both alongside him with wind instantaneous body jutsu and entered the tower, which was very close to their location. Hoka and Mieko were both shocked when Fujin dragged them along with him. They wanted to stop him but couldn't do anything. In an instant, they appeared inside the tower. Both were dumbfounded. Mieko then got very angry and shouted, why did you drag us here? It was just getting exciting. Fujin replied in an amused tone, we couldn't defeat those 3. How were you planning to defeat 6? Mieko angrily replied, they were just running away like rats. I just needed one look in their eyes, and they would have died. Fujin smirked and replied, forget looking into their eyes, you didn't even manage to land a single wound on them. Mieko was about to reply when she realized what Fujin said was true. All her attacks were blocked or dodged. She just snorted and said, "I'll remember this, Fujin." She walked away from him after saying that. Fujin just shrugged and looked towards Hoka. He bitterly said, "I didn't get to fight anyone." Fujin shrugged again and sighed, "Why do I have to put up with these two arrogant brats? At least they were in control with Renjiro. Now they just want to fight without using their brains." Chapter 85, Chapter 83, Exposing a Kekii Genkai. Around 100 meters away from the tower, the mist genins were still being chased by Fujin's clones. They soon noticed that Hoka and Mieko were missing. Yumi wondered, where are they? Are they planning a sneak attack? She focused chakra in her eyes once again and observed. However, she couldn't sense any of them nearby. This made her worry a lot. She tried again and again to sense them, but couldn't see either of them. Unfortunately for her, the tower had all sorts of anti-sensor seals on them. So she couldn't see their chakra signatures inside the tower. She kept her guard the whole time, till their team met the other Kiri squad. On seeing them, Yumi immediately shouted, "Rentaro! Aid us!" Rentaro was close friends with Yumi. He nodded and commanded his teammates, "Clear out those clones." On his commands, all 6 Kiri genins attacked Fujin's wind clones. Fujin's shadow clone sighed, "My wind clones are almost out of chakra. Or I'd have been able to gather their information." When the Kiri genins began, Yumi shouted, "Be careful. 2 of his teammates are probably hidden nearby. I can't sense them." That made them stay on guard. The wind clones knew that they didn't have enough chakra. They had already sensed Fujin flicker away with Hoka and Mieko. So this was just supposed to check their skills. 6 wind clones suddenly stepped back and dispersed, while the remaining 6 clones attacked them head-on. When the clones and Kiri genins reached each other, Yumi, Satoru, and Kahaku were prepared for the incoming wind explosion jutsus. But the other 3 Kiri genins weren't aware. As soon as the clones were around 10 meters away from them, they instantly launched a couple of wind explosion jutsus. Yumi countered with water bullet jutsu. Satoru created a water wall and followed up with water shuriken jutsu. Kahaku used rock shield jutsu and followed up with rock spear jutsu. Rentaro had grabbed his sword and was moving in for attacking with his sword, but he was surprised at how quickly the jutsu was formed and launched. He dropped his sword and made a hand seal. Just before the jutsu hit him, a water wall appeared in front of him. However, it was a very thin layer, and the winds splashed all the water back at him. The water wall did dull the sharpness of the winds. However, one sharp wind still passed through and cut Rentaro's right forearm. He was infuriated. Rentaro's teammates also moved close to Fujin's clones and were hit by wind explosion jutsus. They both received 4 to 5 small cuts. Soon, everyone counterattacked Fujin's clones. The clones didn't have any chakra left. So they just tried dodging and closing in the distance further. By observing each other's locations, all 6 clones got hit at the same time. And right when they were hit, the remaining 6 clones suddenly appeared and surrounded the Kiri genins and used all their chakra to use breakthrough jutsu. Unfortunately, not much chakra was left to make it lethal. The Kiri genins immediately gathered together and built defenses around them to protect themselves. After performing the jutsu, all the wind clones dispersed. Only Fujin's shadow clone was left. He looked at the defenses. One side was covered by rock shields, while the other 3 were covered by water walls. Fujin's clone smirked and flickered, "It's a shame I don't have a devastating wind jutsu. I'll need to get it soon." The clone flickered right outside the water walls and swung his sword with all his strength. Yumi, who was observing the clone, noticed him flickering towards them. She quickly noticed that Fujin was about to send another sword slash towards them. She shouted, "Everyone jump!" She quickly jumped and suddenly had a thought, "Hey! Why did I say to jump instead of ducking?" To avoid the incoming slash, they could either duck under it or jump above. Usually, ducking is the best choice as you would still have mobility. But for some reason, she instinctively chose to jump. The other 5 Kiri genins followed her advice and jumped as high as they could. While in the air, both Yumi and Rentaro launched water bullet jutsu at Fujin's location. Fujin's sword slash cut the water wall with ease. The accompanying winds around the slash destroyed the water wall. All 6 Kiri ninjas had jumped out of the slash's path. They had jumped high enough that even the winds weren't really lethal. However, the winds still hit them. Yumi and Rentaro's water bullets were stopped by the winds. And the winds caused deep cuts to all of them. On seeing the damage, Yumi was horrified. If we had ducked instead of jumping, we all would have been dead. The damage, though not lethal, scared them. What horrified them was the fact that Fujin sent another such slash their way. Fujin wondered, so, will this kill them, or will they survive once again? Suddenly, Rentaro's chakra exploded. He made a few hand seals quickly and spat out a huge amount of water. At the same time, one of his teammates made hand signs rapidly. The water released by Rentaro quickly began freezing. The sword slash initially hit the water and easily split it. But soon, the water began freezing. The sword slash hit the ice. It still went through it, cracking the ice. However, it slowed down. It cut through 80% of the ice before it lost power. The Kiri genins freaked out on seeing that even ice was being cut. They finally sighed in relief and dropped to the ground on seeing the slash being stopped. The winds accompanying the slash were also blocked. Fujin was shocked. Ice Kekii Genkai. Aren't the bloodline clans being hunted in Kiri? Does that mean that these guys came from Mei's faction? He quickly analyzed while keeping an eye on them. Is Mei trying to get some help from Hiruzen? Also, has she begun the rebellion so soon? No, since she has Kekii Genkais, it makes sense that she would have already begun the resistance. Though it should be a long war before she wins. I don't think Hiruzen would help out though. There's no mention of this in the manga. And Konoha is suffering from less manpower. So joining a war will be stupid. Not to mention, Uchiha and the Hokage faction are in a power struggle. So Konoha shouldn't have any resources to spare. While he was analyzing, the Kiri genins finally landed back on the ground. Rentaro's face was ugly. He said, I didn't expect Konoha to have such a strong genin. Fujin replied, I didn't expect Kiri to send an ice Kekii Genkai ninja. I wonder if any more of you have Kekii Genkai. While speaking, he looked at Yumi. He continued, nor did I expect you guys to survive despite being in a crunch so many times. You guys are strong too. Yumi asked, do you want a truce? We won't attack you guys during this second phase as long as you won't attack us. That way, we will all have a good chance to proceed to the next round. Otherwise, we will just injure each other. Rentaro frowned on hearing it. Fujin was surprised as well. Not only do they have excellent survival skills, but she is also smart enough to ask for a truce. I wonder if they have already participated in some war. Fujin's analysis was on point. All 6 of them had engaged in multiple clashes with the 4th Mizukage faction. They had real war experience. And a lot of it. Which is why they managed to survive the onslaught. Yumi was someone they were trying to develop into a leader. Fujin smirked and said, my teammates wanted to fight even the 6 of you head-on. So a truce is out of the question. Hearing that, Yumi sighed, I am worried that they will ambush us again and again. Also, where are his 2 teammates? Fujin continued, anyways, I'm out of chakra. See you later. And the clone dispelled himself. The Kiri genins were shocked to see that they were fighting a shadow clone. Chapter 86, Chapter 84, Record and Reward. Yumi quickly analyzed, all 3 of them retreated when Rentaro's squad got in range. And they only sent a clone to check us out. But, how did they get away so quickly? My eyes can look at chakras up to 520 meters. Rentaro said, if they escaped, it means that they were afraid of us. Yumi shook her head and said, they have a high ga. His range should be greater than mine. I suspect that the guy we were fighting is a sensor too. And all three of them are experts at flickering. So they can continuously ambush us for the next 5 days. The worst will be if they ambush us when we are fighting. We will be at a huge disadvantage. The expressions of the Kiri Genins became grim. It was never a good feeling to be hunted. Especially considering how relentless their opponents were. Yumi looked at Rentaro and said, let's team up. Otherwise, we may be attacked one by them. Rentaro unwillingly agreed, all right. But who gets the scroll? Yumi asked, which scroll do you guys have? He replied, Earth Scroll. Yumi said, we have a Heaven Scroll. If we find a Heaven Scroll, you guys take it. If we find an Earth Scroll, we will take it. If we don't manage to get any, then you can take our Heaven Scroll and advance to the 3rd round. On hearing that, Satoru and Kahaku complained. But Yumi said, if Rentaro's squad didn't appear, then we may have died to that Leaf squad. So we owe them one. Rentaro's squad agreed to that condition, and they began treating their wounds. Once healed, they moved together until they found the required scrolls. The entire time they were in the Forest of Death, they were highly alert to any ambushes. But they were never attacked by Fujin's team. After all, they had already passed the exam even before Fujin's clones fought against the 6 of them. Tower. Inside the tower, Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka had opened both scrolls. It summoned Adachi Genki. He was quite happy to see Fujin and Hoka. And was shocked at how quickly the exam was cleared. He said, Fujin, Hoka, good to see you two again. Mieko as well. I didn't expect you guys would take the Chunin exams so soon. But how did you manage to clear the exam so quickly? It hasn't even been an hour. Mieko looked begrudgingly at Fujin and said, we shouldn't have finished it so quickly. Fujin shrugged once again and said, we came across a team that had the scroll we needed and beat them easily. They handed over their scroll quickly and we moved towards the tower. We did fight a Kiri team afterwards, but they escaped and we entered the tower. Genki was surprised. He asked, that much in less than an hour? All three nodded as none of them felt it was difficult. Genki sighed seeing how none of them thought it was a challenge. He said, well, congratulations then. The previous record was 5 hours 30 minutes. It was made by Uchiha Itachi. You guys broke his record by a huge difference. That surprised Mieko and Hoka. Fujin too acted surprised. Mieko quickly exclaimed, we beat Itachi's record? Really? She was super excited. And that too by more than 4.5 hours. Fujin wondered, I never saw her talk about Itachi, but she is so excited about beating his record? Is she trying to compete with him? Poor girl. Fujin chuckled and teased her, if you had listened to me, we would have broken it by over 5 hours. But you still insisted on wasting time. This made her give Fujin the stink eye. She was still annoyed at how he brought her to the tower. She unwillingly admitted, if I knew that the record was held by Itachi, I would have agreed. Fujin chuckled and then suddenly sighed, if we had completed it in half an hour, I don't think anyone would have ever broken our record. Now it's still breakable due to you two. Hoka and Mieko both looked at Fujin with deadpan expressions. While Genki was shocked, you guys could have finished it faster. Hoka said, all right. You win. Now stop gloating. Mieko snorted and said, if you want to create a record, then fail this exam and give it again next year. Now Fujin had a deadpan look. He replied, you know, the third phase is one-on-one fights. You better hope that you don't face me in the first round. Or you'll end up being defeated by my clones once again. Fujin smirked on saying that. And Mieko was very annoyed, you. However, before the argument could get any further, Genki interrupted them, all right, argue later. You have done an excellent job creating the record for the second phase of the exam. Now I'll explain to you the meaning of the writing on the wall behind me. On hearing that, the genins gave a closer look at the wall behind Genki. Fujin remembered, oh yeah. I completely forgot about this. Genki then began explaining the same thing Irika explained to Team 7 after they passed. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko heard it, but none were much interested in it. While Genki was explaining, Fujin received the memories of his shadow clone. His mind wandered, oh, Isekeki I Genkai? Also the likelihood of them having participated in actual war. The finals should be fun. That said, she proposed a truce. Meaning that, like my clone, she couldn't sense us inside the tower. So until they pass the second round, they will forever be paranoid of a sneak attack, haha. As Genki was explaining to the genins, a Chunin instructor ran to the room where Inyazuka Tsum was. Tsum looked at him and asked, why are you running? He said, Tsum-sama, one team already passed the exam. Tsum was shocked, what? So soon? Even Kuromaru was shocked. The Chunin nodded while still stunned, yes. They entered the tower after only 47 minutes. Tsum was stunned. The record was broken by almost 5 hours. She asked, which team was it? The Chunin replied, it was Senju Renjiro's genin team. She thought for a bit and said, I had heard rumors that Renjiro was training his team very hard. It seems that the rumors are true. I guess the beasts from the forests weren't an issue for them at all. Still, to beat Ataka's record is some feat. They can be proud of it. She looked at the Chunin and said, go and give them the instructions for the next 5 days. He nodded and left. Genki was soon done with his boring explanations. His eye twitched when he noticed that none of the 3 genins were interested. After he was done, he asked, do any of you have any questions? Mieko asked, do we have to wait in the tower for the other teams? Genki nodded and replied, yes. I think they will send someone to explain the details. Hoka didn't have any questions. Fujin thought for a bit and had a thought. He suddenly asked, Sensei, you said we broke the record, right? Genki nodded, yes. Fujin asked, so do we get any rewards? Sweat immediately appeared on Genki's forehead. He recalled the scene of Fujin asking the third Hokage for swords made of chakra metal. He quickly said, no, there's no reward for this. It might help you be promoted to Chunin though. Fujin frowned and muttered lightly, the village is so stingy. Genki heard it and thought, I don't think Lord Third will ever ask you to choose a reward again. Fujin, however, was thinking, at the end of this phase, Hiruzen will visit and give another speech. Should I ask for a reward then? While he was thinking, Genki said, well, that's all from me. I'll see you later. And he disappeared in smoke. Fujin kept analyzing, if he says no then, it'll be embarrassing for him. To say no to promising youngsters who are working hard for their village, will hit his prestige. Though, he is thick-skinned enough to say no even then. As he was thinking, his eyes moved towards Mieko. He thought, right. The elders and Uchiha have bad blood. He might give a reward to show that he is rewarding young Uchiha and is impartial to them. He might even hope that this reduces the bad blood a bit. That said, if Genki is also present, should I still ask? He thought and then shook his head, it doesn't matter if he's there or not. The Dao of shamelessness should live on. Especially considering how freaking shameless they are. If he still says no, I will put on a sad face and act depressed. After I become a Chunin, I'll ask for those wind chakra metal swords that he promised me earlier. Mieko and Hoka noticed that Fujin was in deep thought. Hoka asked, what are you thinking about? Fujin replied, oh, nothing important. What do we do now? Chapter 87, Chapter 85, Training Rooms. As Fujin asked that question, a Chunin instructor appeared in their room. He said, "Congrats on passing the second exam. You will stay in the tower for the next 5 days until this round is over." Mieko complained, "5 days? What will we do here for 5 whole days?" Hoka and Fujin too nodded. Making them stay here for 5 whole days was unreasonable. The Chunin replied, "That's the rule. If you leave the tower, you will be disqualified from the exam." Mieko pointed at the Chunin and said loudly, "Hey, that's unreasonable." Hoka nodded and said, "Yes, it is." The Chunin dismissed their complaints and said, "There are a lot of facilities in this tower, including many training rooms. You can access them and train there for the next 5 days." This calmed the Genins down. Fujin asked, "What about food?" The Chunin replied, "It'll be made. Come to the dining room at 8 am, noon, 4 pm, and 7 pm. The dining room is on the first floor." He then explained some more details, such as their sleeping arrangements, and then left. The Genins looked at each other and said, "Let's check out the training rooms." And they left. The training rooms were on the second floor. The floor had most of its area closed off by a wall, forming a circular shape in the center of the floor. Fujin realized, the other side should be a part of that area where preliminaries happened. The rooms were on the outer side of the floor, with a meter-wide circular passage to access them. The Genins checked out the nameplates on all rooms. There were 2 meditation rooms, 2 rooms for dodging, 1 for taijutsu, 5 for each element, 1 for shuriken practice, and a few more rooms. Hoka said, "I'm entering the taijutsu training room." Mieko said, "I'm going for shuriken practice." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "I'm interested in seeing what the meditation room has to offer." Fujin entered the meditation room. The room was mostly empty. A couple of bulbs were on in the room. The walls had multiple candles at certain locations. And there were a few incense sticks placed around the room too. At the center of the room, a mat was placed. Fujin picked up the instruction manual, which was placed in front of the door, and read. It read, "This is a meditation training room. Meditating here will be easier and more effective. For the best effect, follow the following instructions. Light all the candles in the room. Light 1 incense stick from each bundle. Switch off the bulbs. Sit on the mat placed in the center of the room. Kindly leave everything in the same spot when you leave. Before you leave, blow out the candles and cut the burning part of the incense sticks." Fujin lit the candles and the incense sticks. They began producing a very fragrant smell. He turned off the bulbs, sat on the mat, and began meditating. After an hour, he woke up from his meditative state and concluded, "Incredible! Meditating here is almost 5 times more effective than when I meditate at my home or when I did it in the academy." He analyzed a bit and concluded, "Even though this is good, it still doesn't compare to the gains I get from practicing Senju Taijutsu style. That said, I still meditate a bit daily. So though not significant, it'll still provide me with small boosts if I can get something like this at my home. Now, what to do?" He thought for a bit, before coming up with 2 ways. "I haven't thought what gift I can ask from Hiruzen. So I could ask him to build such a meditation environment at my home. But, this way isn't a guarantee. I won't get this if he doesn't care about his thick face and says no. The better way would probably be to just create such an environment back home. This place has many seals inscribed, which likely aid in meditation. So it should be made with the help of Fuinjutsu. I should be able to make one too, the only issue is that I don't recognize most of the seals." He thinks for a bit more and decides, "I'll draw every seal in this room and record their location. After I become Chunin, our team should be disbanded. So I'll finally have time to learn Fuinjutsu. If all these seals are available in the library, then I will be able to create such a room too." He immediately drew the entire room on a large drawing paper he had stored in one of his many scrolls. He drew all the seals and recorded the distance between each seal in absolute terms and ratio with respect to the size of the room. He grabbed one of the incense sticks that was lying around and took a bit of wax from one of the candles on the walls. After storing everything properly, he wondered, since this tower had such a room, is it safe to say that every clan has such training rooms? If true, it would explain why the chakra reserves of clan kids are usually higher than civilian kids and why they are able to master their clan jutsus so quickly. Looks like it isn't all just talent and guidance. I should check out the other meditation room and see if everything's the same. And I should also check out every training room, and check the feasibility of creating such rooms. While he was thinking about recreating all the training rooms, he chuckled, well, that's kinda pointless. There's no way my small house can have such rooms, haha. While walking over to the other meditation room, he thought, should I buy a new home? Do I even have money to buy a new home? Or would it be better if I make a secret base? He checked the other room and noticed that everything there was exactly the same. He then began walking over to the dodging practice training room. Having a secret base will be very convenient. Konoha also has a lot of empty spaces to make secret bases. But, in a village full of ninjas, is it possible to hide a secret base? I couldn't sense anything inside this tower from the outside. And, if I recall right, there are seals that can block even the Byakugan. So it might be doable, but still very risky. Should I make one outside the village? No one would check the endless forests after all. But I'll need to be able to sneak out and into the village to actually be able to use it. Oh well, let me learn the seals first. I can then worry about how to make it work. The Uchiha massacre should be happening soon too. I could try to sneak in and use their training rooms if they exist after the massacre. Chapter 88, Chapter 86, Dodging Practice. Fujin entered the dodging practice training room. He noticed that there were multiple mechanisms around the room to launch shurikens, kunai, and senbon needles. But all were made out of wood. And none were sharp. Fujin grinned, this should be exciting. He read the training manual for this room. It confirmed that all weapons were harmless. Fujin walked to the center of the room. There was a pulling lever with one rod extending out here. To activate the mechanism, first, the lever had to be moved. The degree to which the lever is moved would denote the percentage of mechanisms that would be activated. Once the lever was pulled, a button had to be stepped on to launch the weapons. The manual stated that this can be done only 100 times before the mechanisms needed to be refilled. Fujin wondered, how many storage seals did they inscribe in this room? While wondering, he grinned and pulled the lever to the max. And then stepped on the button. Immediately, all weapons ran down on him. Shurikens rained on him from 7 different locations. He could see 5, while the other 2 locations were behind him. He still heard them being launched and moved to a spot where the shurikens won't hit him. As soon as he moved there, senbon needles rained on him. He managed to dodge most, but 5 still hit him. One after another, for the next 2 minutes, weapons kept attacking him. At the end of 2 minutes, it finally stopped. The entire floor was covered with blunt wooden weapons. Fujin frowned, I was hit many times. I lost count at 136. And I had to block 7 with my hands as they would have hit my eyes. Is it even possible to dodge them all? Or rather, at what level can you dodge them all? Oh well, this time let me try it while using other weapons to block them. He picked up a few kunais and senbons and placed them in his pockets. He kept 3 kunais in each hand. He then created vines, which cleared the floor and pushed all the wooden weapons to the wall. He pulled the lever once again and stepped on the button. He dodged once again, only this time when he couldn't dodge, he used his weapons to either block at the last moment, or throw it at incoming weapons. He was still hit quite a few times. He analyzed, not bad. This time, I was hit only 43 times. Still a lot though. He then grabbed his swords, alright, this time let's check with my preferred weapons. But without flying slashed. Or this room might collapse. He chuckled on imagining the scene where his flying slashes wreck the training room. This time, he was hit 82 times, with my swords, I couldn't block at range. So all blocking was last minute. Which is why I got hit more times. That said, had I used flying slashes, I might have never been hit. He sheathed his swords and gathered his chakra. Blue chakra could be seen flowing around him. He activated the test once again. The weapons were once again launched at him when wind waves began forming in the room. The winds began spinning around him at a high speed. They deflected all incoming weapons for 2 minutes straight. Fujin grinned, excellent. I guess I can call this wind-style rotation. Though its power isn't really strong. It probably wouldn't work if these weapons were made of metals and were heavier. Though, it makes sense. Basically, I just applied the mechanics from rank E wind jutsus like wind retrieval, projectile control, and wind levitation jutsus. If I can add the spinning shield of wind jutsu to this, and then manage to pour more chakra and make it spin faster while staying together and not harming me, then this can become a good defensive jutsu. Though it won't be an absolute defense. He then looked at the mess around him and thought, well, defending with ninjutsu or weapons is fine. But this training room was made for improving dodging. Let's focus on that for now. Fujin only turned the lever halfway before pressing the button. He kept practicing again and again. He spent the next 4 hours in the dodging room. By the end, all 4 walls had huge stacks of wooden weapons piled. Fujin looked at it and thought, rest in peace the fellow who is supposed to refill these. He left the room and went to the dining room to grab a bite. It's almost 5 p.m. I hope they still give breakfast. After breakfast, he went into the wind element training room while wondering, wind element training in a closed room. I wonder how that works. On entering the room, he saw that the room was rather empty. There was only a meditation mat at the center of the room. He picked up the manual. It read: this is the training room for wind element. To train, sit on the mat at the center of the room, and meditate. The table on which this manual has been placed has a few boxes. Each box has 9 strips. The strips, from left to right, are made of leaf, alder wood, soft maple wood, hard maple wood, aluminium, copper, steel, titanium, and diamond. A/N, I initially wondered whether all these types of metals would be available in Naruto. But considering the amounts of weapons they manufacture and the technological advancements, later on, it's kinda safe to say all should be available. The strips, from left to right, get progressively harder. You can test how strong your wind nature is by trying to cut them. Fujin grabbed a box from the table and opened it. The strips were all 1 centimeter in thickness. He picked up the strips one by one and began cutting them with his wind chakra. The leaf, alder wood, soft and hard maple wood strips were cut. On the aluminum strip, Fujin managed to create a 3 mm cut from either side. But couldn't go any deeper. Fujin put the aluminum strip as well as the cut strips back in the box and put it in his scroll. He then walked towards the mat, sat on it, and began meditating. Chapter 89, Chapter 87, Shock. While Fujin was meditating, Tsum walked up to the second floor with her ninja dog while muttering, since one team came so early, I expected the others to come in soon too. But this is too boring. Proctoring is boring. Luckily there are a lot of training rooms here. The training rooms here were made for the instructors who'd be bored waiting for the genins to reach the tower. In a way, these training rooms were their reward or payment. Tsum went into the same dodging practice training room as Fujin had earlier. On opening, she was shocked. Why are the weapons littered all on the ground? She checked some of the mechanisms and noticed that there were no weapons in them. She got out of the room and yelled, Toshiyuki! Get here! The shout was loud enough to be heard throughout the tower, except in the training rooms. The Chunin named Toshiyuki, who was in charge of maintaining the training rooms, immediately went to her and asked, "What happened, Tsum-sama?" Her mood got even worse. She yelled at him, "You didn't do your job of cleaning and refilling the training rooms, and you have the courage to ask me what happened." He was shocked. But he maintained his composure and replied in a neutral tone, "Tsum-sama, I cleaned and refilled all the training rooms last night." However, his face displayed slight anger at being wrongly accused. Tsum noticed it. She asked, "Really? Say that after you check this room." She pointed towards the training room. He entered it and was shocked to see that all 100 attempts were used up. He quickly said, "Ma'am, I refilled the mechanisms here last night. I did it for both the dodging rooms. So someone must have used it all." Tsum calmed down and asked, "Someone used all 100 attempts? Who all have been training here?" He replied, "How can I know that?" She snorted and looked at Kuromaru. Kuromaru said, "Let's check." Both she and Kuromaru began smelling the room. Soon Kuromaru said, "Here," and moved towards the wooden weapons and grabbed a kunao, and handed it to Tsum. Tsum smelled it and realized, this smells like that civilian brat from Renjiro's squad. Kuromaru also confirmed it, yes. She looked at the Chunin and asked, "Were those 3 genins told about the training rooms?" The Chunin nodded, yes. Takeshi said that they were asking a lot of questions and he told them to spend their time in the training room. She replied, "Oh." She looked at Kuromaru again, who was smelling all the weapons. He looked back at her and replied, "Many weapons have sense, but all belong to the same kid. No one else was here." She said, "So that brat was the only one here? And he used all 100 rounds? It's unbelievable." She looked at Toshiyuki and asked, "Are you aware of what those brats have been doing in the tower?" He shook his head and replied, "No one kept an eye on them. But from what I heard from others, 2 of them came down for lunch and breakfast and returned to training room soon after. And one didn't come for lunch and came an hour late for breakfast. He too immediately returned to the 2nd floor." Tsum was surprised, "Seriously? They are merely 10-year-old brats and have trained all day? No wonder they managed to clear the exam so quickly." She then sighed and complained, "My son, on the other hand, plays all day and never trains. And though my daughter is serious and loves studying, she too would never train so willingly. She too became a genin this year, but her sensei didn't even enroll her team for the Chunin exam." Toshiyuki kept listening to her while trying to maintain a straight face. "First, she yells at me wrongly. Then she complains about her kids in front of me. No wonder her husband ran away." Tsum looked at him and said, "You can go. I'll train in the other room." He left as quickly as he could. Tsum walked towards the room while thinking about how she could lecture Kaiba to train harder. On entering the training room, Tsum, just like Fujin, turned the lever to 100% and pressed the button. She and Kuromaru both begin dodging. Occasionally, she deflects weapons that were about to hit Kuromaru. After the first attempt, Tsum looked at Kuromaru and said, "I was hit 6 times. Kuromaru replied, 8 times for me." Tsum added, "And I deflect 3 weapons that were about to hit you." Kuromaru said, "We seem to have slacked off." She patted his head and said, "Last time, we were able to dodge everything perfectly once every 11 attempts. Let's try to improve it this time. And since that brat did all 100 attempts, it'll be embarrassing if we can't do it too." Kuromaru barked loudly in response and said, "Let's do it." Both Tsum and Kuromaru trained in that room until they completed all 100 rounds. Till the 22nd round, they didn't manage to dodge all the weapons. There were instances when either Tsum or Kuromaru dodged all, but not in the same round. On the 23rd round, they both managed to dodge all weapons for the first time. In the 100 rounds, they managed to dodge everything perfectly 11 times. Tsum left the training room feeling proud and told Kuromaru, "Let's increase it to 15 times tomorrow." It was 10 p.m. by the time they were done. The Chunins in the tower were very surprised when they didn't see some during the dinner. After hearing the story from Toshiyuki, they realized that she too decided to complete 100 rounds. After entering the dining room, she found that it was empty. She began preparing her dinner and called for a Chunin. When he arrived, she asked, "Any update for today?" He replied, "Nothing of importance. No other teams passed yet. No unusual activities have been reported either in the forest or the tower." Some nodded and asked, "What about the ones who passed? What have they been doing?" The Chunin replied, "All three came down for dinner." After dinner, Uchiha Mieko and Hyuga Hoka explored the tower for a bit before going into their rooms. Suzuki Fujin was seen heading back to the second floor. "We checked a few minutes ago, the wind training room is still occupied." She was surprised once again. However, soon she just sighed and muttered, "Seems like he is a training maniac. Let him keep training." Forest of Death. Not much fighting happened in the Forest of Death. Among the Kiri Genins, Kahaku was very injured, and others too had a lot of cuts. They chose to apply first aid and waited till the wounds closed up and didn't cause any pain. The Nara Yamanaka Akimika team also stayed hidden. The Hyuga team found the team from Suna. However, their fight was inconclusive as Suna Genins kept attacking from a range. They both ended up retreating. The team from AIM clashed with the last Konoha team. They lost but managed to retreat. So except for the Nara Yamanaka Akimika team, all others had their scrolls. Chapter 90, Chapter 88, Elemental Crystals. Wind Training Room. Fujin meditated for an hour, before waking up. He kept sitting on the mat while being very confused. "What's this strange feeling that I kept getting the whole time? It's as if my wind affinity is increasing. Or perhaps my wind chakra is becoming more potent. Either way, it should be very good for my wind element. But how?" He meditated again, and spread his chakra field throughout the room. Nothing here. His chakra field then expanded into the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room. And he noticed, "What's this? It looks like there's a stone with a high amount of wind chakra in it. And it's very dense. It looks like while meditating here, we absorb chakra from it in small amounts. That's why I got that weird feeling." Fujin got off the mat and made a hand seal. Earth Military Movement Jutsu. He entered the floor. On entering the floor, he could see a lot of seals, and inside the seal was a green crystal. Fujin analyzed, probably not a good idea to test these seals. But the crystal has very dense wind chakra. And it looks like it can help make our wind element stronger. Is this chakra metal? Or something else like an ore? Well, let's call it the wind chakra crystal for now. The important question is, can I absorb it faster? And, how can I get more of them? Also, I need to check whether all other elemental training rooms have something similar. He went above the floor and thought, I should have dinner for now. After dinner, I'll check if I can absorb this energy rapidly. I wonder what benefits I'll get from this. Though I should also be careful in case it's harmful to absorb it in excess. He left for dinner. He met Hoka and Mieko there. They had a small chat. The Chunins in the tower also introduced themselves and had small talks with the Genins. After dinner, Fujin returned to the wind training room. He began meditating and tried absorbing as much energy as he could from the wind chakra crystal. While meditating, his entire focus was on the wind chakra crystal and its energy. In the first 6 hours, he didn't have much success. However, some time after that, he began steadily absorbing energy from the crystal. He lost himself in meditation, completely losing the sense of time. When he opened his eyes, it was already 7 a.m. Fujin analyzed, I didn't have much success initially. But I think I managed to use up 1% of the energy of the crystal in this meditation session. I wonder if this absorption rate is fast or slow. And how often does Konoha switch or recharge this crystal? That aside, unlike what I previously thought, I don't absorb energy from the crystal directly. Rather, it refines my chakra. I have a feeling that I'll have a slightly easier time performing wind jutsus. He frowned, though improvement would likely be very minimal. I'll need to use up more energy from this wind chakra crystal to get a proper idea. I have a feeling that I might need a mountain of such crystals to get a significant boost. That aside, it feels really good to train here. I ended up meditating all night and skipping my sleep, but I don't feel very tired at all. Though I should take a nap tonight. Meditation, though good, can't entirely replace sleep. After analyzing, he got up and left the room. While leaving the floor, he came across Tsum. She was surprised to see Fujin on the second floor. Her eyes twitched and she asked, "Were you training the whole night?" Fujin laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head, "No. I was meditating in the wind training room. And I ended up falling asleep there." Tsum's eyes twitched even more. She sighed and said, "It's good to train hard, but don't forget to rest. Or else, the training can be counterproductive." Fujin immediately replied, "Yes ma'am," while thinking, that's the first time I haven't heard her yell. He left, got freshened up, had a huge breakfast, and returned to the wind training room. After knowing that Fujin returned to the wind training room, Tsum realized, he is an orphan. He has probably never experienced such rooms. No wonder he is training in that room. I should report this to the third. He'll be happy to know how hard some kids are training. He spends the next couple of days in the wind training room. Though he went out regularly for food and sleep. As he meditated more in that room, he managed to use up the energy at a faster rate. By the end of the third day, he had used up 18% energy from the crystal. He analyzed, "Good, it is getting faster. I have a feeling that it'll be even faster tomorrow. But, it seems like my analysis was right. While this definitely is good, I'll need a mountain of such crystals to actually get significant boosts. I wonder how many crystals Konoha has. And where they are kept. Another point to consider is how much energy from this crystal was already exhausted before I began training here." On day 4, as he predicted, his efficiency suddenly increased a lot. In around 12 hours, he ended up using up almost half the energy from the crystal. However, on this day, he noticed one crucial point. Fujin realized, my chakra increased. Yeah, I can feel it. Though the increase is very minimal, not even 0.1%, it did go up. Damn, now I really want to find a mountain of such crystals. Where are these found? He calmed himself down and decided, lucky, this crystal's efficiency hasn't reduced. I guess this is due to the seals. But I should stop here. I might be able to completely exhaust this crystal before this round ends. But if my speed of using this energy is higher than normal, then I'll get a lot of unneeded energy. I should check out the other rooms and see if they have similar crystals, and if I can refine my chakra with their energy as well. After dinner, he went to the Earth training room. On entering, he used Earth military movement jutsu and went underground to check. As I thought. A similar crystal with dense Earth chakra is here. But, the amount of chakra seems low. It has only about 15% of the chakra as compared to what the wind chakra crystal had. He thought for a bit and concluded, makes sense I guess. There are barely any ninjas with the wind element in Konoha. While quite a few have the earth element. So this room ended up being used a lot more. He sat on the mat and spent his entire night meditating in that room. He opened his eyes at 6:30 am and sighed, I thought since I managed to increase the speed of consuming the energy of wind chakra crystal, I'd be able to do the same for the rest. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. I have to start from the beginning. Worst of all, my rate of consuming energy from earth chakra crystal is very low. I think it is just around 5 to 6% of what it was when I started with wind chakra crystal. Does this mean that the speed will depend on my affinity towards each element? It went fast for wind chakra crystal because my affinity is wind. But for earth chakra crystal, my affinity is very low. He analyzed a bit. Wait, does this mean that I can analyze my affinity to other elements depending on how quickly I can use up the energy of each crystal? Yeah, that should be the case. I should check out the other 3 rooms. After having breakfast, Fujin went to the fire training room. Here he followed all the procedures as usual. However, when he checked the fire chakra crystal, he was shocked. The fire chakra crystal has 25% more energy than the wind chakra crystal. How? Shouldn't Konoha be full of ninjas with fire affinity? Could it be that the previous fire chakra crystal got used up and they replaced it with a new one? After thinking for a bit, he nodded, yeah, that should be the case. He began meditating. He got up before lunch and analyzed, oh, my fire affinity seems to be decent. At least it's much better than Earth. The absorption speed here is at 35% compared to what I could do at the start with wind chakra crystal. After lunch, he went to the water training room. He first checked the amount of energy in the water crystal. It was around 30% of what the wind chakra crystal had. Fujin sat in meditation and meditated till 4 p.m. At 4 p.m., he got up and sweated a bit. I couldn't refine shit. I didn't manage to use up any energy at all. He sighed, does this mean that I have no talent in the water element at all? A shame. I was hoping to have a good affinity for the water element and to take over Tobirama's jutsus. After taking a small break for eating, he went to the lighting training room thinking, my main affinity is wind. So I don't really have much hope for the lightning element. Oh well, let's test it out. Chapter 91, Chapter 89, Second Nature Affinity. The lightning chakra crystal had 80% of the energy that the wind chakra crystal did. Fujin meditated for 4 hours. After waking up, he was surprised, wow! I never expected to have the highest affinity to lightning after wind. The speed was about 62 to 63% when compared to the wind at the start. To think my top 2 affinities were the 2 most rare elements in Konoha. That said, I wonder if my speed of refining my chakra with the help of this crystal will increase similar to what happened with the wind chakra crystal. He kept sitting there and thinking. After a few minutes, he concluded, lightning is a very strong element. But, how far can I take it? I'm confident that with enough time, I can master Chidori. Though I may not be able to use it while running at high speeds. But the more important question is, can I master lightning armor like Reikage? Also, how should I go about it? He could dodge freaking Amaterasu. So I don't think it's something as simple as just cloaking the body with lightning chakra armor. Also, considering that no one apart from Reikage managed to learn it, it's safe to say that it is very dangerous to learn it. He thought for a bit more, before getting up and sighing, I need to somehow check whether Konoha has any details regarding this. If not, then the only choice will be to sneak into Hidden Cloud and read or steal all their scrolls. Unfortunately, that isn't something I'd do before I become a rank S ninja myself and have excellent means of escaping. I hope the Uchiha with their Sharingans managed to copy at least some details and passed the information to the village. Would be quite a challenge otherwise. Also, considering some of the crazy plans that I made that day, I should keep my lightning element a secret. In the future, that might help more. But, if I keep it a secret, it'll be hard to get anyone's help. So what to do? He kept thinking hard while walking to the dining room. In the end, he decided, my wind element is quite strong. Lightning won't be able to match it at least until I can learn rank A jutsus. So it won't be much help for me in the short term in any case. So let's just hide it. I'll take as much help as the village can give me for my wind element. And my lightning element will be my hidden element, which I'll use when I don't want to expose my identity. I can also use it to catch the enemy by surprise and kill them if there are no witnesses. Fujin entered the dining room while still in deep thought. He grabbed a plate, served himself the food, and sat down at the table while still in his thoughts. After deciding, he was about to think more when he felt, why does it feel like dozens of eyes are staring at me? He looked around him and noticed that the 6 Kiri genins were sitting opposite him. He noticed that all 6 had dark bags under their eyes. And they all had a lot of injuries too, which were given first aid. The Chunins, who were incredibly bored over these 5 days, were paying close attention. They hoped to get some entertainment. Mieko and Hoka wondered if they could get into a fight. Fujin looked at the mist genins and said, "Hey! When did you guys pass?" All the Kiri genins were incredibly pissed at Fujin. They spent over 4 days on full alert, waiting for an ambush that never came. They barely got any sleep. Even when they slept, they were on high alert. When they arrived at the tower, the Konoha Chunins all gave them weird looks due to those huge dark bags under everyone's eyes. Yumi controlled herself and replied, "An hour ago." "You?" Fujin began eating again and replied without looking, "Oh, we passed in the first hour itself." "Asshole! Fucking bastard! Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Son of a bitch! I'm gonna beat him up!" Every single Kiri genin cursed him. Of course, they didn't say it out loud as they were surrounded by Konoha ninjas. But everyone could notice the killing intent leaking out of them. One Chunin whispered to another, "Hey, what do you think Fujin did to them that they all want to swallow him whole?" The other Chunin replied, "Who knows? But if looks could kill, Fujin would have died 1,000 deaths by now." Mieko and Hoka too wondered, why are they so pissed at Fujin and not at us? After all, we were there as well. Soon they both realized, wait. Fujin still had his clones chasing them. I completely forgot about them. Don't tell me he fought them with his clones. They looked at the Kiri genins and realized that was indeed the case. Both were incredibly annoyed, this asshole. He didn't let us fight and fought them himself. Both snorted and looked away from Fujin while pouting. Some and a few Chunins noticed this. They wondered, now even his teammates are mad at him. What did he do? Fujin ignored them all as he didn't particularly care. He was wondering how many elemental chakra crystals he should ask from Hiruzen as a reward for coming first. As for what happened in the Forest of Death, the forest became very active from day 2. Though the forest was huge, almost every team had a sensor. So they eventually end up fighting. The ones who had it the worst was the AIM team, as they didn't have any sensor. They kept getting attacked again and again, but they stubbornly managed to hold onto their scrolls. By day 3 ended, except for the Nara Yamanaka Akimika team, all other teams had fought multiple times. The Kiri teams were the unluckiest. Every time they fought, they were on high alert for an ambush. So they could never give their 100%. They still won every fight, but the opponents used to retreat every time. And whenever they tried to give chase, they would be attacked by the wild beasts from the forest, delaying them just enough to lose sight of their enemies. So they were very annoyed. On day 4, 2 scrolls were successfully seized. The Kiri team managed to defeat the Suna team and got their Heaven's Scroll. While the Nara Yamanaka Akimika team, who had healed up, sneak attacked the AIM squad and got their Earth Scroll. On day 5, the Kiri genins managed to find the AIM squad and fought them once again. They defeated the AIM team, only to discover that they didn't have scrolls. The Hyuga squad noticed this fight and waited till the Kiri genins put their guard down and attacked. Unfortunately for them, the Kiri genins were always on guard. They lost and couldn't escape this time. They accepted their loss and handed them the Earth Scroll. The Kiri genins were instructed not to kill any genins if they could avoid killing them. So they didn't kill anyone and just took their scrolls. Now, the Kiri genins had all the required scrolls and decided to head to the tower. En route, they were ambushed by the last Konoha team. The Kiri genins were very exhausted and took a beating. But they managed to escape to the tower. The last 2 teams with the scrolls will search for each other all night, but they won't see each other and only end up fighting against teams who don't have any scrolls. On the last day, when only 30 minutes were left for the exam to end, the fourth squad from Konoha noticed that 4 teams were waiting near the tower. The Nara Yamanaka Akimika lied that they didn't have any scrolls, and managed to convince others to ally. Unfortunately, the last team had fought against the Hyuga and Suna teams in the night and had no chakra to continue. They hid in the forest and gave up on the exam. So, only 3 teams passed the second round. Chapter 92, Chapter 90, Matchups. At morning 10 a.m. on the last day, Fujin, Hoka, Mieko, and the 6 Kiri Genins left the tower and focused outside the tower. They noticed that 4 teams were waiting there. The teams noticed them as well and realized that Nara Minori was speaking the truth. However, other than Nara's team, the other 3 teams were on alert to prevent one of them from suddenly running to the tower. Unfortunately, the last team never turned up, so they all were disqualified. Since no fight happened, the uninvited audience was disappointed. The Chunins asked those 4 teams to enter the tower, as they all looked exhausted and wounded. Some time later, the last team also entered the tower. Tsum gathered everyone in the large hall where the preliminaries were usually held. She announced, "The teams who passed stand here. Soon Lord Hokage will arrive, and address you." All 9 genins stood in a disciplined manner, while the remaining 15 genins stood far away. Fujin looked at them and thought, "I'm surprised that no one died. It seems like Kirinins are here to create a good relationship. So they didn't kill anyone." The Chunins stood around the hall, and some Jounin sensei began appearing. They stood along with their genin squads. The 2 Kiri Jounins also stood there. Fujin observed both of them, but couldn't recognize either of them. Soon the 3rd Hokage arrived. He was accompanied by 4 Enbu and a few Jounins including Renjiro and Genki. Renjiro smiled and nodded at his squad. He had heard that they broke the records by a huge margin. Fujin observed them. Genki is standing with all the Jounins. Did he get promoted? Or is he here just because his students are here? As for the Enbu, one looks to be Kakashi. I can't identify the rest. As Fujin was observing everyone, Hiruzen stepped in front of them. Tsum announced, "Pay attention you brats. Now, Lord Hokage will explain the details about the 3rd phase of the Chunin exam." Hiruzen stood in front of the kids and got a good look at them. "Only 3 genins from our village passed. Kiri has 6. Looks like the rebel faction really wants to create a good image. Well, I can let them win this one. So their leader will owe us one. Even if they win, considering that they are at war, they won't be able to steal Konoha's missions." After a minute he spoke, "Congrats on passing the second round." He then looked at Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko and said, "Congrats to you guys for breaking the record to become the fastest team to pass the second round." On hearing that, the genins, who failed, were shocked. After all, they were the youngest team. The Kiri genins and Jounins also looked at them. Though the Kiri genins were looking at Fujin while cursing him a few more times. However, Fujin was very excited on hearing that. "Marvelous. I didn't think he'd say this. Now I can ask it without any awkwardness. It'll feel natural too." Hiruzen continued, "Before I explain the 3rd phase, I will explain to you the true reason for these Chunin exams." He explained the details regarding how the exam is a replacement for war and why the genins need to give their best, similar to the way he did in the manga. Everyone paid attention. Fujin paid careful attention as well, however for a different reason. He was picking up points he could use later to compel Hiruzen. After Hiruzen was done speaking, Fujin sighed internally, "I barely remember any dialogues from Naruto anime or manga now. Other than the important events in every arc, I have sort of forgotten everything. Can't really help it, I guess. After all, I didn't watch Naruto for years even in my previous life." After Hiruzen was done explaining, Inoichi Yamanaka stepped forward and said, "I will be the proctor for the 3rd round. I will now explain the details. The 3rd round will be a simple tournament. The tournament will be held after 1 month, in front of many important dignitaries like Kage and daimyos. You will fight against each other alone. Your team won't be able to help you anymore. If you lose any fight, you'll be eliminated, while the winners will get to fight other winners. Hearing this, some of the genins got excited to show off their skills. Fujin looked at his teammates. Both were incredibly excited. He wondered, what's so exciting about being made to fight for the entertainment of some rich old people? On Kiri's side, Rentaro looked very excited. He looked at Fujin and thought, just win till you fight me. I'll pay you back 100 times for the 4 sleepless nights you put me through. Inoichi then picked up a box and said, everyone, pick one piece of paper each from this box. Everyone picked up one folded piece of paper. After picking up the paper, Fujin stood next to Mieko. Inoichi said, open it and tell me the numbers on your paper, starting from 1. Sakai Yumi, 1. Shiro Sora, 2. Hyuga Hoka, 3. Matsushita Satoru, 4. Kidoka Haku, 5. Uchiha Mieko, 6. Satsuma Rentaro, 7. Suzuki Fujin, 8. Yuki Shin, 9. Inoichi noted down everyone's names next to numbers and showed a chart showing the matchups. He announced, the matchups are, Sakai Yumi vs Shiro Sora, Hyuga Hoka vs Matsushita Satoru, and Kidoka Haku vs Uchiha Mieko. Since we have 9 members, the number 8 and 9 will have to fight one additional time. So, the first match of the tournament will be Suzuki Fujin vs Yuki Shin. And their winner will fight against Satsuma Rentaro. Fujin thought, one additional match shouldn't be an issue, I guess. That said, why are my matchups so freaking difficult? Ice release in the first round. Then Rentaro, who looks to be the strongest among the Kiri genins. That will be followed up by Mieko. All 3 might be tough fights. However, in the finals, I should be fighting with Hoka. That will be an easy fight if I still have chakra left by then. Others too were thinking about their matchups. Inoichi asked, any doubts? Shiro Sora asked, since this is a tournament, can only one person become a chunin? Fujin looked at him and wondered, like Hiruzen's speeches, is this question also asked every single time? Inoichi shook his head and answered, no, we will promote you to chunin depending on your performance in the fights. If you perform well, you may be promoted even if you don't win any fights. So there's a chance that every one of you gets promoted. And a chance that none of you do. Any more questions? No one raised any questions. So Fujin raised his hand and said, I have a question for Lord Hokage. Inoichi was surprised. Renjiro raised his eyebrow wondering what his student wanted to ask. While Genki was having a very bad feeling, he isn't going to. Is he? Hiruzen gave a kind smile and said, go ahead and ask Fujin. Fujin looked at Hiruzen smiling and put up a very innocent smile on his face as well. He asked very innocently, Lord Hokage, since my team broke the previous record for the second round by such a huge margin, do we get any rewards? Chapter 93, Chapter 91, Don't underestimate wild old foxes. Senju Renjiro's eyes twitched. Genki was horrified. Inoichi, Tsum, Illumi, Anbu guards, Jounin senseis, and the Chunin instructors were dumbfounded. Any rewards? Since when did Lord Hokage begin giving rewards? The genins from Kiri began wondering, genins from Konoha get rewards for such little things. Kiri genins looked at Hiruzen with longing in their eyes. Their own cage hunted them, while the cage of Konoha rewarded their own genins. They thought, the difference between the two cages like the difference between heaven and hell. While the other genins wondered, there's a reward for breaking records. Mieko and Hoka too stared at Fujin. Mieko frowned, I didn't hear Itaka getting any rewards. Humph, I'm an Uchiha, I don't need any rewards. Hiruzen too was dumbfounded. His expression didn't change, but he was left speechless for a minute. Genki yelled in his mind, even Lord Hokage is speechless. Hiruzen began remembering the scene when Fujin asked him for chakra metal swords. His eyebrows twitched. Last time he asked for chakra metal swords. What does he want this time? A house made of chakra metal. Hiruzen didn't know how close he was to guessing the truth. If he did, who knows how he would have reacted. He was about to say no when he saw the frown on Mieko, who was standing right next to Fujin. He thought, does she also expect a gift? The relationship between the village and Uchiha has been deteriorating day by day. I could use this opportunity to reward her and mend the ties a bit. If it results in the ties improving, then it'll be very good for Konoha. As Fujin expected, Hiruzen decided to reward them. He was about to reply in the affirmative when he felt a chill running down his spine. Hiruzen was a veteran of all three ninja wars. He had fought a lot on the front lines and spread terror among his enemies. However, this was a feeling he only felt when he was about to step into a trap. His eyes went back to the genin standing next to Mieko with an innocent smile and an expectant look on his face. He said, "Yes. Your team will be rewarded for breaking this record." He smiled kindly and said, "You guys will receive your rewards on the day of the tournament in front of everyone." This left everyone dumbfounded once again. Fujin too was left speechless. WTF? He will reward us? Meaning that we can't ask for any particular reward? That's bullshit. Fujin maintained his smiling face and bowed, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." However, his thoughts were the opposite. Sigh, I underestimated him. Old Fox didn't give me any opportunity to ask for any particular reward. This way he gets to improve his image while giving us something that won't cost him. He looked back up at Hiruzen and thought, monkey summon doesn't suit him. He should switch to the fox. The Chunins and Jounins were completely lost at what was happening. Genki was shocked again. He agreed to reward them. Renjiro and the rest wondered, what is happening here exactly? Itaki, who was one of those four Enbu, thought, I didn't get any reward last year. But on thinking more he realized, is Lord Hokage rewarding so that he could reward Uchiha Mieko and thaw the relations between the village and the Uchiha clan? While everyone was confused, Hiruzen looked at Inoichi. He noticed and said, since there are no more doubts, you are dismissed. Use this month to prepare properly for your fights. The Jounin sensei began taking over the genins. Renjiro approached his students and said, follow me. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko followed him. The group went to their usual training ground. On reaching there, Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, what was that? Fujin asked back, that. Renjiro squinted his eyes and said, the reward. Fujin tilted his head and replied, well, we were rewarded for ranking first in the academy. I assumed that the same would apply even this time. Lines immediately appeared on Renjiro's head. He thought, I need to educate this brat. He ignored it for now and said, congrats on making it to the third round. Though it shouldn't be a surprise, I suppose. We will now decide how to train for the next month. He looked at Mieko and Hoka and said, I had a chat with your parents. They said that they want to train you themselves for the next month. They will be taking the entire month off to train you too. Mieko and Hoka immediately got excited. Renjiro smiled on seeing their reactions. He said, train hard you too. I would love to see my students as both finalists. You can leave. They both thanked him. Before leaving, Mieko looked at Fujin and said, win your 2 matches and fight me. This time I will defeat you. Fujin grinned and said, don't worry. I'll win the whole tournament. She was annoyed at Fujin's confidence, but she grinned in response. Both Hoka and Mieko left. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, so, any plans for this month? Fujin shook his head. Renjiro smiled and asked, prepared for a month of deadly training. Fujin grinned and replied, of course. Renjiro asked, before we begin, do you have anything you want to try or any doubts? Fujin thought for a bit and said, I don't have any new ideas to try. I do have a question though. Are you aware of the training rooms on the second floor of the tower inside the Forest of Death? Renjiro thought for a bit and replied, I have never used them. But I did hear about them. What about them? Fujin answered, they have a wind training room, earth training room, and training room for other natures too. I inspected those rooms and noticed that each room has a crystal, which has dense energy belonging to that nature. Can you tell me what those crystals are? Renjiro was surprised at that question. He answered, those are elemental crystals. Known as fire crystal, wind crystal, and so on. They provide some help to increase our affinity to that nature. It's helpful if you meditate in such rooms. Unfortunately, they are very rare and costly. So it isn't that useful. Fujin thought, just increase the affinity. No, I definitely felt a minute increase in my chakra level. So why didn't he feel it? It's either that he isn't telling me the whole thing, or his rate of refining chakra was too slow and he didn't feel anything. After all, it was only when the rate of using its energy increased many folds, that I could feel it. Fujin asked, how rare and how costly are they? Renjiro chuckled and replied, only the Hokage and major clans can buy them. That's how rare they are. As for price, every piece of crystal costs millions of ryo. Fujin was shocked, millions. Renjiro laughed lightly at his student's reaction. However, he soon heard him sighing and muttering. I was planning to ask Lord Hokage for a few thousand wind crystals as the reward. Renjiro was flabbergasted on hearing that, a few thousand. He looked at Fujin and asked, do you think they grow on trees? Fujin looked back and purposefully gave a look, as if asking, they don't. Renjiro's face was full of black lines again. Chapter 94, Chapter 92, History Lesson, Elemental Crystals. Fujin asked Renjiro, where and how are those elemental crystals produced? Renjiro sighed and said, you seem to be fixated upon this. All right, I'll explain everything about it. Elemental crystals are mined from crystal veins. Hundreds of years ago, these lands were full of such veins. Actually, the way the lands were named was based on which types of veins were most abundant in those areas. For instance, the land of fire was abundant in fire crystal veins. The elemental crystals provided huge help to ninjas. So they were mined extensively. Around 100 years ago, all veins began drying up. From what I have heard, the drying of the veins caused conflicts to intensify during that period, as everyone began fighting for it. By the time the 5 great villages came into existence, all the veins had been used up and destroyed. However, even after they were destroyed, the lands still kept having more ninjas with similar affinities. Lord Second did research regarding this and concluded that the environment of Land of Fire is such that the ninjas here have a good affinity to fire manipulation. Same for the other 4 villages as well. As for the crystal veins, only one place still had some low-quality veins. That is the current Land of Iron. In order to prevent another war from happening for them, Lord First temporarily protected it. The daimyos soon reached a deal, and the Land of Iron became a neutral country without any ninjas who could use those crystal veins. Instead, the Land of Iron will mine a limited amount and sell a certain amount of it to each village. So, all the elemental crystals today are received from the Land of Iron. And it is received in very low quantities. Most of those elemental crystals are distributed among the clans. The rest is kept by the Hokage and is used to train the Anbu. Additionally, because their quality and quantity are low, they are only used alongside proper Fuinjutsu seals to be able to use 100% of those crystals. Fujin digested all this information. He analyzed, oh, guess it isn't as useful as I thought then. Without sufficient quantities, they won't be that useful. A/N, elemental crystals will play a huge role in one arc in the future, or maybe more if I get more ideas. But it won't create a huge impact on the story. I do have some good ideas with this, but if I overdo it, it might not be Naruto anymore, lol. Fujin asked, does the effect of each crystal depend on our affinity? Renjiro nodded, yes. It works best with your affinity. Did you check all 5 rooms? Fujin nodded. Renjiro replied, good. The chakra paper used to test your affinity only shows your strongest affinity unless you have an elemental Kekkei Genkai. But trying to absorb energy from elemental crystals too can tell you your affinities. What was your absorption rate for other elements compared to wind? Fujin replied, it was around 35% for fire. Around 6% for earth. And 0 for water and lightning. Renjiro appeared disappointed on hearing that. He sighed, seems like you don't have much affinity for other elements. Fujin acted disappointed and asked, what should it have been for me to have their affinity? Renjiro explained, if you have any element at 70% or above, then that can be considered as your secondary affinity. Your wind element affinity is quite strong. So most likely any element above 50% could have been considered a secondary affinity. As for tertiary affinity, it needs to be 30% or above. Your fire element qualifies for this. But I would recommend you to not waste your time on it. After all, it is extremely rare for a squad in Konoha to not have someone with fire affinity. Fujin nodded. Renjiro continued, even your earth manipulation. I would suggest you stop it after learning earth wall jutsu. Focus entirely on your wind manipulation. Make it as strong and lethal as you can. Fujin replied, yes sensei. Renjiro said, good. Now, let's get back to your training for the month. Fujin paid attention with some excitement. Training with Renjiro proved to be extremely fruitful. Renjiro chuckled and said, actually, I have nothing more to teach you. I have already taught you all the basics that I could. Rest would require hard work from you to improve further. Fujin gave his sensei a deadpan look. He asked, so what will be training for this month sensei? Renjiro smirked, we will be doing live combat practice. Fujin felt a chill down his spine on looking at his sensei's smirk. Renjiro continued, every time you spar or fight, you hide behind your clones. While that is a good strategy, and I admire the fact that you have managed to pull it off so successfully, you have missed out on an essential fighting experience that you will need in the future. So, for this entire month, we will do live combat drills. You can use your clones, but I will still attack your main body. By the time this month ends, I will let you experience everything that you would have to face during missions. Fujin nervously said, all right sensei. As soon as he said it, Renjiro attacked him with a punch. But Fujin, who was on alert due to Renjiro's smirk, flickered away in the blink of an eye. Renjiro smirked and flickered as well. The evening before the tournament, Fujin laid in the training ground, breathing heavily. If anyone were to see him, they would wonder, how many people beat him up. He was bruised all over and had completely exhausted his chakra. Renjiro walked over to him and said, ready for the tournament. Fujin looked at him while screaming internally, you know what? Fuck the child activists. Where the fuck are the human rights activists? In my previous life, if anyone leaked even a minute of my combat drills with this monster, the media would all create havoc for weeks. There might even be public protests against him. I didn't even get a break on my birthday. Bastard made me eat punches and kicks instead of cake. Unfortunately, Fujin had neither the energy nor the courage to talk back to Renjiro. Renjiro chuckled, lifted Fujin, and put him on his shoulder. He said, well, you can't fight in this state. Let's get you to the hospital to fix you up. Fujin didn't reply or struggle. In the last month, he was carried in this manner to the hospital 11 times. He had received all sorts of weird looks. Any sense of embarrassment was long dead and buried. On reaching the hospital, the medic nin healed him as usual and asked him to sleep in the hospital. While going to sleep, Fujin thought, no wonder all adults in this village are so shameless. It seems that they all had their sense of shame beaten out of them. Chapter 95, Chapter 93, Gambling. The next morning, Fujin woke up early. He ate a few ration bars and did some light exercises before heading to the stadium where the tournament would be held. When he neared the stadium, he could hear multiple announcements being made over the loudspeaker. There were a lot of stalls outside the stadium. The area was very crowded. Fujin thought, it's almost like a fair. This world barely has any good means of entertainment. So I suppose the Chunin exams are the biggest entertainment for normal people. No wonder it's so crowded and noisy. On entering the stadium, a guard informed him where the participants had to gather. Fujin went there and saw that all the remaining genins were already there. He walked towards Mieko and Hoka. Hey! Both greeted him while smirking. Hoka asked, so, how was your training? Fujin sighed and was about to answer, but Mieko spoke first, no need to tell. We already know. Everyone was talking about a certain someone being carried to the hospital daily. Both Hoka and Mieko began laughing. Fujin gave them a deadpan look. He muttered lightly but loud enough for them both to hear, at least I was defeated by a Jounin instead of a fellow genin teammate. This interrupted their laugh. Hoka replied, last time you caught me by surprise. That will never happen again. Mieko snorted and said, humph, I was injured by Hoka and you took advantage. This time you will have to fight more opponents first. I'll send you back to the hospital on Sensei's shoulder. Fujin smirked and was about to reply when Inoichi called them and asked them to assemble at the center of the ground. Announcements were made to introduce all 9 genins to the audience. While the announcements were made, Fujin noticed where Hiruzen was sitting. There were a few Anbu around him. But there wasn't any other cage. Fujin analyzed, no genin from Suna qualified. So no wonder their cage didn't show up. And while Kiri genins did qualify, they don't represent the 4th Mizu cage. I thought Mei might come, but it looks like either she's busy, or Hiruzen refused to host her publicly before she wins. Next, he checked out the important officials who were sitting with a few daimyos. He didn't notice anyone interesting there. Lastly, he looked at a spot where a lot of familiar faces were. He noticed Ibiki, Genma, and Rado sitting next to each other, with some papers in front of them, and wondered, are they the judges for the tournament? He recalled his discussion with Renjiro earlier. A week ago, in the training ground. Fujin was resting having just fought Renjiro. Renjiro was sitting nearby as well. Fujin asked, who decides the Chunin promotions sensei? Will it be just the proctor for the 3rd round, or do others also have a say? Renjiro answered, there will be a panel of judges who will evaluate your performances during the tournament. Their decision is the most critical for getting promoted. The proctors of the 3 phases will also submit reports of their evaluation. Promotions will be based on these evaluations. Their evaluations are sent to the Chunin exam supervisor, who makes the decision and sends it to the Hokage for approval. Fujin asked, Chunin exam supervisor? Who is that? Renjiro nodded, he is the one who makes decisions regarding the Chunin exams. The current Chunin exam supervisor is a retired elite Jounin. He is a few years older than the Sunins. Fujin thought and said, okay. But don't the Jounin instructors or anyone else get a say? Renjiro answered, the Jounin instructors can make recommendations. But it is very rare as the genins are their own students and it could be seen as favoritism. As for others, there are a few who can make recommendations such as the Jounin commander, Anbu commander, village elders, and clan heads. But again, it's very rare. They get more involved during the Jounin promotions. Fujin nodded, that makes sense. But sensei, you said that we have thousands of Chunins. But don't only a few genins get promoted every year? While asking, Fujin wondered, it makes no sense for Chunin exams to be the only form of promotion. I wonder what other ways are to be promoted. Renjiro looked deeply at Fujin before answering, as the Hokage said, the Chunin exams are more about showing your skills, talent, and potential to the daimyos and other important people. Promoting the genins isn't the main focus. If you observed, you would have noticed that all Konoha genins participating were 15 years or younger. Fujin thought for a bit and said, "Yeah, I don't remember seeing any older genin from our village." Renjiro continued, "Genins above the age of 15 are promoted when they are deemed capable enough to be promoted without any exam. So there are around 100 genins promoted every year. Even more during the war. But, genins who get promoted outside the Chunin exams have a harder time becoming jounin. Very few manage to become jounin." Fujin digested the information and nodded while wondering, wasn't Kabuto much older during the Chunin exams? Did Konoha relax the restrictions later? His thoughts were interrupted by Renjiro, who said, "Enough rest, let's continue." Fujin got up and prepared himself for another round of beating. Back to the present. Fujin noticed that Renjiro, Genki, and a few dozen more jounins and chunins were sitting behind the judges. Mieko and Hoka looked for their parents in the crowd. Apparently, some of their classmates also came to watch the tournament. None of the genins were paying much attention to the announcements. However, one announcement suddenly attracted their attention. The announcer said, "To make this tournament more exciting, the Gato company has set up a gambling center for the tournament. The odds are Uchiha Mieko, 1.2. Satsuma Renjiro, 1.4. Hyuga Hoka, 1.5. Sakai Yumi, 1.8. Yuki Shin, 1.8. Suzuki Fujin, 4. Matsushita Satoru, 5. Shiro Sora, 5. Kido Kahaku, 9. Those who are still left to place your bets, you can do so within the next 15 minutes before the matches begin." Fujin was surprised, seriously. Gambling so openly? And Gato company? His eyes wandered towards Hiruzen and the place where the daimyos were sitting. How much of a cut do these guys get for letting someone like Gato do this? He analyzed the odds. Mieko and Hoka come from strong clans. So this ain't a surprise. As for Kiri, it looks like they want to advertise their strength. Rentaro and Yuki Shin I can understand, but why are the odds for Yumi so high? Anyways, I have around 800,000 ryo with me. Should I bet all on myself? I'm confident that I am the strongest, but my fights are the toughest too. I'll have to face Yuki and Rentaro, who would be fresh. Then Mieko, who would only have had one easy fight. For the last, I thought it'd be Hoka, but looks like he may have one tough fight against Yumi. While Fujin was analyzing, Mieko couldn't hide her smirk due to having the highest odds. The other genins looked at her and realized that she would be the strongest opponent. Inoichi said, "All announcements are over. Go wait in the waiting room. Fujin, Shin, your matches will begin in 15 minutes. The genins begin walking towards the waiting room. Fujin, after thinking for a bit, concluded, while 800,000 ryo is a decent amount of money, it is nowhere enough for me to buy some of the stuff that I want. So better to just gamble. I'll gamble 600,000 ryo. 200,000 ryo is sufficient for my normal needs. And even if I lose, earning that 600,000 back shouldn't be a big deal. That said, the gambling is held by Gato. So he should be very rich. Killing him won't be a good decision, but I should plunder him in the future. Since he operates illegally, I might get some good stuff from him. Not to mention a lot of ryo as well." After deciding, he said softly, "I'll meet you guys in the waiting room." He flickered. The genins wondered where he went. Fujin flickered in the place where the bets were being taken. Surprisingly, the crowd here was very low, so few people. Wait, the announcements implied that many already placed their bets. So only the ones who didn't know yet are placing their bets now. Fujin withdrew 600,000 ryo from his scroll and went ahead. The bookie was surprised at seeing a participant here. He greeted Fujin, "Hello Fujin-kun. How may I help you?" Fujin replied, "I want to place bets." He put 600,000 ryo in front of him and said, 600,000 ryo on myself. The bookie sneered internally on hearing that Fujin wanted to bet on himself. This orphan civilian ninja wants to bet on himself. The only reason why his odds weren't the lowest is that he broke the record in the second round thanks to his two teammates. However, he was shocked when he saw 600,000 ryo being placed in front of him. He thought, are the genins so rich in Konoha? He immediately took the cash and handed Fujin 6 silver tickets with his name on them. Every silver ticket denoted 100,000 ryo. Fujin checked it and left. After he left, that bookie began laughing. He just donated 600,000 ryo to us. Haha. Fujin entered and waited in the waiting room. This room gave the best view of the ground below. It will help the genins observe others properly. After a few minutes, an announcement was made calling Fujin and Shin down. Hoka and Mieko said good luck to Fujin, while the Kiri genins wished Shin good luck. Fujin and Shin jumped down to the ground and walked towards Inoichi. Inoichi asked them both to take positions. Fujin and Shin stood face to face 5 meters apart. Fujin thought, ice release. This will be a tough fight. Shin thought, this guy is very fast. And his sword is very strong. I shouldn't give him a chance to use his sword at all. Inoichi announced loudly, now the first fight starts. Begin. Chapter 96, Chapter 94, The Opening Fight. As soon as he said it, Shin grabbed his shurikens. However, even before he could throw them, a wind explosion jutsu was coming at him. He immediately ran backwards and to the right, dodging the explosion. Fujin noticed him moving and thought, too slow. He flickered to where Shin was dodging and threw 2 wind explosion spheres at him. Shin was moving towards the wind explosion spheres when he noticed them. He tried dodging again, but the spheres exploded. He avoided most of the winds, but a few still hit him. A few cuts appeared on his left hand and leg. The crowd didn't expect the fight to be so intense from the start. They began cheering loudly. Fujin was planning to keep his attack going, when he noticed that Shin made a few hand signs and his chakra suddenly spiked. Which jutsu? Oh well, let's test him out. Fujin created a big wind explosion jutsu and threw it at him. If Shin was using a jutsu that needed some time to launch, this could defeat him. However, huge ice spikes immediately began appearing around him. Some were big enough to be called spears. Shin yelled, "Ice hell!" Immediately, all ice spikes got launched at a very fast speed. Some pierced through the wind explosion sphere, dispersing it. Shin smirked when he saw the shock on Fujin's face. At the next moment, 4 spikes hit Fujin. Shin was about to celebrate when Fujin dispersed into the winds. He was shocked. Wind clone. When? The reason Fujin made a giant wind explosion sphere was so that he could hide behind it. When Shin couldn't see him, he created a wind clone and escaped underground. Before Shin could figure out when Fujin created a wind clone, he felt something under him. He immediately jumped backwards. Just after he jumped, Fujin's hands popped out of the ground trying to catch his legs. Fujin came out of the ground as Shin landed at some distance. Fujin smiled and said, "That was a strong jutsu. I am impressed." Shin was breathing heavily. This was a rank B jutsu from his clan. It used more than half of his chakra. When Fujin exited the ground, Mieko and Hoka suddenly snorted. Yumi became worried. The crowd was shocked at this jutsu. Most hadn't ever seen any ice jutsu. The ice spikes were embedded into the stadium walls. The civilians, and even some ninjas, breathed in relief that the spikes weren't aimed higher. Hiruzen wondered, should I arrange for barriers? Genins aren't supposed to use B-rank jutsus. Fujin didn't allow Shin to catch his breath, and once again began attacking with wind explosion jutsus from a close distance. Shin dodged desperately while using water wall jutsu to defend himself and attempting to create some distance from Fujin. Such an exchange went on for the next 4 to 5 minutes. Shin had even more wounds and was breathing even more heavily. Finally, he managed to get away from Fujin. He made a few quick hand signs. Fujin too created a few hand signs. 2 wind wolves appeared next to him and charged at Shin. Fujin waited, to see what jutsu Shin was about to use. Ice Dragon Jutsu. Soon, an ice dragon started forming in front of Shin. It began to move towards the wind wolves and Fujin. Fujin thought, Ice Dragon. Looks cool. But he looks to be devoid of chakra. Fujin controlled the wolves to move away from the dragon and then attack Shin from opposite directions. Shin ignored them and kept his focus on Fujin. Suddenly, Ice Dragon's speed increased and it rushed towards Fujin. At the same time, Shin dropped to his knees, as he was very exhausted. Fujin made a hand sign, spinning shield of wind. As the ice dragon reached Fujin, it opened its jaws, showing its massive fangs. It looked as if it wanted to bite him to death. However, a circular shield, having a radius of 3 meters and a thickness of half a meter formed in front of Fujin. It was formed of wind and spinning at a high speed. The ice dragon clashed with the shield and was stopped. It kept pushing against the wind shield. At the same time, the 2 wind wolves were running towards Shin. Shin thought, just a little bit more, and I'll break his shield. The ice dragon pushed halfway into the shield. The wolves were still around 20 meters from him. The crowds were tense. Shiro Sora said excitedly in the waiting room, Shin will win. The other Kiri Genins, except Yumi, were happy as well. Hoka and Mieko, on the other hand, were just annoyed. Yumi said, no, he has lost. This shocked the 4 Kiri Genins, who didn't understand what she meant. They looked at Shin and Fujin. When the wolves were around 10 meters from Shin, the ice dragon broke the wind shield. Shim smiled. The ice dragon hit Fujin, scoring a direct hit. He was frozen solid. Shin was surprised that Konoha's proctor didn't save him. At that instant, Inoichi appeared in front of Shin, and dispersed the 2 wind wolves who were about to bite him to death. Inoichi looked at Shin and announced, winner of this round, Suzuki Fujin. He will advance to the next round. Shin was shocked. So was the crowd. They thought, didn't he win? Shin immediately protested, why? Wasn't he hit first? You should have helped him instead of me. Inoichi sighed at his ignorance. He pointed with his thumb where the ice dragon had exploded. Shin followed his thumb to see. He saw a block of ice, but no Fujin inside it. He was shocked, where is he? As soon as he asked, he heard, yo, looking for me. He quickly turned his head left and saw Fujin standing some distance away, waving his hand. He was dumbfounded, but how? I saw you get frozen. Fujin just smiled and left without replying. Almost everyone in the audience was confused. Even among the ninjas, a few were clueless. The Kiri Genins didn't understand what was happening either. They looked towards Yumi. She explained, when he was underground, he made a shadow clone. The Kiri Genins were stunned. She continued, the remaining fight was fought by his shadow clone. He stayed hidden underground. The clone was dispelled after it got frozen in ice. And his main body exited the ground when you guys were distracted by Inoichi. The Kiri Genins were left tongue-tied. After some time, Satoru managed to exclaim, so Shin lost to a mere clone. Yumi looked at Rentaro and said, don't underestimate him. He might not have any Kekkei Genkai, but his chakra is larger than yours. He didn't even lose 10% of his chakra in this fight. And he is tactically sound as well. Be on your guard. Rentaro nodded with a grim expression. The experienced ninjas who were watching this fight were very impressed. Tsum, who was sitting in the stadium with her kids, thought, very good. Even someone like me didn't notice that he was just a clone. Kaiba kept bugging her by asking how Fujin won, so she explained it to him. Hana also listened attentively. The judges also analyzed the fight. Ibiki said, impressive. He relied majorly on a rank D jutsu to force his opponent into using 2 rank B jutsus and exhaust his chakra. Genma nodded and said, yes, and his speed and precision are also very good. His opponent was forced into desperation multiple times. Rado added, while his strategy was good, the fact that he can perform the shadow clone jutsu is also impressive. Ibiki replied, yes, and he is also very good at using it. His shadow clone can be very useful for information gathering in missions. Also, he can use jutsus of 2 elements. Rado smiled and said, and he could perform the wind explosion jutsu without any hand seals. Genma said, I think he is ready to be promoted to Chunin. He is strong and good at tactics. All that remains to be seen is how he leads. Rado said, what are your thoughts about his opponent? Though he lost, his ice hell jutsu was very strong. If used in the middle of a battlefield, it will cause a lot of damage. Ibiki had a different opinion. He said, no, he didn't show much control over it and used it in every direction. So it will hit both enemies and allies. Genma said, hard to say. His teammates can take cover in advance. That said, despite his jutsu being strong, he wasted it along with his chakra. I don't think he is ready to be promoted. They kept discussing the fight and the pros and cons of both the genins. Hiruzen was also impressed with how easily Fujin won. Good win. He is a promising seedling. However, he suddenly had another thought, if he wins this tournament, will he ask me for another reward? I still owe him 2 rewards. He sighed and thought, I should have made Homura pay for the rewards for making this suggestion. Chapter 97, Chapter 95, A Hyuga who doesn't use gentle fist? Fujin walked up the stairs, as many looked at him in awe and confusion. Fujin thought, well, that went well. He pretty much lost it by exhausting his chakra by using 2 rank B jutsus. My clone could have easily dodged the ice dragon too. But seeing how exhausted he was, there was no need to. After all, that blue-eyed girl should have noticed me. So if I won with even my clone still fine, then my opponent would be extremely careful. After entering the waiting room, Fujin sat next to Hoka and Mieko. Yumi and Sora were soon called and they went down. Inoichi soon announced, the second battle starts now. Begin. Sora immediately ran behind, while Yumi started with water shuriken jutsu. He created a water wall to block her jutsu while retreating into the woods thinking, I can't fight her in open fields. She is too dangerous. Yumi followed him into the woods. They began fighting in the woods. Sora used the trees as a shield and cover to attack her, but Yumi managed to defend and counterattack every time. They maintained this deadlock for around 10 minutes. Fujin wondered, while he does fight well in the woods, he has no advantage. So why was he so quick in entering the woods? After 10 minutes, Yumi finally managed to land a lethal hit. Her water bullet left a deep cut on Sora's thigh. The wound made it harder for him to move. Yumi looked at him and said, you are wounded, you can't fight anymore. Sora gritted his teeth. Yumi glared at him and said, give up, or it will be very painful for you. Color drained off his face on hearing that. He gave up. Inoichi announced, second match winner is Sakai Yumi. Fujin observed the fight carefully and thought, why was he so afraid? He looked at Hoka and concluded, I wonder how her fight with Hoka will go. Hoka got up. Fujin said, good luck Hoka. Win quickly. Mieko also wished him luck. Before Satoru left, Kahaku reminded him once again to not get close to the Hyuga. While the next candidates were arriving on the ground, the judges discussed again. Ibiki commented, both were good. However, Sora seemed to be afraid of her. Rado agreed, yes. And he seemed too impatient to run into the woods. As if he didn't want to fight her in the open at all. Genma didn't comment and just made some notes. Hoka and Satoru arrived on the ground. Inoichi announced, the third match starts now. Begin. Satoru immediately moved backwards while making hand signs. Hoka followed and made a few hand signs too. Water Shuriken Jutsu. Stone Shuriken Jutsu. Both launched their jutsus simultaneously. Fujin and Mieko were surprised. Hoka started with ninjutsu. Really? Some water and stone shurikens clashed. The stone shurikens went through the water shurikens dispersing them, but their momentum decreased. Hoka and Satoru dodged the remaining shurikens. Hoka immediately began closing distance, while Satoru once again moved back while making hand signs. Hoka sighed and made a hand sign too. Mieko commented, "It looks like a game of tag." Fujin chuckled. Water Jet Jutsu. Rock Shield Jutsu. The water jet hit the rock shield but it couldn't damage it. Water just bounced back from the rock. Satoru frowned. He made a few more hand signs. Water Clone Jutsu. 3 water clones appeared, and they began running towards the rock shield. Satoru wondered, why is he hiding behind the rock instead of chasing me? At that instant, he suddenly felt a pain in his left foot. He immediately jumped and looked down. Multiple rock thorns had appeared under him, almost looking like a bed. 2 of those thorns hit his foot, one of them making him bleed. Suddenly, the rock thorns launched themselves into the air at him. He panicked and immediately made hand signs to create a water wall below him. But a few rock thorns hit him before the water wall was formed. Even after it was formed, a few still made it through and hit him. He slowly fell down out of the way of the rock thorns. On landing, he winced. 8 rock thorns had stabbed him. None were lethal, but they hurt a lot. His water clones were confused about what to do. However, they decided to attack Hoka. However, on reaching, they noticed that Hoka wasn't behind the rock. As soon as Satoru landed, 2 hands popped out of the ground and grabbed his legs. Headhunter Jutsu. Immediately, he was buried underground, while Hoka appeared above the ground. Satoru yelled very loudly. As he was being pulled underground, the thorns on him hit the ground. 3 of those horns couldn't go underground with him, which resulted in huge cuts before they were pushed out of his body. The pain made him lose control over his water clones and they turned into water. Hoka was about to place 2 fingers in front of Satoru's forehead and ask him to quit. However, the yell filled with agony made him stop. Inoichi immediately appeared and helped Satoru out of the ground. He had 3 6-inch long cuts. 1 on his chest, 1 near his abdomen, and 1 on his back. And there were still 5 more rock thorns embedded in him. Medics quickly rushed to the ground and took him away. Inoichi announced, "Third match winner is Hyuga Hoka." The crowd, which was shocked by Satoru's yells, began cheering once again. Yumi and Kahaku watched with grim faces. They looked at Hoka and thought, he used the rock shield jutsu to block Satoru's line of sight and went underground. From there, he used 2 jutsus to sneak attack and then dealt the final blow. During the second phase, he barely used any ninjutsu. We underestimated him. Fujin analyzed, damn, never expected him to win with ninjutsu. Stone Shuriken Jutsu, Rock Shield Jutsu, Rock Thorn Bed Jutsu, Rock Thorn Launch Jutsu and Headhunter Jutsu. Winning against him might not be that easy anymore. That said, his speed of using jutsu isn't as fast as mine or Mieko's. He just used the fact that the opponent was distracted by having to maintain a distance from him. The judges also analyzed. Ibiki said, very good performance. He won very quickly without wasting much chakra. Genma chuckled, how long has it been since we saw a Hyuga fighting without using gentle fist? Rado said, he seems ready to be promoted to Chunin. As for Satoru, he isn't ready. Both Ibiki and Genma nodded. Hoka's parents were proud of their son for winning so quickly. His father said, finally I managed to get him to use ninjutsu. Hoka's mother nodded. She knew how difficult it was for him. Mieko stood up. Fujin looked at her and said, good luck. She nodded and went to the ground. Kahaku followed her while muttering to herself, "Don't look into her eyes." They both reached the center of the ground and faced each other. However, Kahaku never once looked at Mieko's face. Inoichi announced, "The fourth match starts now. Begin." Chapter 98, Chapter 96, Pay to Win Ninja. Mieko immediately activated her Sharingan and threw a few shurikens. However, at the same time, Kahaku threw a kunao with an explosion tag. Both Mieko and Kahaku moved backwards rapidly. Mieko frowned. She immediately ran around the smoke and ran towards her opponent. Having created distance, Kahaku immediately made a few hand signs. Hidden Mist Jutsu. As Mieko moved forward, she noticed the mist thickening. She immediately made a few hand signs. Fireball Jutsu. A fireball headed towards Kahaku, but she used water wall jutsu to block it. The fire ended up evaporating a lot of the water, making the mist even denser. Soon, Kahaku disappeared from her sight. Mieko frowned again. Her Sharingan couldn't see through the mist at all. She moved away from the area where the mist was the thickest while thinking, "TCH, I could really use a combination attack here." The mist covered half of the ground, including the woods, while Mieko stayed away and thought about her next move. The judges were impressed by this move. Genma remarked, "Impressive." She made all preparations needed to deal with the Sharingan. Mieko will have a tough time fighting in the mist. The mist continued expanding. Mieko took out a scroll from her waist bag. She opened it and made a hand sign. Dozens of kunao with exploding tags attached began appearing from the scroll. She grabbed each and threw them all in the area where the mist was. Over 100 exploding tags exploded inside the mist, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The two mist jounin were shocked, "So wasteful. Give us those if you are wasting 100 on merely a chunin exam." Fujin was stunned. Did she just use up over 75,000 ryo? Spoiled brat. Mieko's parents got weird looks as well, but they ignored it. The explosions dispersed the mist. While it did create another smokescreen, Mieko's Sharingan could see in it. Kido Kahaku couldn't see Mieko throwing the explosion tags. She was dumbfounded when one explosion after another began happening inside the mist. 2 tags exploded close to her. One of them caused a few burns to her left forearm as she wasn't fast enough to get away. The explosions also left her ears ringing. Mieko immediately moved through the smoke towards her opponent. Kahaku still hadn't recovered from the shock or the pain. On reaching her, she quickly made a few hand signs and used fireball jutsu from around 20 meters in front of her. Kahaku couldn't see or hear Mieko, but she felt something coming at her. She immediately made a few hand signs. While making the hand signs, she finally saw the fireball moving rapidly towards her. As soon as the water wall began forming, she moved backwards. The firewall hit the water wall and exploded. The thin film of water wasn't enough to block the explosion. While moving backward, she heard something and looked to her right. A few shurikens were flying at her. After using fireball jutsu, Mieko flickered to Kahaku's right side. The only way to dodge the shurikens was to jump, and Kahaku jumped intending to get on the branch of the tree behind her. Due to her jump, she barely managed to dodge the shuriken. However, she saw Mieko suddenly clenching her fist and pulling it back. Her eyes widened. Some of the shurikens were tied to metal wire. When Mieko pulled her hand back, those shurikens were pulled back. 2 wires wrapped around Kahaku's left leg, stopping her jump and making her fall down suddenly. Kahaku was about to fall on her face. She raised her hands in front of her by reflex, to soften the impact of the fall. However, at the last moment, Mieko pulled the wire towards herself. Due to this, Kahaku fell on both her hands and face and was dragged for a meter on the ground. It took her a couple of seconds to get up. Unfortunately, that was enough time for Mieko to step on her back and hold a kunao against her throat. She said, "You have lost. Give up." Kahaku unwillingly said, "I surrender." Inoichi announced, "The fourth match winner is Uchiha Mieko." The spectators cheered loudly. Mieko smirked and left. The Kiri Jounins frowned. They had lost all 3 fights against Konoha Genins. The only winner they had from Kiri was Yumi, who fought against another Kiri Genin. One of the Jounin assured the other, "Don't worry. Rentaro and Yumi should win the next matches. Then the Uchiha girl will have to fight them both to win the tournament." The other Jounin nodded. Ibiki sighed, "I thought we would get to see the hidden mist assassination technique today." Genma chuckled, "At least she won." Rado nodded, "All of Renjiro's students are strong. The Chunin exam just seems to be a formality for them." Genma noted, that Kiri Kunoichi is good too. She came up with a good tactic to implement against the Sharingan. Ibiki rebuked him, unfortunately, she had no response to her counter. While the counter was overwhelming, such incidents often happen during missions. If she gets overwhelmed, then both she and her team will be dead. Neither Rado nor Genma countered him. In the waiting room, Hoka said, "She is as overbearing as usual." Fujin nodded, "The ground is a mess. Should be helpful for your earth jutsus though." Hoka grinned and nodded. Rentaro looked at Fujin and got up. Fujin too stood up. Hoka seriously said, "Be careful, he looks strong." Fujin smirked and replied, "Don't worry, I'll win just as always." While Fujin said it softly, it was loud enough to be heard by everyone in the waiting room. Rentaro immediately lost his cool. He yelled, "Bastard, I'll beat you up." Fujin just smirked and ignored him thinking, "Kids, so easy to rile up." He jumped down to the ground. Rentaro followed him. Seeing them heading to the ground, Genma commented, "This should be interesting. Among the 9 Genins, their chakra reserves are the highest." Rado nodded, after hearing Tsume's praises for him, "I wonder how strong he is." After taking their positions, Inoichi announced, "The last quarter-final starts now, begin." Chapter 99, Chapter 97, Wind vs Water. Immediately, Fujin threw a wind explosion jutsu at Rentaro. Rentaro muttered, "So predictable." He threw a kunao with an explosion tag attached. Both Rentaro and Fujin retreated. The explosion tag exploded, dispersing the wind explosion jutsu. While retreating, Rentaro released a massive amount of chakra. He made a few hand signs, water dragon jutsu. He expected Fujin to attack, but there was no attack. He wondered, what is he doing? The water dragon formed while the smoke screen by the explosion dispersed. However, Rentaro could no longer see Fujin. He got worried, did this bastard escape into the ground? He immediately looked in the waiting room at Yumi. As soon as Yumi noticed him looking at her, she looked at the woods. Rentaro followed her eyes and looked at the woods. He noticed Fujin standing casually on one of the branches. Before the match began, Rentaro had requested Yumi to communicate to him where Fujin was if he hid underground or created a lot of clones. Yumi had agreed. Rentaro scowled, "When did this bastard run over there? It's fucking 100 meters away. I thought I was the one who needed to keep my distance from his sword. So why is he the one creating distance instead?" As soon as Fujin sensed Rentaro building up his chakra, Fujin flickered into the woods behind him. He looked at the water dragon, HOH, 10 meters long water dragon. Pretty impressive size for a water dragon jutsu. Looks like he poured 5% of his chakra into it. I kinda hoped he put more due to being riled up. Rentaro controlled the water dragon to fly towards Fujin. Its size began shrinking due to having to move such a long distance. Fujin raised his right hand and began making a giant wind explosion sphere. He smirked, "Oh well, time to rile him even more. Hopefully, he'll use an even bigger jutsu." He threw the giant wind explosion sphere at the water dragon's mouth. It exploded on impact, and the winds generated were enough to neutralize the jutsu. Ibiki smiled on seeing this, impressive. Neutralizing a rank B jutsu with a rank D jutsu, while disturbing his opponent's mental state. As Ibiki said, Rentaro looked very annoyed. Immediately, a massive chakra could be sensed from him by even ordinary people. Hoka and Mieko activated their digitsus to watch Rentaro. Fujin smirked, hee. Just as I thought. However, unlike what Fujin and most others thought, Rentaro hadn't lost his reasoning. He analyzed, I practiced the whole month on how to engage you from a distance. Since you have voluntarily created distance, I don't have to worry about your sword. Rentaro made a few hand signs. Water release, raging river flood jutsu. A massive amount of water appeared in front of him, rising to 20 meters in the air. All the Konoha ninjas were shocked. Genma commented, that's a rank A jutsus. Is he just a genin? Fujin was surprised as well. He wondered, who exactly is this guy? Did Kisame have a son? The water moved towards Fujin at a rapid speed. Anyone who saw it would feel like a tsunami is approaching. The wave was around 15 meters in height, and it was wide enough to cover all the trees inside the arena. 4 kunao appeared in Fujin's hands. At the same time, he began building up chakra. He threw the 4 kunao at equal distances from each other. They hit the wave 5 meters from the ground and exploded. The explosions broke the momentum of the wave. But it still kept approaching Fujin. Fujin made a hand sign while pretending that he needed to make a hand sign. Wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. Fujin supercharged his jutsu with 3% of his maximum chakra. It created massive and incredibly strong winds. They halted the wave and even reversed its flow to an extent. The winds also carried some water into the stands, providing most of the audience with a free cold water bath. Some of the audience got very annoyed and began yelling, while the rest were yelling in excitement about seeing such huge jutsus. Most of the chunins and jounins from Konoha were left tongue-tied at how such a massive jutsu was used and how easily it was defended against. Renjiro smiled on seeing Fujin's performance. Rentaro, who was moving through the water intending to catch Fujin by surprise, suddenly stopped. He was shocked. I expected that the jutsu wouldn't harm him, but I never even considered that he would put a stop to it. The water didn't make it into those trees at all. Rentaro stayed in the water until the winds died down. He was frowning and calculating how to attack further. He had used up over a third of his chakra but didn't manage to even touch his opponent. While thinking, he was on high alert in case Fujin tried any sneak attack. Fujin noticed Rentaro moving ahead through the water. His chakra was very easy to notice. He focused on his location thinking, attacking him with all the water around him will be difficult. But his momentum has been destroyed. Should I attack and build my momentum? Or should I just waste time and wait for his chakra to run out? Fujin thought while he waited for his attack to die down. Perhaps, if it was before he spent the month doing combat drills with Renjiro, Fujin would have chosen the latter without giving it much thought. However, Renjiro had successfully managed to change the way Fujin thought and fought over the month. He couldn't change his careful nature, but Fujin now had learnt many ways to attack while still ensuring safety. More importantly, his confidence was built by fighting against an elite jounin for a month. Fujin made a hand sign and began supercharging his jutsu. As soon as the winds began dying down, Fujin flickered. He appeared 10 meters above Rentaro. Water in this area was up to 4 meters above the ground level. Rentaro was in the center of it. Renjiro smiled when he saw Fujin pressing on his attack. As soon as Fujin flickered over his head, Rentaro noticed. He also saw the hand sign Fujin had made. He yelled, "Crap!" Fujin instantly breathed out an even stronger great breakthrough jutsu. Rentaro waved his arms. The water around him gathered on top of him, acting as a shield. His thoughts ran as quickly as lightning, I can't dodge this. If I leave the protection of water, I'll be taking the full force of this attack. The winds easily broke into the water. The majority of the water began flying away. Inoichi, who was observing, suddenly got alert. He yelled, "Fujin, hold back!" He made hand signs while moving ahead. However, he was too slow. The supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu hit Rentaro head-on. He quickly made a hand sign just before the jutsu hit him. The crowd watched in horror as Rentaro was split into many small pieces. Many yelled in terror. Some vomited, while a few even lost consciousness. Fujin's eyes widened as well. Chapter 100, Chapter 98, Anticlimactic. Due to using such a powerful jutsu, Fujin flew backwards, in the air, for a few minutes. From this view, he got a perfect view of what was happening. He saw as the wind cut Rentaro into pieces with ease. Fujin's eyes widened before sensing something was wrong. There's no blood. And the winds cut through him a bit too easily. As if there was no solid obstruction at all. Was it a water clone? But when did he make one? The judges and many ninjas were shocked as well. Fujin flickering and using such a strong jutsu so quickly wasn't something a genin should be able to do. In fact, even among chunins, only a few could replicate this. As everyone was thinking, Rentaro's body pieces dissolved into water. Fujin was continuously sensing chakra as he was thinking. He suddenly realized, the chakra was distributed among his body pieces. And now all that chakra is in the water that he dissolved into. What jutsu is this? Fujin created some distance as he was thinking. The crowd calmed down on seeing the body waters transform into water. Suddenly, the water began gathering together, and Rentaro's body began forming. Fujin squinted his eyes and threw an explosion tag attached to a kunai right at the center. He and many ninjas realized, hydrification technique of the Hojiki clan. The Kiri Jounins breathed in relief on seeing Rentaro use this jutsu in the nick of time. Fujin wondered, isn't this the Kekii Genkai of the Hojiki clan? How did he get it? Was someone from his family from the Hojiki clan or is he using a fake family name? A/N, it's not a Kekii Genkai. It's a secret technique of the Hojiki clan. Similar to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. That said, Kabuto did use Suijutsu cells or DNA to get access to this technique. So it is sort of in a gray area. Genma noted, first an ice Kekii Genkai. Now the hydrification secret jutsu. The Kiri Genins are strong. Rado agreed and pointed out, yes, but Fujin is very strong too. He forced him into using it. Ibiki observed Rentaro putting his body together and stated, he isn't proficient with this jutsu. The body is reforming too slowly. The Kiri Genins got excited about seeing Rentaro use this jutsu. Sora said excitedly, in this form Rentaro is invincible. That Konoha Genin will lose badly. Mieko and Hoka also observed this carefully. Especially Mieko, who might have to fight him if Fujin loses. As Rentaro's body was reforming, the explosion tag reached it and exploded, dispersing the water again. However, soon it began reforming once again. Fujin grabbed another kunai with an explosion tag and wondered, isn't his speed too slow? If I recall correctly, Suijutsu was able to liquefy some parts of his body and not be helpless unless a lightning jutsu was used. He threw the kunai, and it dispersed once again. The process was repeated 3 more times. The ninjas, who knew about the hydrification technique and were excited to see it in action, were dumbfounded. Especially the Kiri Jounins and Genins. They saw one of their strongest secret jutsu be dismantled by cheap explosion tags. Of course, if Rentaro was stronger or had better control over this secret technique, then the hydrification technique wouldn't be neutralized so easily. However, this fact didn't reduce their humiliation. Mieko looked at Sora and asked, is this what you call invincible in your village? Sora's face went red with shame. He wanted to rebuke, but no words left his mouth. Fujin threw the 7th explosion tag. At that time, Rentaro's Jounin sensei jumped into the arena. Fujin noticed his chakra and immediately flickered into the woods. The Kiri Jounin appeared in front of Rentaro and deflected the kunai. He said, we give up this fight. The ninjas looked at the arena with disappointment. Inoichi announced the result of the match. Ibiki sighed, first hidden mist assassination technique and now hydrification technique. Both were dismantled through explosion tags. What a disappointment! Rado nodded and said, yes. We need to ban the use of explosion tags. Especially in the finals. Genma agreed, while it's true that they are one of the ninja's important tools, this is just disappointing. Fujin and Mieko would never think that their fights would result in explosion tags getting banned from the final tournament. Rentero's body finally managed to reform without any further disturbance. As soon as it reformed, he fell unconscious. His sensei immediately grabbed him, preventing the fall. Soon, his clothes were dyed red with his blood. The medical ninja quickly moved and treated him. Fujin saw and wondered, can someone using hydrification techniques can still be harmed with explosion tags? Or is it just because he is a noob at this technique? The Kiri-jounin sighed looking at his student. The hydrification technique puts a huge strain on his chakra. Despite his huge chakra, he can only maintain it for a short while. If this had continued, he might have died due to chakra exhaustion. The medics healed Rentero in the arena, before carrying him away. The wounds on him weren't an issue as they healed easily. The main issue was chakra exhaustion. Fujin left the arena thinking, well, this was anticlimactic. He trapped himself by using a jutsu he couldn't use properly. I was expecting a close fight. Fujin's sentiment was shared by all the jounins and most chunins in the seating area. The end to the fight was just too anticlimactic. Genma looked at Fujin and commented, he is getting promoted to chunin. Ibiki and Rado nodded. Though his opponent gave him a couple of openings, Fujin grabbed them both and took full advantage of them. His performance was very good. While Fujin was walking up the stairs, two shady-looking men in black suits blocked his path. Fujin looked at them. One of the men said in a deep voice, you have to lose the next match to Uchiha Mieko. Fujin's eyes twitched. He asked, I do? Why? At the same time, he wondered, do these jokers threaten genins every tournament? He replied, our boss has made huge bets on the Uchiha kid. If you win, he will lose all his money. So you have to give up the fight, or we will make you regret it. Fujin ignored the threat and asked, how much money did your boss bet? The two men were shocked by the question. They had done this a few times, but for the first time, they were asked such a question. The second man asked, why do you want to know? Fujin gave him a deadpan look and said, you two don't even know what your boss has bet, and still came here to threaten me. Hearing Fujin's tone angered them. But they controlled it as Fujin seemed reasonable. The first man replied, he bet 20 million ryo on the Uchiha girl. Fujin thought for a moment and said, I see. He looked at them and said, give me 4 million ryo and I'll give up the fight. This left them both tongue-tied. Both cursed him. The second man said, asshole. You think a brat like you can take money from us? Fujin replied in a neutral voice, if I win, your boss would lose 20 million ryo. I'm not even asking for half. Do you think your boss will let you go if I win? This pushed them over the line. Both immediately grabbed their kunao and threatened Fujin. If you don't agree, then we will make you incapable of fighting in the tournament. We were ninjas in the land of grass. A brat like you is easy prey for us. Fujin sighed and said, all right, I'll give up the fight. This made them relax. They put their kunaos back while smirking and saying, finally you realize your PLA. However, at that instant, wines flew. Both the men had their throats cut. Many cuts appeared on their bodies. They dropped their kunao. They were about to scream when Fujin grabbed their faces and slammed their head on the stairs. They both lost consciousness. Fujin bent down and began checking their clothes while muttering, how do idiots like them exist? Didn't they see my 2 matches? He grabbed both their wallets. There were 80,000 ryo in them. There were also a couple of scrolls on them. He took them all and put them into his own scrolls. Fujin left the stairs and looked around. He noticed an Uchiha police officer and an Anbu in the stand. He thought, so whom to report to? After a few seconds, he decided to report to the Anbu, analyzing, those two attacked me so that Mieko would win. While I don't think they would go easy on them for that reason, it is a possibility. If he has Sharingans, then he could make them spill all the beans, and if they tell about how much money they had, it's possible that the Uchiha might ask me about it. As for the Anbu, I doubt they would be so focused on what they had and instead focus more on the act. Even if they do, it'll be a long time. And those thugs would assume that the Anbu confiscated their belongings. Having decided, Fujin flickered in front of him. The Anbu ninja was surprised to see Fujin. Fujin waved his hands and said, "Hello Anbu-san. A couple of former ninjas from the land of grass attacked me on the stairs and were injured. Can you check on them and take the necessary actions?" The Anbu ninja was surprised. He asked, "Why did they attack you?" Fujin replied, "Not sure, but they were talking about their boss placing some bets." The Anbu ninja understood and nodded. He said, "Good work. I'll apprehend them." He flickered. He would arrest those two, and send them to the TNI department to torture them till they confessed who their boss was. Once they confessed, they were tortured even more for their crime. Their boss was arrested as well and all his businesses were seized by Konoha. Fujin, unaware of the tragedy his self-defense caused, went back into the waiting room. There was a half an hour's break before the semifinals began. Hoka, Fujin, and Mieko meditated. Yumi was a bit tense. She thought, we started this tournament with 6 Kiri ninjas and only 3 from Konoha. Now all 5 from our village except Main have lost. Chapter 101, Chapter 99, The Fourth Kekii Genkai. After the break, Hoka and Yumi were called down. Both took their stances. Hoka activated his Byakugan, while Yumi's eyes began glowing. Having seen all her comrades getting hit by sneak attacks, she would focus her chakra in her eyes and see chakra in the entire fight. The Kiri Jounins watched nervously. If they lost even this fight, then they would have lost all the fights against Konoha. It would be a huge blow to their reputation. Inoichi announced, "The first semi-final starts now, begin." As soon as he announced, Hoka rushed forward while making hand signs. Yumi retreated while making hand signs as well. Stone Shuriken Jutsu. Water Wall Jutsu. The stone shurikens were blocked by the water wall. As soon as the stone shuriken jutsu ended, Yumi made a few more hand signs. The water wall transformed into water shurikens and rained at Hoka's position. Hoka made a hand seal and slammed his hands on the ground. Rock Shield Jutsu. The rock shield blocked all the water shurikens heading towards him. While the rock shield was blocking, Hoka went underground to sneak attack Yumi. However, with his Byakugan, he saw that Yumi was staring at his exact position underground. He frowned, "I won't be able to sneak attack her if her eyes keep seeing my chakra." After a moment of hesitation, Hoka decided to attack. He made a few hand signs. Rockthorn Bed Jutsu. Yumi, having seen him underground, was on guard. She quickly moved away. Using Rockthorn Launch Jutsu would be pointless. So Hoka used more Rockthorn Bed Jutsus. He used them 12 times consecutively. And even used Rockthorn Launch Jutsu once to block her retreat. Seeing her dodging without being able to counterattack, Hoka smirked. "Great, 2 more and she will be in range." Yumi, while dodging consistently thought, "He is trying to get me closer to his position. He must be planning to use Hyagate Jutsu on me." Hoka used Rockthorn Bed Jutsu once again, but Yumi dodged in a manner that he didn't predict. He frowned and used 3 more, and finally had Yumi where he wanted. He grinned and came out of the underground. He was just a few meters from her. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. At the same time, Yumi made a few quick hand signs. Hoka saw them but still proceeded. He released some chakra from his right palm thinking, I'll block her water jutsu with my right hand and keep attacking her. Unfortunately, his plans were made on the wrong assumption. Having prepared her jutsu, Yumi blew out steam towards Hoka. Steam release, scalding hot steam. Hot steam appeared in front of Hoka and enveloped him. His right palm was protected by chakra. But the rest of his arm, and soon his body came in contact with very hot steam. His entire body was scalded. Even his eyes were hurt. Hoka yelled in pain, causing him to stop his attack. However, he gritted his teeth and fought through the pain to move forward and attack her. However, he saw a Kunao with an explosion tag heading towards him. Yumi snorted internally and commented, we may be at war, but you are not the only ones with explosion tags. The steam release once again surprised the audience. Fujin and Mieko were surprised too. Fujin wondered, steam release? Is she related to Mei somehow? He looked at Hoka and thought, Hoka will have it tough. With the steam release, she can ensure that Hoka won't be able to fight in close range at all. And he can't sneak attack her thanks to her eyes. So it'll be a long-range ninjutsu fight, and ninjutsu isn't Hoka's strength despite the improvements. Hoka quickly moved sideways and barely escaped the explosion. However, the explosion tossed dust into his burned body, causing him even more pain. As soon as he moved, Yumi appeared next to him and blew more hot steam on him. Hoka flickered backwards while making a hand sign. He slammed his hand on the ground. All the rock thorns in the area get launched. Most are launched in the air, but a few get launched on Yumi. She quickly made hand signs, water armor jutsu. Water armor appeared around her, which blocked all the rock thorns heading towards her. Hoka waited for the jutsu to end, and flickered behind her as soon as the last rock thorn hit her armor. He placed a hand on her water armor and released chakra through his palm. A hole appeared in the armor. He attempted to use gentle fist through that hole, but Yumi just abandoned the water armor and moved in the opposite direction. Hoka followed her, but she once again blew hot steam on him. Having expected it, he moved away. But the steam still burned him more. Both finally moved away from each other, observing their opponent. Yumi stood still. Her breathing was slightly heavy but steady. She was entirely focused on Hoka, keeping an eye for any tricks he might pull. Hoka, on the other hand, was breathing very heavily. His chakra was almost empty due to having used so many jutsus. He had mild burns all over his body, making movement increasingly difficult. Fujin looked at Yumi, she's strong. I underestimated her. Luckily her steam release won't be effective against me. Ibiki commented, Hoka fought well. Unfortunately, his opponent is doing well to keep him away. Genma agreed, his rock thorn trap was good. Forced his opponent who kept running away in close combat. If not for the steam release, he could have won. Rado stated, his opponent is very good too. Be it the previous, or this battle. She is very calm and stable. She will be a reliable team leader. Ibiki and Genma both agreed. Yumi's performance wasn't flashy like Mieko, Fujin, Hoka, Rentaro, or Shin, but it was very stable and level-headed. Hoka thought, I have just one more chance. Then I won't have chakra even for gentle fist. He flickered towards Yumi. Yumi responded by releasing steam in front of her. However, Hoka flickered to spot 5 meters in front of Yumi, instead of next to her. Instead of running at her, he made a few hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Stone Spear Jutsu. As soon as Hoka slammed his hands on the ground, Yumi moved backwards. A few stone spears appeared from the ground. However, she had already moved from the range. Hoka used this time to flicker twice. He arrived right next to her, surprising Yumi. He gathered all his remaining chakra in his right hand and attacked her, planning to knock her out in one blow. However, Yumi blocked his forearm, not allowing the attack to hit her. She followed it with a kick to Hoka's stomach, sending him flying back for a dozen meters. Hoka rolled on the ground for a few meters and fell unconscious. The chakra exhaustion and burns meant that he couldn't stay conscious any longer. Inoichi announced, "Winner of the first semi-final is Sakai Yumi." Medics quickly came and took Hoka for treatment. The crowd cheered due to how intense this fight was. But the cheering was less as the winner wasn't from Konoha. There were also many sighing in the crowd, as they had bet on Hoka. Yumi walked towards the waiting room while breathing slightly heavily. He was strong. "I used up more than half my chakra in the fight. I won't be able to use my steam release a lot in the finals. I hope Mieko and Fujin exhaust each other, otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage." Chapter 102, Chapter 100, Lightning Explosion Rain Barrage. After Hoka was taken away, Mieko and Fujin looked at each other. Mieko warned, "Fujin, if you keep hiding behind your clones, I'll blow up the whole arena to make you fight me." Fujin chucked and replied, "Good luck with that." Mieko was annoyed but didn't retort anymore. They both entered the arena and stood opposite each other. Fujin didn't look at Mieko's face for obvious reasons. While waiting for Inoichi to announce, Fujin calculated, the half-hour break was good. The last two fights cost me around 28% of my chakra. I recovered my chakra up to 80%. As for Mieko, though she had only one fight, she did use quite a few fireballs. So even she only has around 80% of chakra left even after the break. As for Yumi, her reserves dropped to less than 40%. So unless Mai and Mieko's fight goes on for hours, she won't recover much. Considering that my maximum reserves are more than double of these two, I should be fine as long as I end this fight with over 30% of my chakra still remaining. As he was calculating, Inoichi announced, "The second semi-final starts now, begin." As usual, Fujin began the fight with a wind explosion jutsu thrown at the very instant Inoichi announced the start of the fight. Expecting it, Mieko flickered to get out of the way. And then flickered again to attack Fujin. Instead of engaging her, Fujin flickered into the woods. Mieko followed him. Fujin kept flickering among the woods to create distance from Mieko, while Mieko kept following him with her Sharingan. So both just kept flickering. The stadium was very confused and awed. Soon after Inoichi announced the match, they saw Fujin throwing a wind sphere that exploded. And at the same time, both Mieko and Fujin disappeared. Rado exclaimed, "So fast!" Many Chunins in the audience were having difficulties keeping a track of Fujin and Mieko. After flickering a dozen times, Fujin thought, her flickering speed has improved. Not enough to match me though. I guess she can barely keep a track of me due to her Sharingan. Mieko frowned, is he planning to exhaust my chakra by making me flicker so many times? Fujin indeed had that thought, should I just keep flickering until she runs out of chakra? I'm better than her at using body flicker, meaning that I need less chakra. And despite having to fight twice, my chakra reserve is still higher than hers. So I should have enough chakra left for the final. That said, I don't think she'll act that dumb. After analyzing, Fujin concluded that Mieko won't keep chasing him for long. So instead of giving her the initiative, Fujin decided to change tactics. He smirked, let's try that tactic. I could sense that even Renjiro was annoyed by it. Knowing Mieko, she'll be fuming in no time. Haha. He created a wind clone while flickering. The wind clone stayed in his position and prepared two wind explosion jutsus. As soon as Mieko appeared, he threw them at her. Mieko scowled as she dodged. She threw a few shurikens at the clone. The clone noticed wires attached to the shurikens. He smirked and flickered away. Mieko scowled even more, this bastard is infuriating me even more. She ignored the clone and flickered towards Fujin. However, this time she was blocked by 4 wind clones. All 4 clones surrounded her and threw wind explosion jutsus on her. She dodged them, but still got a few small cuts. She tried attacking them, but they flickered away as well. She was about to curse Fujin and begin the chase once more when one clone ran diagonally in front of her and tossed another wind explosion jutsu on her. She dodged and made hand signs. Fireball jutsu. However, she looked dumbfounded as her fireball jutsu hit nothing but trees. The clone was long gone. Fujin, who was on the other side of the mini forest, smirked, "Hee hee, I'll show you how annoying hit and run tactics can be. I developed this tactic while fighting Renjiro to get some respite from non-stop beatings. Granted, the principle is based on the guerrilla warfare and hit and run tactics by mobile army units from my previous life, but that tactic combined with ninja speed and accuracy can be so deadly and annoying." For the next couple of minutes, Mieko was continuously harassed by Fujin's wind clones. Forget Fujin, she couldn't even chase his wind clones. Nor could she use any big jutsu, as every time she built up her chakra, the clones would interrupt her. And this was achieved with just 7 clones. Fujin observed Mieko from a long distance, while constantly disrupting his chakra, in case Mieko had learnt any non-Sharingan-based genjutsu. Mieko now had multiple cuts on her body, though none were fatal. Fujin thought, she looks completely annoyed now. I wonder what she will do when her fuse finally short-circuits. Mieko, who had enough of Fujin's tricks, yelled, "Fujin! Fight me like a man! Stop hiding behind your clones and show some guts!" Fujin was amused. So were the judges. Ibiki commented, "While she is strong enough to be a chunin, her maturity leaves a lot to be desired." Genma chuckled and replied, "True. But the tactic she is facing seems to have deliberately been made to annoy her." Seeing Fujin ignore her pissed Mieko even further. She yelled, "Asshole! I warned you!" As she yelled, she took out a scroll. Fujin and his clones got on guard. Her last scroll had more than 100 explosion tags. What does she have now? She opened the scroll and laid it on the ground. She began building up her chakra. At that instant, 2 wind clones appeared. Mieko quickly grabbed 2 kunao with explosion tags. I knew it. However, instead of throwing wind explosion jutsu on her, both clones made a hand sign. Great breakthrough jutsu! Mieko immediately realized that this was bad. She flickered out of the woods into the open arena. As soon as she was out, she could see her previous position being ravaged by strong winds. She was about to use the scroll when she noticed something. Fujin was building up his chakra. When Fujin saw Mieko leaving the forest, he was already building his chakra up. He analyzed, should I hit her with a big one too? No, she'll escape underground and all I'll get is some time. I need to learn stone spear jutsu and learn to hit underground enemies with it from a long distance. He still kept building his chakra up to counter what she was planning. Mieko began exerting a lot of chakra. The spectators could see blue chakra flowing around her. A couple of Fujin's clones flickered close to her as well. But they noticed that Mieko's scroll had blood on it. Fujin's clones thought, why is there blood on the scroll? Wait, did she put it there when flickering? And, what exactly is in that scroll that she needs to use her blood and so much chakra? Mieko ignored Fujin's clones and slammed her right hand on the scroll, sending her chakra into it. Fujin, who was observing from the woods, was shocked. Her chakra dropped by more than half. The clones ignored her actions and launched wind explosion jutsus on her, but she threw the kunaos with explosion tags at them to disperse the jutsu. While this exchange took place, Fujin, his clones that were in the woods, the judges and the spectators were all shocked. There were 250 kunaos with explosion tags summoned above the arena. And they all seemed to have electricity flowing through them. Hiruzen's eye twitched, the lighting explosion rain barrage jutsu of Uchiha clan. Do they need to use it in the Chunin exam? Fujin was shocked, what the heck is this? And why do those kunao look like they have been charged with lightning chakra? Mieko doesn't have an affinity to lightning nature. Mieko quickly made a few hand signs while dodging Fujin's clones. Lightning explosion rain barrage jutsu. Expecting the kunais to rain down on him, Fujin looked up and made a hand sign. Great breakthrough jutsu. This jutsu was supercharged with 10% of his chakra. Very strong winds were generated. At the same time, the kunais began raining down at a very fast speed. Many kunai were knocked off course slightly. But many managed to pierce into the great breakthrough jutsu and maintain their course. Fujin had expected it. So he had already created a hand sign and went underground. As soon as Fujin went underground, 3 wind clones appeared above him. They all made a hand sign. Spinning shield of wind jutsu. A triple-layered defense with spinning shield of wind jutsu appeared above them. Meanwhile, Fujin kept going underground, to a depth of 50 meters. The kunais rained down on the arena. Fujin's wind clones, who were engaging Mieko, couldn't dodge and were hit by the explosions. They were dispelled. The remaining 3 clones managed to block a dozen kunais before one managed to pierce through their triple-layered defense and exploded. All 3 were dispelled. However, they had done their job by ensuring that no kunai went underground. The other parts of the arena didn't have any protection. So the kunais kept falling. Since they were charged with lightning, they managed to pierce a few meters into the ground, before exploding. When the barrage had ended, the entire ground of the arena was overturned. Not a single tree remained. Dust covered the entire arena. Chapter 103, Chapter 101, yet another win. The civilian spectators were shocked. They looked in fear and awe. Terror can be seen on their faces. The daimyos were shocked too. Their faces were pale on imagining being on the receiving end of this jutsu. Some of the new ninjas were shocked as well. But the ones who had fought in the Third Great Ninja War weren't shocked by the jutsu. However, they were surprised to see a 10-year-old genin be able to do this jutsu. Yumi and a couple of mist genins in the waiting room were shocked. They looked at the arena with horror on their faces. They quickly thanked whichever gods they prayed to for not being on the receiving end of this jutsu. Fujin noticed the destruction and thought, oh, it's not that bad. Those lightning-charged kunais kinda freaked me out. I thought they would pierce deep into the ground, making even the underground unsafe. I suppose someone charged the kunais with lightning release and sealed them up. And Mieko only summoned and used them. Tisk, the Uchiha clan is crazy rich. Spending over 300,000 ryo on a pointless Chunin exam match. As the attack was over, he left the underground and returned to the surface. Mieko was breathing very heavily. The jutsu had dropped her chakra to under 20%. She noticed Fujin leaving the underground and grinned, let's see where you hide now. She flickered under the cover of dust and used fireball jutsu. Fujin sensed her coming and flickered to dodge the jutsu. The crowd, which was still in shock, was again surprised by another explosion sound. Soon, sounds of kunai clashing could be heard in the arena. But due to the dust, they couldn't see what exactly was happening. Only the Sharingan and Byakugan wielders were able to see what was happening. Inoichi was concerned as he couldn't see exactly what was happening. In the arena, after dodging her fireball, Fujin created a shadow clone to confront Mieko. His clone took the lead in engaging her, while he provided support. Mieko was breathing very heavily due to chakra exhaustion. Fujin's clone sighed and said while clashing with Mieko with kunai, you barely have 10% of your chakra left. Just give up. Even if you somehow win, you can't fight in the final. Mieko scowled and yelled, as if I'll give up without engaging your main body at all. While she yelled arrogantly, she was hoping, just one look in the eye and I can turn this around. Fujin knew that she was still banking on her Sharingan Genjutsu. His clone replied, give up trying to cast Sharingan Genjutsu on me. I'll never fall for it. Not to mention, I still haven't drawn my sword. If I use it, you won't last a second. Mieko frowned upon hearing that. The scene of Fujin swinging his sword and slaughtering 2 waves of bandits was still fresh in her mind. However, she concluded, he won't use his sword here. It's too lethal. Otherwise, he would have already used it. She snorted and kept attacking. Fujin and his clone sighed, realizing that she didn't take the bluff. Her analysis was on point. Fujin had no way to ensure that she wouldn't die if he used his sword. He then looked at Mieko and decided, oh well, time to get rough. He immediately built his chakra up. Unlike Mieko, Fujin still had more than half his chakra. Mieko immediately became alert when she saw Fujin build his chakra. She wanted to attack him, but his clone blocked her. Suddenly, after blocking her, Fujin's clone grabbed her right arm. Mieko tried to break free, but all her attacks were blocked perfectly by Fujin's clone. At that moment, Fujin appeared behind his clone. Great breakthrough jutsu! Mieko's eyes widened as she realized that Fujin was hitting both his clone and her. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to do anything. Fujin's clone was dispelled immediately. The jutsu hit Mieko with full force. She was sent flying into the arena's wall. She crashed into the wall and fell unconscious. Fujin's jutsu also cleared the dust off the arena. Unfortunately for the spectators, a lot of dust was sent into the sitting area. Many immediately began coughing and covering their eyes, nose, and mouth. A few ninjas knowing wind jutsu stood up and began clearing the dust from the sitting area. While the dust was being cleared, medical nins appeared and took Mieko away. Inoichi waited for the dust to clear and then announced, winner of the second semi-final is Suzuki Fujin. The crowd cheered a bit. The cheering was dulled due to a couple of reasons. For starters, the crowd was very annoyed with the dust storm they just had to suffer. And most of the crowd had placed their bets on Mieko. Fujin left the arena and went into the waiting room. As he entered, Yumi looked at him with a complicated expression. She thought, his opponent was so strong, and yet he won with such ease. Even I would have probably lost against the Uchiha girl. Even the fights against Rentaro and Shin would have been challenging for me. Yet, not only did he win all 3 fights, he did it without taking any wounds. And he still has enough chakra to match me at my full strength. She sighed, realizing that the final was a lost cause. Unlike the other genins fighting there, she was being raised to become a capable team leader. While she still had her pride, she could analyze and come to proper conclusions as compared to her peers. Just like Yumi, experienced ninjas in the crowd also took note of Fujin. Hiruzen smiled, brilliant. Renjiro wasn't mistaken. And he fought without using his sword or the Senju Taijutsu style. Ignoring those 2 skills and chakra reserves, he isn't much stronger than Mieko. But the result he produced due to his tactics is remarkable. If he becomes an elite jounin, Konoha will gain another capable ninja. The judges were impressed as well. Genma commented, despite the destruction, Fujin won with rather ease. He knows when to retreat and attack. His usage of clones is very impressive as well. Rado nodded, in all 3 fights, Fujin has tactically outplayed his opponents. Though Mieko is strong as well, she lacks in this department. Ibiki added, yes. But it's likely that a lot of what Mieko said was just her trying to make things easier for her. After all, for those with Sharingan, one look is enough to decide the battle. Unfortunately for her, Fujin has very good self-control to not respond to any taunting and to not drop his guard even when winning. So despite lightning explosion barrage rain jutsu, she never got any opportunity to suppress Fujin. The judges discussed the fight more. The finals would happen after half an hour. So some of the spectators began cleaning themselves up, crowding the public bathrooms. The break was an opportunity for stall owners to sell their merchandise or food items. Unfortunately, those items now had a lot of dust on them. So quite a lot of merchandise and food was spoiled. Only packaged items or the ones kept in airtight containers were safe. So Mieko and Fujin were cursed secretly by all the stall owners. During the break, a few ninjas used earth release jutsus to fix the ground. Making the genins fight in a completely ruined arena would put Konoha in a bad light. More importantly, knowing Fujin's great breakthrough jutsu, they expected him to just launch the soil into the stands. After half an hour, Fujin and Yumi were called down to the arena. Chapter 104, Chapter 102, The Most Epic Battle Ever. The crowds cheered loudly. The semifinals were thrilling. They expected even more from the finals. The ninjas, however, didn't expect much. They expected both the genins to have less than half chakra. It would be unlikely for Yumi to surprise them anymore, while Fujin hadn't used anything fancy. Renjiro and Hiruzen, who knew Fujin's abilities, knew that there wouldn't be any suspense in this fight. Fujin and Yumi looked at each other. Yumi's eyes were blue and glowing, while Fujin's eyes were as black as the darkest night. Inoichi announced, "The final starts now, begin." Expecting Fujin to start with wind explosion jutsu, Yumi moved backwards while making a few hand signs. However, Fujin didn't start with it. He flickered while making a hand sign. Yumi was surprised. Fujin appeared behind her. Great breakthrough jutsu. Water wall jutsu. Mieko recognized the seal and quickly created her water wall. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, it had no chance against it. The water did reduce its speed, but Yumi was hit by the jutsu. She was hurled backwards flying. While landing, she dug a kunao into the ground to stabilize herself. Just when she had managed to stabilize, a kunao appeared in front of her. Yumi's eyes widened when she noticed the explosion tag attached to the kunao. She immediately jumped to her left. Fujin noticed her dodge and flickered into his jutsu. Yumi didn't expect Fujin to enter into the dangerous winds that he had created. She was distracted by the explosion tag and had her eye off Fujin for a few seconds. Fujin used those few seconds to attack. He suddenly flickered in front of her and attacked her with his kunao. Yumi was taken by surprise. She had no time to perform a jutsu. She raised her kunao to block him while trying to move away. Their kunaos clashed. And Fujin's kunao cut through hers with ease. Yumi had expected it and was already moving backwards. However, Fujin took a step forward as well and placed the kunao on her neck. The wind chakra around the kunao created a small cut on her neck. He looked into her eyes and said, "Give up." Unlike Mieko, Yumi had no confidence that Fujin wouldn't kill her. The fight had just begun and she was completely dominated. She didn't even have a chance to use any jutsu other than one barely formed water wall jutsu. Fujin noticed that Yumi was thinking hard and pushed his kunao forward slightly. Yumi gritted her teeth and said, "I give up." Fujin stopped flowing chakra through his kunao and withdrew it and walked away. Inoichi was surprised at how quickly the fight ended. It didn't even last a couple of minutes. He announced loudly, "The winner of the Chunin exam is Suzuki Fujin." Renjiro chuckled at the announcement. The civilian audience was dumbfounded. As soon as Inoichi had announced the start of the fight, a strong wind flew through the arena. Inside the winds, they heard an explosion. And that was it. Even before the winds died down, Inoichi had announced the result. They didn't even get to see any fight. They felt cheated. A/N, apologies for the chapter name. Couldn't resist, LOL. The ninjas too were surprised at how quickly the fight ended. And how one-sided it was. Genma commented, "Well, that was quick." Ibiki nodded, "Yes. That was quick and efficient. If this was an actual battlefield, he would have killed her with ease." Fujin noticed the crowd's discontent. He thought, if this was my previous world, I have no doubt that they would have thrown plastic bottles and trash into the arena. Hiruzen sighed, noticing the crowd's discontent. An announcement was made by the announcer, declaring Fujin to be the winner of the final round of the Chunin exam. Soon after, Hiruzen stood up and announced, "Last year, the record for the second phase of the Chunin exam was broken. A squad from Konoha managed to pass it in 5 hours and 30 minutes. However, that record was broken by the genin squad consisting of Suzuki Fujin, Uchiha Mieko, and Hyuga Hoka. They completed the second exam in just 47 minutes. The crowd was surprised to learn that and cheered loudly. The daimyos also paid attention to this announcement. After all, it signified that the younger generation of Konoha held promise. Hiruzen continued, as a reward for such an amazing performance, Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka will be taught one jutsu each by me. That announcement shocked a lot of the ninjas for multiple reasons. For one, Hiruzen hadn't taught anyone for a long time. Secondly, he was known as the professor. It signified the tremendous amount of knowledge he possessed on jutsu. And lastly, his dominance in the first and second ninja wars earned him the moniker of God of Shinobi. To be taught by him would be a great honor for any ninja. However, unlike the shocked ninjas, Fujin's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. He scoffed, "What a cheapskate! This way he doesn't have to spend anything at all. And he gets to take a break from his boring paperwork under the pretense of teaching us." Fujin bowed as a sign of gratitude. However, while bowing, he realized yet another aspect. Wait. It's not just that. He just announced our achievements. And he announced attackers as well. This wasn't aimed at the crowds, rather was aimed at the daimyos. This way, he will get more money and missions from them. Damn! I thought I'd swindle a good reward from him. Instead, he has exploited us while giving token rewards. Fujin was shocked at how well Hiruzen had played. He got money, better missions, a break from paperwork and improved his reputation without making any efforts at all. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at the shocked and amazed expressions of the crowd. The effect was exactly as he imagined. However, he would never know that the 11-year-old genin bowing to him had analyzed all details of his small scheme. Though, even if he did, Hiruzen would not react much and would give the boy to Shikaku to further improve his analyzing skills. A ninja who could see through schemes was always very handy to have. A ninja who could see through schemes and set up counter schemes to gain the advantage of the schemes cooked up by others is even more valuable. After Hiruzen's speech, an announcement was made, bringing an end to the Chunin exams. The crowd began dispersing. Chapter 105, Chapter 103, Rip Gato. After the announcement, the crowd dispersed. Only a few who had bet on Fujin went to the spot where payouts were made. Fujin too flickered to that spot so as to not be stuck in any long lines. Fujin assumed he'd be the first one there, but he was wrong. Another person had flickered there before him. Fujin's eyes twitched. He said, "Hello sensei." Renjiro chuckled and replied, "Hello Fujin. Congrats on winning the tournament." Fujin nodded while thinking, "What a teacher." Renjiro asked, "Would you like to go first?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No, you can go first sensei." He thought, "Let me see how much money you are making." Renjiro chuckled, guessing Fujin's thoughts, and walked to the counter. The bookie looked at the teacher-student duo. At that time, 2 Anbu ninjas flickered in. Renjiro didn't pay attention and placed 30 golden tickets with Fujin's name on them on the table. Fujin's eyes popped out on seeing that. He thought, "He's fucking rich. I should ask him for the rewards instead of Hiruzen. Wait, I should ask for my share." The bookie was also frightened. 30 gold tickets meant that he would have to pay out 120 million ryo. He looked at Renjiro, who just maintained a smile. However, the bookie felt as if he was looking at a demon. The bookie thought, the total bets that were placed in the auction was just 110 million ryo. The payout to him alone would put us at a loss of 10 million ryo. He wondered if he could avoid paying the money. But he shook his head thinking, Konoha would skin me alive. They would likely uproot Gato's entire business too. We have no choice. He gritted his teeth and paid Renjiro 120 million ryo. Anyone who held gambling was required to hold 150 million ryo extra in case they incurred a loss. So he could still make the payment. Renjiro smiled and sealed the suitcases containing money in a scroll. Fujin looked at his sensei checking all the money and storing it. He wondered, do all senjo love to bet? He sighed and went forward. For some reason, the joy of winning money had diminished a lot. He put forth 6 silver tickets on the table. The bookie smiled bitterly. He now knew that both of them were aware of how strong Fujin was. This decision to host the gamble was a huge mistake. The bookie paid Fujin 2.4 million ryo. Fujin checked and stored them away. By now, a few others had arrived. They were shocked to see that Fujin had bet on himself. Some were impressed by his self-confidence. Renjiro smiled on seeing his student earning some money as well. He put his hand on Fujin's shoulder and said, "Watch. It will be entertaining." Fujin immediately looked at the 2 Anbu ninjas. One of them went ahead, and placed 20 golden tickets on the table. The bookie's face became blue. He screamed in his mind, almost half the bets were placed on him. Fucking Konoha scums! He began shaking in anger. However, the Anbu showed no reaction. The bookie gritted his teeth and handed him 80 million ryo. Fujin watched with his eyes widened. He looked at the second Anbu and thought, don't tell me. The second Anbu stepped forward and placed another 20 golden tickets on the table. The bookie was shocked at Konoha's shamelessness. Fujin too was dumbfounded, what the fuck? I know Hiruzen is shameless, but to this extent. The bookie began thinking, over 70 million ryo were bet on him. Why weren't we informed? What the fuck was the guy who was accepting the bets doing? He immediately began cursing him. Unfortunately for him, that bookie was placed under a subtle genjutsu by an Anbu, making him forget to report the bets placed. The bookie gritted his teeth and said, I don't have enough money to give you the payouts. The Anbu looked into his eyes and asked, how much time do you need to arrange it? The bookie gritted his teeth even harder and said, we will need 7 days. The Anbu nodded and said, all right. Settle the payments of everyone else first. Then arrange for my payouts. You are not allowed to leave Konoha until you pay me 80 million ryo. The bookie nodded with a pale face. He was well aware of the consequences of trying to run away. The other people began redeeming their tickets. Renjiro said, follow me. Both Fujin and Renjiro began walking towards the room where Hoka and Mieko were resting. Renjiro said, what are your thoughts on what happened? Fujin replied in a deadpan tone, the older you get, the greedier you become. Renjiro almost lost his footing on hearing that. Before he could reply, Fujin sighed and muttered, I wonder if Lord Hokage could arrange me a few dozen wind crystals with the money he got from betting on me. After saying that, he stared at Renjiro, reminding him of the money he won as well. Renjiro ignored his words and his stare and asked, anything else you noticed? Fujin replied, did they piss off the Hokage somehow? Renjiro nodded, the Gato company engages in a lot of illegal activities. Many common people have suffered due to them. This act was to give them a blow. And remind them to stay within their boundaries. Fujin thought for a bit and nodded, not bad. Not only was the Gato company made to pay, but Konoha also earned a fortune. That said, looking at this in another way, Gato seized money from common people forcefully and Konoha seized that money from Gato. So indirectly, Konoha seized the money from the common people without the protection of a strong village. The true losers are the common people. In order to compensate for this loss, Gato will steal more from common people, and perhaps sometime in the future, some other huge force will take the money from him. No wonder a scum like him can spread his influence so easily and not lose his life. The strong countries just don't care about it. After all, they too get a good share of his steal. Sigh. No matter which world, the weak and helpless ones always suffer. Renjiro noticed Fujin suddenly quieting down. He wondered what Fujin was thinking about. Suddenly, Fujin had a thought. He asked, Sensei, if I had lost, would you guys have just let all the money go to the Gato company? Renjiro looked at Fujin, who looked back at his sensei. Renjiro didn't answer, but just smirked. Fujin's sweat dropped looking at his smirk. He decided, these guys are the worst schemers. In the future, if I ever had to make a move against Hiruzen or Konoha, I should take care to never ever expose my identity. Who knows which scheme they might cook to make me suffer a huge loss. They reached the medical room in the arena in silence and checked up on Mieko and Hoka. Mieko had a lot of cuts while Hoka had mild burns all over his body. Both also suffered from chakra exhaustion. Though they were healed, the medical nins advised them to stay in the hospital for a couple of days. Renjiro informed them about the reward and neither of them was thrilled by it. Renjiro advised them to rest. Both Fujin and Renjiro left, leaving them with their family. After leaving, Fujin looked at the sky and thought, the Chunin exam finally ended. Soon I'll be a Chunin. 6 years of work to go from a nobody to a Chunin. How long would it take to reach S rank from here? A/N, finally Fujin will become Chunin. Didn't think I'd need 103 chapters just to promote Fujin to Chunin. The next few chapters will focus on Hokage's reward. And then this fanfic will open up. I'm planning a lot of arcs to happen between now and when the canon timeline starts. However, I will have to think up all details regarding these arcs as there is no canon reference. So I might need small breaks in between the arcs to come up with good plots and gather all the required details for them. So the updates might be a bit slow. Please let me know what your thoughts are on every arc. Feedback helps. So does criticism. Once I catch up with the canon timeline, the writing speed should increase considerably as I won't have to spend days building plots and filling up details. Also, thanks for your support guys. It's very motivating for me to keep writing. Chapter 106, Chapter 104, Promotion and Disbanding. A few hours after the exam ended, an Anbu ninja went underground and entered a base. The base was covered in a lot of seals to prevent detection. It was very dark. The Anbu passed through a few passages, before entering a small house. He knelt and greeted, Danzo-sama. Danzo looked at him and asked, did anything important happen during the exam? The root ninja replied, no Danzo-sama. Only a couple of small matters. Lord Hokage and Senju clan made a move against Gato. They got 210 million ryo from him by betting. This surprised Danzo. While he hadn't paid any attention to Gato, it was surprising that he made such a huge loss while hosting the tournament gamble. He asked, who did the Hiruzen bet on? The root ninja answered, they placed their bets on Suzuki Fujin, an orphan. He defeated a Yuki genin who knew ice style, another Kiri genin who knew the hydrification technique, then the Uchiha Mieko, and lastly a steam release user from the Sakai clan. He specializes in wind release and body flicker. And his chakra reserves can be considered to barely be at Jounin level. This surprised Danzo. He wondered, how did we miss such an orphan when recruiting for Root? He asked, how talented is he at wind release? Danzo was curious about it. Ninjas with wind affinity were rare in Konoha. And a good wind release user in Konoha could be counted on fingers. The root ninja answered, he could supercharge Great Breakthrough Jutsu in a couple of seconds. And he could perform all his wind jutsus with just one hand seal. Except for wind explosion jutsu, which he could perform without any hand signs. And the power of his supercharged jutsu would be difficult for anyone under elite Chunin level to replicate. Danzo was impressed. However, he soon frowned, I heard that Hiruzen will be teaching him a jutsu. So I can't make a move on him before he is taught. And Senju Renjiro could be an annoyance as well. Danzo looked at his subordinate and instructed, after he completes a couple of missions as Chunin, invite him to join the Anbu. Danzo analyzed, Hiruzen waits for a few months for the new Chunins to realize how boring Chunin life is. And then he invites the talented ones into Anbu. So even after a couple of missions, I should be the first one to approach him. The root ninja asked, what if he declines Danzo-sama? Danzo thought a bit and answered, try convincing him verbally. You can tell him that he will get to learn deadly wind jutsus if he joins us. If he is insistent on declining, then return and ignore him." The root ninja nodded and left. Danzo concluded, he had already grown up. So making him loyal to me will be difficult. So no need to spend a lot of effort on him. 3 days after the exam ended, Team Renjiro was called into the Hokage office. They met outside the Hokage building. Mieko and Hoka were completely healed. Renjiro led them to the office. All 4 greeted the Hokage respectfully. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka, all 3 of you have done great in the Chunin exams. All 3 of you have been promoted to Chunin." All the 3 genins smiled and thanked him. They had expected it to be the case, so they weren't very surprised. Hitaki Takao, a Chunin working in the Hokage office, interrupted them and handed them some papers. He said, "These are your evaluations by the judges and proctors. Fujin, the judges and the proctors were impressed by you. Your promotion was unanimous. However, they recommended you to get a strong single-target jutsu that can be launched quickly and can break through enemy defenses." Fujin nodded. While supercharged Great Breakthrough Jutsu alongside Wind Dragon and Gale Wolf Jutsus was a good combo, they lacked the penetrating ability. If he used his sword, he could compensate for this weakness, but even that wasn't sufficient enough. Takao looked at Mieko and said, "The judges and proctors were impressed with your strength as well. But, a couple of them were reluctant to promote you due to your impulsiveness and hot-headedness. As a Chunin, you have to lead a squad. And the lives of your squad depend upon your decisions. So work on your tactical thinking and have proper control on your emotions." Mieko frowned but nodded without saying anything. The brutal training regimes under Renjiro had dulled her arrogance quite a bit. Finally, Takao looked at Hoka and said, "Your first fight impressed the judges a lot. However, they were of the opinion that you still need to improve your ninjutsu skills more. They advised you to take advantage of your squad's ninjutsu skills during missions to force the opponents into close combat. Otherwise, no one would fight a Hyuga at close range." Hoka sighed and nodded. In the entire Chunin exam, he never got to use his gentle fist. All his opponents either ran away or threw explosion tags at him. Takao looked at the 3 newly promoted Chunins and said, "As a reward for earning your promotions through the Chunin exams, you get access to Section B in the library." Fujin wondered, "I wonder what sorts of jutsu are available in the library." Takao then handed them their Chunin vests. Hiruzen said, "Now that you have been promoted to Chunin, you will be responsible to lead genins into missions. So Team Renjiro will be disbanded. You will have to lead them for completing C-rank missions. There will be times when you get assigned into teams with other Chunins for B-rank missions. In some cases, you may also be assigned to A-rank missions led by a Jounin. So you will have to be prepared for any type of mission." The 3 Chunins nodded. They were excited at the prospects of taking A-rank missions. Hiruzen asked, "At what time do you begin your training?" Hoka replied, "At 5 a.m., Lord Hokage." It was as Hiruzen expected. He said, "Tomorrow I will meet you guys at your usual training ground at 7 a.m. So be on time and warm up before I come. You are dismissed for now." Hoka and Mieko were about to nod and leave, when Fujin said, "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen looked at him and said, "Yes, Fujin." Fujin replied, "I was wondering if you could arrange for samurai swords that assist wind chakra flow for me now." Hiruzen thought, "I recall saying that I will arrange a meeting with someone who can make them. And not arrange them myself." He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll arrange for a swordsmith to meet you in a few days. He'll ask you the measurements of the sword you would be comfortable with. Don't worry about the cost as it'll be paid by me." Fujin wondered, was he really not planning to pay for the sword? Hiruzen, on the other hand, was thinking, the village earned 120 million ryo thanks to him. I can afford to spend a few million on him. Since there was nothing else to discuss, they left the building. Renjiro said, let's meet at the training ground. He flickered. The newly promoted Chunins followed him. Chapter 107, Chapter 105, B-Rank Jutsus. As usual, the trio made it a race. Fujin arrived right after Renjiro. Mieko and Hoka arrived a couple of seconds later. Renjiro looked at his students for a minute and said, congratulations on becoming Chunins so quickly. Very few managed to become Chunins in less than a year after graduating. As the Hokage said, this means that our squad will be disbanded. He smiled and said, I am proud to have students like you. All three kids bowed and said, thank you sensei. The last few months of training under him were very fruitful. They had made massive progress. He continued, however, we will do one last mission. I'll be taking you guys on a rank A mission. This excited them. Mieko asked, really sensei? Generally, it was very rare for a Chunin to join a rank mission. Only if the lead Jounin wanted a particular Chunin, that they could join one. Renjiro nodded, the mission will be after your training with Lord Hokage is done. So focus on it. Also, train hard in the future. I believe that all three of you can become elite Jounins if you work hard. The kids promised to train hard. The group finally dispersed. Mieko and Hoka went home, while Fujin walked towards the library. He wondered, I wonder which rank B wind jutsus are in the library. From what I remember, all of Danzo's wind vacuum jutsus were at rank B. So will they be in there as well? Fujin entered the B section of the library and scrolled through the wind jutsus. After checking all jutsus, he sighed, well, this was disappointing. Not a single wind vacuum jutsu here. Even Kakazu's pressure damage isn't here. Though infinite breakthrough jutsu should do a similar job. And learning it will be easy as well. That aside, the worst part is that there are only 4 B-rank wind jutsus here. Wind sword, wind torpedo, and tornado trap jutsus. Out of them, tornado trap kinda seems useless. And wind sword looks to be an inferior version of blade of wind jutsu. The effects however are much weaker than my sword. Though I should learn it considering that it will be very easy to learn. Only wind torpedo and infinite breakthrough jutsus would be a decent addition. He sighed once again, before checking out the jutsus of remaining elements. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything impactful. He memorized the hand seals for wind sword jutsu, infinite breakthrough jutsu, and wind torpedo jutsu. He left a shadow clone to read the remaining jutsus in more depth and flickered away. He flickered to the Hokage's building and entered a room on the ground floor. A genin was sitting in this room. Fujin asked, are any training fields available right now? The genin in charge nodded and asked, what are you planning to practice? Fujin replied, wind release jutsus. The genin looked at a chart and said, you can take the training ground 23. How long will you need it? Fujin replied, till 9 p.m. The genin entered the data in his book and said, all right. I have booked the training ground for you. It will cost you 2,400 ryo. Also, don't start any forest fires in the training ground. Fujin nodded and paid him. He checked the map in the room to see where training ground 23 was and left. Training ground 23 was located in the southwestern parts of Konoha. It was quite far from the residential area. On reaching here, Fujin noticed that the trees here were huge and very sturdy. Fujin checked a few and thought, I don't think a normal wind jutsu can uproot these trees. Though a supercharged one should break them. Fujin spread out his chakra field to ensure that no one was spying on him. He didn't sense anyone. He made some hand signs. Infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled very strong whines. Immediately, a mini storm formed in the training ground. It died down after a couple of minutes. Fujin analyzed, not bad. Unlike the great breakthrough jutsu which focuses just on creating very strong whines, infinite breakthrough jutsu creates a storm. The scroll said that if used in desert conditions, it could cause a sandstorm. especially if the user is a strong ninja. Similarly, over water, it has the potential to cause a hurricane. The chakra needed for this jutsu is almost twice that needed for the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Supercharging it should make the storm larger and make it last for a longer time. It'll be a good jutsu to cause huge destruction or to block the enemy and run away. I need to work on performing this jutsu without hand signs as well. Though it shouldn't be very difficult. He walked in front of a tree and made a few hand signs. Wind Sword Jutsu. Immediately vines formed around him and hit the tree. 4 deep sword cuts appeared on the tree. Fujin analyzed, easy. Just as I thought. The chakra requirement is very low as well. I guess the advantage of this jutsu will be being able to use it without slashing my sword. So once I'm able to use it without any hand signs, I could use it to catch opponents off guard, especially if they are too focused on my sword. He moved away from the tree and made a few hand signs again. Wind Torpedo Jutsu. An invisible torpedo made of wind slowly formed in front of him. It moved towards another tree and hit it. On hitting, it exploded. The tree shook wildly. Its trunk was damaged. But it barely managed to survive. Fujin analyzed, that was slow. This jutsu is a bit different from my previous wind jutsus, so it makes sense I suppose. Anyways, the surprising part of this jutsu was how quiet it was. Barely any sounds were made and no wind blew from the jutsu until the impact. So if I can improve its speed, it will be a good jutsu to sneak attack with. Still, using this jutsu in a 1v1 fight could be tough. Any good opponent will dodge it. It won't resolve my issue of needing a deadly mid-long range jutsu. Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, I should practice Wind Sword and Infinite Breakthrough for now. I'll make a decision about Wind Torpedo after learning new jutsus from Hiruzen and Renjiro. Both should have realized my need for such a jutsu. So it wouldn't be a surprise if they do arrange something for me. Fujin trained the 2 jutsus for the next 6 hours until his chakra finally began running out. He sat while resting against a tree with a smile. Hand seals for both jutsus have been reduced to just 1. Soon I'll be able to do them without hand seals. He looked up at the sky and thought, it's been around 6 hours since I began training. It should be time now. He sat in a meditative position to recover his chakra. After 20 minutes, his shadow clone from the library dispelled itself. Fujin received its memories and chakra. He received details of all rank B jutsus. And he received memories of the hand signs for Earth Release, Earth Wall Jutsu. Fujin was a bit surprised by the information. Oh, there are 2 ways to perform this jutsu. One is by spitting out mud and using it to form a wall, and hardening it with chakra. And the second one is by slamming hands on the ground and using it to create a wall. The first one will be difficult for me. And I do have the spinning shield of wind anyways. Better to just focus on the second method. He kept meditating for another 40 minutes. After recovering sufficient chakra, he got up and made a few hand signs. He slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Wall Jutsu. A 5 meters wide, 2.5 meters tall, and 1 foot thick wall rose from the ground. Fujin inspected the wall and concluded, not bad. I do need to increase the speed of forming this jutsu, but the defense should be very good. Time to test it. He created a wind clone and left it behind the wall. He went to the other side. Wind Explosion Jutsu. He threw it on the wall, and apart from a few scratches, no damage happened to the wall. He smiled and tossed a couple of explosion tags. They exploded on the wall, creating a few cracks on the surface. But the wall held on. He created a few hand signs. Wind Torpedo Jutsu. The torpedo launched itself right where the explosion tags had exploded. It exploded on impact. It created a huge dent in the wall. The dent was around 10 inches deep. Fujin analyzed, so a combination of torpedo jutsu and explosion tags is almost enough to destroy the wall. If I pour more chakra into the wall, then apart from wide-range jutsus and maybe lightning release jutsus, it should be able to block most other jutsus. He exhaled a normal great breakthrough jutsu. Due to the scale of the jutsu, the winds went over and around the wall and hit his clone, dispelling it. It happened just as Fujin expected. Fujin spent the remaining day practicing until he ran out of chakra and went back home after having dinner. Chapter 108, Chapter 106, Flying Thunder God. After reaching home, Fujin laid the Chunin vest he received on his bed and began checking it. The jacket was similar as in the manga. It was green in color. It had 3 scroll pouches on either side of the chest. It also had a neck guard and extra padding over the shoulders. On its back, there was a symbol of Ozushiagakur. The material that the vest was made of was very resilient. It could provide minor resistances against fire, lightning, weapons, and blunt attacks. Fujin thought, not bad. 6 scrolls plus minor defenses. I wonder if I can inscribe some storage seals on it. Having an easy way to summon hundreds of explosion tags will be handy. Fujin looked at his current clothes and decided, I also need to buy new clothes. The current ones now feel tighter. I'll probably need to keep buying new ones every year for the next few years. Speaking of clothes, Fujin looked around at his house. He had been staying there for almost 7 years. He noticed quite a few cracks on the walls and even the ceiling. He thought, I probably need to change to a new house as well. Practicing wall walking indoors did a number on the walls. Not to mention, it feels much smaller now. I wonder what the property prices are in this world. Fujin decided to look into them later and fell asleep. The next morning, Fujin went to the training ground and began training. He was using the training seal at 60% power. Soon Hoka followed by Mieko joined him as well. At 6 a.m., an old man knocked on the door of Hokage's office and entered. Homura looked at Hiruzen and asked, why did you call me so early in the morning? Hiruzen looked at his friend and answered, I will be training the 3 genins from today for a few days. I will leave the official work to you. Homura's eyes twitched. He was annoyed and asked aggressively, why do I have to do the paperwork? I'm too old for this. Hiruzen smiled and answered, you made a good contribution to the village by suggesting the idea to reward top performers in the academy. So this is your reward. Homura stared at Hiruzen. Both entered a stare down. After a couple of minutes, Homura sighed. He had heard about a genin asking Hiruzen for a reward during the Chunin exam. So he understood why Hiruzen was targeting him. He replied, all right, but don't take too long. Hiruzen smiled and said, they are just kids. I'll teach them one jutsu and be done in no time. Homura nodded. Unfortunately for Homura, both he and Hiruzen overlooked one critical aspect. So he'd be stuck doing paperwork for a much longer time than he bargained for. Hiruzen explained some details to his friend before leaving. He wasn't much worried as Homura, Kahaku, and even Danzo had taken over his paperwork job at times, especially during wars. So they all knew how to handle it properly. At 7, Hiruzen arrived at the training ground and saw the 3 Chunins training hard. He smiled and muttered, they will have a good future if they maintain this dedication. Seeing the Hokage, the kids stopped training and flickered in front of him and wished him good morning. Hiruzen wished them back and praised them for working hard. He asked, so, did you think about which jutsu you want to learn from me? Fujin's eyes sparkled. He was exhilarated and thought, we get to choose. Marvelous. Mieko replied, I don't want to learn any jutsu. The Uchiha library has every jutsu. Hoka too shook his head and replied, I also don't want to learn any jutsu. I want to practice taijutsu to master the 32 palms technique. Fujin looked at his teammates with a deadpan expression. Hiruzen laughed. He looked at Mieko and said, watch this. Hiruzen flickered around 50 meters away and made a few hand signs and said, fire release, hellfire clap jutsu. Fujin spread his chakra field and observed carefully. Miyako and Hoka had activated Sharingan and Byakugan respectively. They noticed a ring of fire forming around Hiruzen. Immediately, the fire spread out in all directions. In less than a second, the fire expanded into a 40 meters radius area around Hiruzen. There were 3 boulders in this area. All were hewn in two. Wherever the fire passed through, nothing was left on the ground. Even the soil turned black. Although the fire was 10 meters from them, all 3 Chunins felt the crazy heat. In 5 seconds, both Fujin and Hoka flickered backwards. After another 5 seconds, Miyako also flickered back. Fujin looked at it and exclaimed, "What crazy heat!" They were still sweating. Hoka nodded, "If I were to be hit by it, perhaps even my bones would be left." Miyako was too stunned to say anything. The Uchiha clan prided themselves on their fire jutsus. She had seen how strong her parents and elders were. But she had never felt fire as hot as this. Hiruzen smiled on seeing their stunned faces. He dispersed the jutsu and flickered towards them. He said, "As you heard, this jutsu is called Fire Release, Hellfire Clap Jutsu. It is both defensive and offensive in nature. It was created by me during my younger years." He looked at Miyako and asked, "Would you like to learn this jutsu?" Miyako obediently nodded. Hiruzen smiled and looked at Hoka. He said, "I know you don't like ninjutsu. So I will teach you something that will aid your taijutsu. Look carefully, this is a secret technique of your clan." Chakra began pouring from the chakra points in Hiruzen's right hand. He pulled his arm back and pushed it forward at great speed. While his arm was moving, a vacuum shell formed in his hand. When he pushed his arm to the max, the shell was fired towards a boulder. The shell hit the boulder in the blink of an eye and created a hole through the entire boulder. It kept going and created a hole in 5 trees behind the boulder. The Genins were surprised once again. Hoka had seen this technique before. But he was told that he won't be taught it until he becomes a Jounin. However, the jutsu that he saw his elders perform was nowhere near as lethal as what Hiruzen did. At most, it created strong winds causing a few leaves to fall off a tree. Hiruzen said, "This jutsu is 8 trigrams, air palm. It was invented by the Hyuga clan to create a mid-range fighting capability. It too can be used both offensively and defensively." Fujin gulped his saliva. "I recall reading that Hiruzen could perform every jutsu in Konoha, including the secret techniques. However, that doesn't do Hiruzen justice. It'd be more appropriate to say that Hiruzen can perform all jutsu in Konoha better than anyone else in Konoha." Hiruzen asked, "Do you want to learn this, Hoka?" Hoka immediately nodded. Hiruzen finally looked at Fujin and asked, "Fujin, did you think about any jutsu that you want to learn from me?" Fujin was still surprised by Hiruzen's display. He gathered himself and nodded, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen was slightly surprised. But soon he thought, this kid always knows what he wants. So it isn't surprising that he thought of something. "I wonder what jutsu he wants to learn." Hiruzen asked, "Which jutsu is it, Fujin?" Fujin said with a serious face, "Lord Hokage, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God jutsu that the 2nd and 4th Hokage used." Hiruzen, who was happy about how shocked the kids were at his abilities, was now shocked himself. Even Fujin could easily notice how shocked and speechless he was. Miyako and Hoka were shocked as well. They too looked at Fujin with stunned expressions. Fujin however maintained his straight face and kept looking into Hiruzen's eyes with a hopeful expression. Chapter 109, Chapter 107, Senjutsu. Hiruzen smiled bitterly, he really does make the most of every opportunity. He said, "Unfortunately, you can't learn that right now." Fujin showed a thoughtful face and asked, "Why not?" Hiruzen answered, "To learn Flying Thunder God Jutsu, you need 2 things. You need to be a Fuinjutsu master. For that, you need to learn every Fuinjutsu seal from our library and be able to make them with ease. In our village, there are less than 10 Fuinjutsu masters. Secondly, you need to have a talent for space-time ninjutsu. And that talent is very rare. I am only aware of 5 ninjas from Konoha who had talent in it. Fujin thought for a second and asked, if I become a Fuinjutsu master, can I be allowed to learn it then? Hiruzen chuckled and said, sure. But learning Fuinjutsu is difficult. I would suggest you not waste time on it right now. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen asked, do you have anything else you want to learn? Fujin nodded once again. Hiruzen was surprised, he even thought of something else to ask if his request was denied. Fujin said, I heard that one of your students, the Toad Sage Jiraiya of the Sunnins, can use Senjutsu. Can you teach me Senjutsu? Hiruzen was shocked once again. He wondered, am I getting too old to teach the new generation? Where did he even learn about Senjutsu? Mieko and Hoka looked at Fujin with confused faces. What is Senjutsu? Hiruzen asked, where did you learn about Senjutsu? Fujin replied, I read it on a scroll in the library. Hiruzen wondered, did he read every scroll and book there? Hiruzen said, unfortunately, I can't teach it to you as I don't know it. Fujin acted surprised and exclaimed, even you don't know it? Then could you arr? Hiruzen cut Fujin off and said, just like the Flying Thunder God, you won't be able to learn Senjutsu either. The basic requirement to learn Senjutsu is having a lot of chakra. He then began exerting his chakra, showing it to Fujin. He said, you will need more chakra than me to be able to learn Senjutsu. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka were surprised at how much chakra Hiruzen had. It was around 150% higher than Renjiro's. Fujin wondered, even at such an old age he has this much chakra. It is almost 18 times larger than my chakra. Fujin sighed thinking, how long will it take me to reach that level? He said, alright Lord Hokage. Hiruzen had enough of asking Fujin what he wanted to learn. He was afraid of what Fujin might ask next. However, before he spoke, Fujin asked, Lord Hokage, can you teach me wind vacuum jutsus then? Hiruzen's eyebrows twitched. He wondered, did he find out about them in the library as well? Fujin looked at Hiruzen thinking, I knew that I couldn't learn Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode. Even if I could, I doubt he would just give me the scrolls or the guidance needed to learn them. Minato probably only got them as he was Jiraiya's student. But if I didn't mention those two and directly mentioned wind vacuum jutsus, it's likely that he would have rejected me due to how dangerous they are. But now that he has already rejected me twice, it's unlikely that he would reject me once more. The only concern left is whether he'd ask Danzo to teach me. But seeing his air palm jutsu, I'm betting that he knows wind vacuum jutsus as well. Even if he asks Danzo, as long as Danzo doesn't make me join the route, I don't care much about him. After all, he doesn't have Shisui's eye yet. And by the time he gets it, the route will be dissolved. Well, at least officially that is. Hiruzen thought around the same lines as Fujin analyzed, wind vacuum jutsu. It is very lethal. Not something I want to teach to little kids. But I have already rejected him twice. Saying no once again won't look good. Not to mention, it is much safer than Senjutsu and Flying Thunder God. He decided to teach him. Hiruzen nodded, all right. I'll teach you wind vacuum jutsus. He realized what he said. Fujin immediately smiled and bowed down, thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at the 11-year-old kid with disbelief, I promised to teach them one jutsu. He made me promise to teach him all the wind vacuum jutsus. And he even thanked me so quickly. Hiruzen sighed internally and decided, leave it. I'll teach him and get him off my back for now. Though in the future, I need to ensure that I don't promise him any rewards. Unfortunately for Hiruzen, he had already promised Fujin something for the future. While he didn't think that future would ever arrive, Fujin had already sealed those words in his memory. While Fujin didn't have enough chakra to use shadow clones for training ninjutsu, especially when he was mastering rank B jutsus or supercharging jutsus, he had plenty to abuse while learning Fuinjutsu. As soon as he mastered all Fuinjutsu available, he would ask Hiruzen to aid him in learning Flying Thunder God. By then, he would even have built a good reputation in Konoha, so Hiruzen would be more likely to agree. Hiruzen made a couple of shadow clones. Hoka and Mieko went with one each while his main body stayed behind with Fujin. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, before I teach you, I need you to promise me something." Fujin asked, "What, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen replied, "The wind vacuum style is very dangerous. Never use these jutsus on a colleague or an ally. In the future, you would likely spar a lot with other ninjas from Konoha. Under no circumstances are you allowed to use wind vacuum style against them." Fujin nodded and answered without hesitation, "I agree, Lord Hokage. I don't even use my sword while sparring." Hiruzen nodded. It was the main reason why he agreed. He said, "Excellent. I will now first explain the theory of the wind vacuum style. Once you understand, we will begin learning it." Fujin nodded and paid attention. Hiruzen's clones also began teaching Mieko and Hoka. Mieko had the Sharingan, so she very quickly got the basics of the jutsu. But actually performing it was much tougher as it was an A-rank jutsu. She couldn't form the ring of fire around her. Hoka too got stuck in creating a vacuum shell. Both would need some time to overcome those obstacles. However, once they did, they would advance rapidly. Fujin too had a tough challenge to overcome. Chapter 110, Chapter 108, Talent. Hiruzen asked, "Tell me Fujin, do you know what a vacuum is and its properties?" Fujin fell into thought, did the academy ever teach about the vacuum? Probably not, though the library might have some information regarding it. Fujin answered, "Vacuum basically is a space where nothing exists. Not even air. As for its properties, I don't know for sure. But I have a few guesses." Hiruzen said, "That's right. Tell me about your guesses." Fujin replied, "Since nothing exists in a vacuum, the pressure inside the vacuum should be very low, or perhaps non-existent. So if something came close to the vacuum, it would rapidly be sucked inside the vacuum. Though, in that case, the vacuum will no longer be a vacuum." Hiruzen was impressed by that answer. He nodded, "Very good Fujin. You are right. That is how the vacuum works. The wind vacuum jutsus are based on the same principle." Fujin paid close attention as Hiruzen explained, wind vacuum jutsus are the same as normal wind jutsus. The only difference is that they have a vacuum core. So, you first have to learn how to create a vacuum core. Observe properly. Hiruzen extended his arm ahead. Wind formed in his hand, similar to a wind explosion jutsu. Fujin observed with all his focus. A wind sphere formed in Hiruzen's hand. But soon, the winds began moving away from the core. Fujin saw a vacuum sphere forming at the center of the wind sphere. It had a radius of 2 centimeters. Hiruzen explained, "To create a vacuum, you just have to remove all air from the space where you decide to create the vacuum." Fujin nodded. The basic principles were similar to those on Earth. Only chakra was used instead of technology. Hiruzen dispersed the jutsu. Fujin noticed as winds rushed back into the vacuum core. Hiruzen said, "Now you try Fujin." Fujin extended his hand forward. A wind sphere immediately formed in his hand. He focused on the center of the sphere and tried moving air away from it. He quickly managed to move the air to one side of the center. However, soon air from other directions entered. Hiruzen observed him carefully. Fujin struggled for a couple of minutes before making progress. He managed to push the air out from the center in all directions. Slowly, a 1 mm vacuum sphere was formed. Hiruzen noticed. His eyes widened. Fujin didn't see Hiruzen's expression. His entire focus was on the vacuum core. He kept trying to expand its size. He managed to expand it, but multiple times it collapsed. He kept at it. Hiruzen watched with shock on his face. He exclaimed in his mind, "What talent! Danzo needed a week before he could make a stable core. The way Fujin is going, he'll manage to do it today itself." After overcoming the shock, Hiruzen analyzed the youth in front of him. This kid was talented in the academy, but didn't show any signs of being special. Apart from his higher chakra, all his progress was just a product of dedication. According to Genki, even his higher chakra was a product of hard training. Even his talent in wind jutsu wasn't that great. Could he be like those ninjas, whose talent in a particular nature shows at a later stage? Hiruzen analyzed more. Yet, there were a lot of ninjas in Kiri and Kumo whose talent in water or lightning elements showed when working on rank B or higher jutsus. Though the number of similar cases in fire, earth, or wind is very low. Hiruzen rated Fujin's talent very high. He expected Fujin to become at least an elite jounin. However, he still underestimated Fujin's talent. After his death, Fujin's talent in wind manipulation would reach a level that the world would label him a calamity. Fujin was unaware of how much of a shock he had given Hiruzen. His entire focus was on the vacuum core. It needed a very high mastery in chakra control and a very high wind affinity. A few times he managed to increase the radius of the vacuum sphere to 5 mm before it collapsed. After 10 minutes, he finally managed to create a stable vacuum core of a 1.2 cm radius. Hiruzen stared in shock. He sighed in relief thinking, "Luckily I placed him under Renjiro. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a chunin so early and his talent would have been wasted." Indeed, Fujin was lucky. He had intended to spend all 6 years in the academy and build very strong basics so that his survival chance would be much higher. It was only due to the pressure of his other classmates passing, that he decided to pass early so that he wouldn't attract any unwanted suspicions. If that hadn't been the case, his development would have been stalled by a couple of years. He would have missed the opportunity to gain strength quickly. And would have missed the opportunity to be trained by someone of the same level and dedication as Senju Renjiro. That would have resulted in him not getting any opportunities to learn the Senju Taijutsu style or wind vacuum technique. While he would have eventually learnt those techniques, his progress would have likely been delayed by around 3 to 4 years. Hiruzen looked at the vacuum core and said, "Very good. Maintain it for 2 minutes." Fujin didn't reply but followed his instructions. He was able to last 2 whole minutes. Hiruzen was impressed again. He said, "Now encase it with winds and aim it at a tree and try launching it as you do with wind explosion jutsu." Immediately winds began forming around the vacuum core. It took the shape of a sphere. Fujin looked at a tree and threw the vacuum sphere. However, as soon as the wind sphere left his hand, the vacuum core began collapsing. By the time it traveled 1 meter, the vacuum core collapsed and air entered it. The wind sphere itself collapsed and dispersed. Fujin was surprised, "What the heck?" Hiruzen looked and said, "After creating the vacuum core, you maintained it. However, when you launched it, you couldn't maintain it anymore. That's why air around it entered the vacuum core and your jutsu collapsed." Fujin analyzed Hiruzen's words and nodded. He asked, "So, how can we maintain it when it is away from us?" Hiruzen created another wind sphere with a vacuum core and said, "Watch the wind movement around the vacuum core carefully." He slowly launched the wind sphere towards a boulder. Fujin observed carefully, "Incredible. The winds are moving in such a way that air doesn't enter the vacuum core. And, there seems to be a thin chakra layer separating the winds and the vacuum core." The wind sphere hit the boulder. The winds only caused a few scratches. However, when the vacuum core touched the boulder, the part where it touched turned into soil and was absorbed into the vacuum core. The vacuum core continued for a few inches absorbing everything around it, before disappearing. It left a 6-inch deep and 3-inch wide hole in the boulder. Hiruzen explained, "In order to maintain the vacuum core, you need to do 2 things. First, you need to create a thin film of chakra around the vacuum core to ensure that nothing enters it. And then you need to rotate winds around that film in a way that it doesn't damage the thin chakra film and doesn't allow outside air to hit the chakra film either. When the jutsu hits someone or something, the winds will first damage it and then the vacuum core will hit it. Since the chakra film is thin, it'll break after contact with anything solid or even liquid. As soon as it breaks, the vacuum core will absorb anything it comes in contact with, no matter how tough it is. When it passes through, it'll look like the object is cut into two. But it isn't a simple cut. Fujin nodded. This technique was very lethal. Hiruzen continued, when you cut someone with your sword, only a thin cut forms in their body. As long as that person isn't dead on spot, a good medic can heal them easily. Even cut arms or legs can be reattached. But with wind vacuum jutsus. Hiruzen pointed towards the hole in the boulder and continued, the vacuum core absorbed everything in a 3-inch diameter. Very few medics can heal such a wound. If it hits any organ, such as the stomach or liver, those organs would be ruined on spot. Surviving is almost impossible. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen's explanation was just as he observed. He thought, damn. Wind vacuum jutsus will be OP. Finally, I'll have a way to hit through the enemy defense. He looked at Hiruzen and said, I understand why you asked me to never use this against a comrade, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded with a smile. He wanted to teach Fujin how dangerous these jutsus are. He said, now that the basic theory has been understood, you will have to try it yourself. Let's begin. Fujin nodded and began creating another vacuum sphere with all his attention. Chapter 111, Chapter 109, Wind Vacuum Technique. Fujin began practicing. Hiruzen had instructed him to practice with a 1 cm radius vacuum core for now. After creating the vacuum core, he began encasing it with a thin layer of his chakra. It needed delicate chakra control. However, thanks to his Senju Taijutsu style training, his chakra control was good enough. After a few failures, he managed to learn it rather quickly. The next challenge was to form winds around it to add another layer. This time he failed a lot more. If the winds hit the chakra film even a bit, it would collapse. But, soon he managed to create a proper vacuum sphere. In Fujin's right hand, a wind sphere rotated. At the center of this wind sphere was a thin chakra film that encased a 1 cm radius vacuum core. Hiruzen thought, incredible. He got the basic form right in less than 10 minutes. Hiruzen said, now throw this sphere at a tree. Fujin nodded and followed his instruction. The vacuum sphere traveled for 10 meters when it suddenly began collapsing. Fujin observed closely and muttered, the winds hit the chakra film and entered the vacuum core. Hiruzen nodded, that is the case. You have to ensure that the winds don't hit the chakra film even when it is traveling. And you need to make the chakra film sturdier while not increasing its thickness. Fujin nodded and began practicing again. For the next 7 hours, Fujin kept experimenting with the wind flow and tried making the chakra film sturdier. Hiruzen kept watching the whole time. He initially watched Fujin with fondness due to how dedicated and hard-working he was. However, after 7 straight hours, he sighed, I expected him to take a break for breakfast and lunch. Instead, he just grabbed a few ration bars and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't even offer them to me. Hiruzen hadn't carried anything to eat. A couple of times, he had even asked Fujin to take a break. However, Fujin replied, just some time, Lord Hokage. I think I have got a handle on this. After replying, he would get lost in practice and not even look at Hiruzen. He did talk with Hiruzen a few times, but it was regarding issues in the training. After getting the answers, he focused on the training once again. Finally, he managed to get a hang of it. He created another vacuum sphere and threw it in the air. It traveled for around 100 meters in the sky before collapsing. Fujin looked at Hiruzen, who nodded and said, good. This is perfect. Now try it on trees or boulders. Fujin nodded and followed his instruction. He created a vacuum sphere and threw it at a tree. It hit the tree and pierced through it, creating a 2-inch wide hole in the tree. He smiled and began creating more vacuum spheres. In the next few minutes, dozens of trees were pierced. However, every vacuum sphere after piercing the tree would collapse. Fujin wondered, this is definitely good, but if it collapses so soon after piercing a tree, it won't be that lethal. Maybe creating a bigger vacuum core might help it go longer. Hiruzen wasn't aware of Fujin's thoughts. He looked at his performance and praised him, "Great work, Fujin. However, let's stop here for today." Fujin looked at Hiruzen and protested, "But Lord Hokage, I can still train." Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Your chakra is almost exhausted. If we train more, then you might not be able to train tomorrow. The next step of training will be just as challenging as today's. So let's stop for today." Fujin reluctantly nodded. Hiruzen instructed, "Don't practice wind vacuum style in my absence. Preferably, don't use any more jutsus today and meditate to recover your chakra quickly. We will meet tomorrow at 7 AM as well." Fujin nodded and thanked Hiruzen for his help. Hiruzen smiled and left thinking, finally I can have some food. Didn't expect him to train continuously for so long. His teammates left after a couple of hours of training. Still, to get the basic version of wind vacuum style down in a third of a day. Fujin is very talented in wind release. He chuckled thinking, I wonder how Danzo would react when he knows that an 11-year-old kid learned in under 8 hours what he needed 9 days to learn. After leaving, Fujin went to the shopping area for ninjas. He entered the same clothing shop as he did almost a year ago. Fujin asked the shopkeeper to make similar clothes for him as the ones he was wearing, but tailored to his current measurements. The shopkeeper took Fujin's measurements and commented, "You are doing well, kid. You've gained 4 inches in less than a year." Fujin replied, "Yes, thank you." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "I saw you in the Chunin exams. You were amazing. Congrats on winning the tournament." Fujin nodded. After taking the measurements, the shopkeeper asked, "I have one product to show you. Most ninjas buy this from me." Fujin asked, "What product?" The shopkeeper picked up a box and opened it. He took out something that looked like chainmail armor. Fujin checked it. It felt very sturdy. It would be able to block stray shurikens and kunaus as long as they weren't enhanced with chakra flow. It would likely reduce damage from shurikens and kunaus thrown directly at him as well. When combined with Chunin vest and shirt, it's likely that normal shurikens would find it difficult to hurt him. Of course, the rest of the body will still be vulnerable. The shopkeeper said, "This is a mesh upper bodysuit." "It is." Fujin cut him and said, "I'd like 2 sets of this as well." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "All right, it'll take us around a week to make everything for you. So visit me after a week." Fujin nodded and left. The next day, Fujin once again began warming up while waiting for Hiruzen to show up. Hoka, Mieko, and Hiruzen all arrived slightly before 7 AM. The group split up once again, with Hiruzen's main body staying with Fujin. Hiruzen instructed, "First, let's check what you have learned so far. Use a couple of vacuum spheres on that boulder." Fujin followed his instructions and tossed a couple of vacuum spheres on the boulder one after another. The first one pierced more than halfway through it, while the second one pierced through it. Hiruzen said, "Good. What are your thoughts about the wind vacuum style?" Fujin thought for a bit and said, "It is very strong in terms of piercing capability. But, the vacuum core collapses soon after hitting the first target. So even if this technique pierces through any defense, it won't be able to harm the ninja hiding behind those defenses." He looked at Hiruzen and said, "I wonder if increasing the size of the vacuum core will resolve this." Hiruzen replied, "Good analysis. But no. Once the vacuum core begins absorbing, it'll collapse quickly." Fujin frowned, "I don't remember too well, but I think Danzo's vacuum jutsus kept traveling even after piercing rocks. Will that not be the case here? Hiruzen smiled seeing Fujin analyze with a frown. He said, but, there is a way around this to make the wind vacuum jutsu last much longer and hit multiple targets in its path. He extended his right arm towards a tree and said, watch. Fujin observed carefully as a vacuum sphere formed in Hiruzen's palm. His eyebrows furrowed. The vacuum core was different, but he couldn't understand what exactly was different. Hiruzen launched the vacuum sphere. It pierced through the tree, but maintained its form and kept going ahead. Fujin watched with eyes widened as the vacuum sphere pierced through 13 trees before collapsing. He just exclaimed, wow! Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction at seeing Fujin's reaction. Fujin asked, the vacuum core looked different. What did you do? Hiruzen extended his arm ahead and said, observe carefully again. A small vacuum core slowly began forming in Hiruzen's palm. A 1 cm radius vacuum core was formed. A thin film of chakra then encased it. However, instead of forming winds around it, vacuum began forming around the chakra film. While this vacuum was being formed, chakra began extending out of the thin chakra film. The vacuum outside the chakra film encased it entirely, but it was divided into 6 equal parts. Between those 6 parts, chakra flowed. In addition, thin threads of chakra existed even within these 6 vacuum parts. They looked similar to veins. Hiruzen walked towards a nearby tree while saying, follow me and observe what happens when this hits the tree. Fujin followed him. Hiruzen slowly pressed this vacuum core against the tree's trunk. The trunk began disintegrating and getting absorbed in the vacuum. However, after entering the vacuum, it drifted towards the chakra in between the vacuum. After entering the chakra flow, they were thrown out of the vacuum core. Fujin was surprised. He said, the absorbed materials are thrown out. So the vacuum core is maintained. And the central-most vacuum core was never even hit. Hiruzen dispelled the jutsus and nodded, this way, you can maintain the vacuum core for longer. Once you master this, your enemy will have to dodge your jutsu, as blocking them will be near impossible. Fujin nodded and grinned, this looks very lethal. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen smiled and said, now you try creating such a vacuum core. Fujin nodded and got to work. Chapter 112, Chapter 110, Bonding with the Hokage. Fujin kept working on creating the complicated vacuum core. He managed to encase the chakra film inside another vacuum layer very quickly. But dividing it into 6 parts was difficult. He kept trying for the next 3 hours without success. Hiruzen looked at Fujin while thinking, I didn't intend to teach this to Fujin. After all, even the normal vacuum core is very lethal. Danzo and I needed months to perfect this. However, he learnt the normal wind vacuum style in under a day. I am looking forward to how quickly he can master this. At 10, an Anbu appeared behind Hiruzen. This broke Fujin's concentration and he observed him. The Anbu greeted Hiruzen, Lord Hokage. And he handed him a tiffin box. Fujin, who had just eaten a couple of ration bars, was amused. The Anbu left after Hiruzen took the box and thanked him. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, come join me. As it'd be impolite to turn him down, Fujin joined him. Hiruzen opened the box, and there were a few sandwiches in it. Fujin sat down and picked up one piece. While eating he said softly, I didn't know the Anbu were responsible for this as well. Hiruzen laughed and replied, he is a part of my personal guard. They do everything that I ask them to. Fujin nodded while thinking, well, except for paperwork. Seeing that Fujin wasn't taking any initiative to converse, Hiruzen asked, so Fujin, what do you usually do? Fujin replied while taking a bite, pretty much just train, eat and sleep, Lord Hokage. Before the Chunin exams, Renjiro-sensei would train me all day. Hiruzen knew that. He smiled and said, no need to keep calling me Lord Hokage. You can call me Grandpa. Fujin got a bit worried. What is this old fox planning? He showed an enthusiastic face and said, "All right, Grandpa." Hiruzen smiled on hearing that. Since he didn't have anything to talk about with Fujin, Hiruzen began telling him old stories from his own experiences. Fujin listened carefully. After all, Hiruzen's record as a ninja was just too good. Very few could say that they were stronger than him. As for his experience, it'd be difficult to find anyone in the ninja world to have a richer experience than him. Perhaps only Onaki could claim to have a similar level of experience. After breakfast, Fujin once again kept trying without any success. They took a similar break around 1 p.m. for lunch. And trained till 4 p.m. The next few days were spent in this manner. Fujin kept improving his vacuum core but didn't reach a satisfactory level. Hiruzen kept monitoring and giving him tips. Over breakfast and lunch, Fujin took initiative to ask for more such stories. He, especially, asked a lot about Hashirama and Tobirama. After Hiruzen ran out of stories to tell about them, Fujin asked about the second Kazekage, third Raikage, Hitaki Sakumo, and the Sunnins. He initially started asking them in a way to show that he idolized the past Hokages. But as Hiruzen told more, the conversations became about their techniques. How they created them. How Hiruzen or someone else countered them. Of course, Hiruzen noticed the change in the conversation. But he didn't mind. After all, if he were to tell these stories to any other kid, they would get bored and fall asleep. Having a good listener who would ask a lot of questions was something he liked. At one point, Fujin asked Hiruzen, "Grandpa, how do you counter the Sharingan in combat? Is avoiding eye contact the only counter?" Hiruzen asked, "Doesn't your teammate have Sharingans?" Fujin nodded, "Yes. And every time I fight her, I maintain my distance and fight her with clones. Unlike Hoka, who I can engage in close combat, I prefer to let my clones do the fighting against Mieko." Hiruzen nodded. He had seen their fight. He said, "The advantage of Sharingan is that they can cast genjutsu very quickly. However, even if it is very quick, they still need a fraction of a second to use the genjutsu. While not looking into their eyes or fighting with clones works, they are quite restrictive. The better way is to sense when they would use Sharingan genjutsu. And right before they cast it, disrupt your chakras so that you can't be placed under genjutsu." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "But how can we sense that quickly?" Hiruzen replied, "You can focus chakra in your eyes. It enhances your vision and can allow you to see chakra. Since you are a sensor, you should be able to see the chakra. It is what Sakayumi was doing in the Chunin exam." Fujin exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't think that would work." Hiruzen replied, "Yes. But it isn't easy. You first need to know how their chakra changes before they cast genjutsu. And be quick enough to realize it and disrupt your own chakra. However, even this isn't foolproof. There are some Uchiha who are capable of casting very powerful genjutsu. Even if you detect and disrupt your chakra, you would still be caught in the genjutsu." Fujin frowned on hearing that. He wondered, is he talking about the Manjikyu or does he mean that even normal Sharingan can be used to cast such a strong genjutsu? Hiruzen noticed Fujin frowning and said, "But there is no need to worry. After all, the Uchiha are a part of Konoha." There was a hint of helplessness and sadness in Hiruzen's tone. The relations between Konoha and Uchiha were deteriorating day by day. Fujin didn't notice that. He sighed internally, "Yeah, I wish. Even without the coup, the strongest Uchihas are already against Konoha. No, they are against the entire ninja world." Hoka and Mieko also kept up their training. Hoka was the first one to learn his technique. It took him 3 days to learn. However, the power of his vacuum palm was quite weak. Hiruzen provided him insights on how to improve the power and their training ended. Mieko managed to learn her jutsu on the 5th day. Hiruzen spent another couple of days with her to improve her mastery of the jutsu. He gave her a lot of good advice and proper guidance. After all, Hiruzen was hoping that this act would improve his relationship with the Uchiha. The Uchihas did appreciate the Hokage for teaching his original jutsu to Mieko. Unfortunately, with the village turning a deaf ear to their demands, their resentment didn't decrease. Later, Hiruzen would try to remove the surveillance on the Uchiha and move them back into their previous territory. Unfortunately, his plans would be opposed by Danzo and the two elders. Losing the fourth Hokage to a Sharingan-controlled Kyuubi was a huge blow to the village. With Minato no longer alive, if something similar were to happen, then the other village would probably invade Konoha. The elders wouldn't risk that. So the fate of the Uchiha clan wouldn't change. Chapter 113, Chapter 111, There are no wind vacuum jutsus. Unlike Hoka and Mieko, Fujin's training continued. It was on the 9th day that he finally managed to create a similar vacuum core as the one Hiruzen had created. Hiruzen checked it and praised Fujin, "Very good. This is good enough. Now, encase this vacuum core with another thin chakra film, and then create winds around it." Fujin followed his instructions and got it right on his first try. He threw it at a tree. It pierced through it and pierced 8 more trees behind it before collapsing. Fujin grinned, "This is great. Thanks Gramps." After 9 days of training, Fujin was now very casual with Hiruzen. Of course, he still kept proper control over what he spoke and didn't antagonize Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded, "Very impressive Fujin." Fujin looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Can we learn all the wind vacuum jutsus now?" Hiruzen showed a confused face and asked, "What do you mean by wind vacuum jutsus?" Though Hiruzen had a confused face, he was laughing internally while thinking, "This brat has taken a lot of advantages from me." Unfortunately, even if he read the entire library, his knowledge won't compare to mine. Fujin's eyebrows twitched. He asked, "Aren't there a bunch of wind vacuum jutsus?" Hiruzen chuckled and shook his head, "There are no wind vacuum jutsus. Wind vacuum is a technique to create a vacuum core inside a wind jutsu. So some wind jutsus can become wind vacuum jutsus by using a vacuum core. For instance, the vacuum sphere is just a modified wind explosion jutsu." Fujin was surprised at this, "Oh, I didn't think of it that way." Hiruzen was about to ask Fujin to experiment on his own and create his own wind vacuum jutsus, when Fujin looked at him and said, "Grandpa, could you guide me in how to add the vacuum core in the Great Breakthrough Jutsu?" Hiruzen's face went slightly black at how quickly Fujin requested him. He coughed and said, "No. The vacuum core can't be added to the Great Breakthrough Jutsu due to it having such a wide area of attack." Fujin replied, "Oh. I read that the second Kazekage used a jutsu called Vacuum Bullet Jutsu. The scroll said that it moved at a very high speed and was very hard to dodge. Can you teach me that, Grandpa?" He looked at Hiruzen with a hopeful look on his face. While Fujin didn't like Hiruzen's diplomacy, he had nothing but respect for Hiruzen's power and experience. Now that he had a chance to hold his thigh, Fujin would take every advantage he could from Hiruzen. Having interacted with Fujin for so long, Hiruzen understood that Fujin's expressions were fake. He decided, "I definitely need to include him in negotiating teams. He is aware that I know that his expression is fake. But he still does them." Hiruzen sighed and agreed. Using wind bullets needed one to create small vacuum cores inside their mouth. While they were mostly harmless, they could result in horrible injuries if something went wrong. Hiruzen sighed thinking, "I don't think Homura will agree to take over paperwork for me again. When will those students of mine return to take my hat?" As Hiruzen wished, one student of his would eventually return to take his hat. Though, he would want Hiruzen's head alongside his hat. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, "For that, you will first need to learn air bullet jutsu." Fujin replied, "Oh, can you teach me that jutsu as well?" Fujin noticed Hiruzen's face going black. Hiruzen wasn't surprised as he expected Fujin to immediately make this request. However, he couldn't help but wonder, was this boy born with no shame? Hiruzen showed Fujin the hand signs for air bullet jutsu and explained how it worked. Fujin managed to perform it after a couple of tries. He improved his mastery of the jutsu for half an hour. This jutsu was very lethal as well. If used against an army, it'd have a terrifying effect. However, any good defense would easily block it. While practicing, Fujin wondered, why wasn't this jutsu placed in the library? Hiruzen then taught Fujin the modified hand signs for vacuum bullet jutsu. Of course, the hand signs alone won't help to use this jutsu as Fujin first has to learn to create a vacuum core inside his mouth. Hiruzen first showed it to Fujin. The vacuum core for this wasn't a sphere. It was shaped like a bullet, but much thinner. The outer layer was once again fragmented into parts separated by chakra, while the inner core was a proper vacuum. Fujin began practicing. He faced two challenges. The first was that he was creating it inside his mouth rather than his hand. So he couldn't see it and had to work based on just feeling it. Another issue was chakra control. Controlling the chakra was a lot easier when done with the palm. Controlling it inside his mouth was challenging. Hiruzen was aware of this as well. The ideal time to train this would have been after Fujin began using the vacuum sphere very smoothly. However, seeing Fujin's talent, Hiruzen was interested in seeing how quickly Fujin would learn this. Besides, he was happy to not go back to paperwork for a few more days. Fujin trained till he ran out of chakra. This time, instead of dismissing Fujin, Hiruzen said, "Follow me, Fujin." Hiruzen flickered. Fujin followed him. They left the training ground and entered a remote area in Konoha. There was a small house with smoke coming out of a chimney. Hiruzen stopped in front of the house. A few seconds later, Fujin appeared. Fujin asked, "Who lives here, Grandpa?" At that time, Fujin heard a loud noise of metals clashing. Fujin asked, "Is this the blacksmith?" Hiruzen smiled and knocked on the door. The sounds stopped. Soon, a middle-aged man opened the door. He wasn't surprised to see Hiruzen. He bowed and greeted, "Welcome to my home, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen smiled and said, "Hello Momo, how are you doing?" The middle-aged man was Oda Momo. He was a blacksmith living in Konoha. He had a special position in Konoha due to his connections. Oda Momo replied, "I'm doing well, Lord Hokage. Come in." He invited Hiruzen in. Hiruzen and Fujin entered his home. On entering, Fujin saw an old man. He wore a white robe, had a long white beard and long white hair. However, he was quite well built for his age. Hiruzen greeted him, "Fujidano. I trust you have been doing well." Furitani Fuji greeted him back, "I have been doing well, Lord Hokage. It's good to see you once again." Hiruzen and Fuji exchanged some pleasantries. Furitani Fuji was a very reputed blacksmith from the land of iron. He was one of the very few blacksmiths alive who could forge chakra metal weapons. Once every year, he would visit Konoha to take orders for new weapons. Momo saw his Hokage and mentor exchange greetings like old friends. He felt very proud. After all, not everyone could boast about having the Hokage visit their home every year. After finishing their small talk, Fuji looked at Fujin and said, "So this is the youngster who wants swords." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, he wants samurai sabers which aid in wind chakra flow." Fuji looked at Fujin for a few moments. He stared at his swords and asked, "Can I see your current progress with chakra flow?" Fujin looked at Hiruzen, who nodded his head. Fujin unsheathed both his swords and flowed his chakra through them. He then changed it to wind nature. Fuji observed for a few seconds before nodding, "Very impressive. Your basics are solid." Fujin politely replied, "Thank you." Fuji got up and asked Fujin to follow him. Momo and Hiruzen also followed. They entered a room with a lot of swords. Fuji looked at Momo and said, "Bring a few swords for Fujin to check." Fujin checked out quite a few swords. Fujin was the most comfortable with a 2 feet long sword. However, Fuji and Hiruzen recommended longer swords that would fit him properly when he grew up. After all, he was only 11. In the end, they settled on 2.5 feet long, 1 inch wide, dual-edged swords. Fuji said, "All right. I'll make and bring those swords next year." Fujin was stunned. He said softly, "Next year." Hiruzen chuckled and said, "He is one of the best swordsmiths in the world. He can only make 1 trip to Konoha every year." Fuji added, "In addition, adding chakra metal to swords is very complicated. It takes a long time to do it." Fujin nodded disappointedly as he couldn't do anything about it. Hiruzen said, "You can leave, Fujin. I have some official matters to discuss with Mr. Fuji." Fujin nodded and left. After leaving, he sighed thinking, 1 year. So long to make a sword. That said, it shouldn't matter much. My current swords are good enough for the time being. He went to the clothing shop and took his new clothes. On reaching home, he swapped his old clothes for new ones and tried them. The shopkeeper had done a good job. The clothes fit him perfectly. Especially the mesh upper body suit. It was very comfortable. The training continued from the next day. Hiruzen and Fujin talked about even more techniques and strong ninjas. After Fujin ran out of techniques to discuss, he even asked questions about the Great Ninja Wars. He asked what started them, how they could have been avoided, whether any wars will happen in the future and how they could be avoided. This talk surprised Hiruzen. Fujin surprisingly showed maturity way beyond his age. Memories of the maturity attack showed surfaced. Fujin had realized that Hiruzen would realize this. He had intentionally shown it. In the future, he would require a lot of S-rank jutsus that Konoha had. Increasing his value in Hiruzen's eyes had a lot of merits. While Fujin did create a personal bond with Hiruzen over the past week, however, Fujin was aware that this bond won't gain him many benefits. After all, Naruto's bond with Hiruzen could be said to be much deeper. However, he didn't receive any benefits from Hiruzen. Other than perhaps getting a strong Jounin sensei. Though, even that decision was likely not an emotional one. These talks made Hiruzen finalize his decision to invite Fujin into the Anbu ranks after a few months. Chapter 114, Chapter 112, Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. Fujin trained for a week. During this time, after Hiruzen ended the training, Fujin would go home and create vacuum cores with his palm while keeping his eyes closed. He did it to become more familiar with the process of creating vacuum cores. Finally, Fujin managed to create a stable vacuum core inside his mouth. He created a few hand signs and blew out the vacuum bullet jutsu. Unlike air bullet, where he could blow half a dozen bullets at the same time, he could create just 1 vacuum bullet at a time. It traveled in a straight line for 40 meters, piercing everything in its path. Fujin smiled and exclaimed, "Damn cool." Hiruzen smiled. This time, Fujin performed just as he expected. Of course, his expectations were much higher. Hiruzen said, "Good work, Fujin. You can improve vacuum bullet jutsu further by creating more vacuum cores so that you can use multiple at the same time. Of course, that won't be easy, so don't push for it so quickly." Fujin nodded. He needed to use this jutsu a few thousand times. His mastery would improve steadily. Hiruzen continued, "Other than vacuum spheres and vacuum bullets, you can create more vacuum jutsus by changing the shape of the vacuum core. But don't experiment with it for now. Try it after a few months." Fujin nodded and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Hiruzen smiled seeing how obedient he was. However, soon he noticed a slight smile forming on Fujin's face. Fujin asked, "Grandpa, since it is only 9 AM and there is some time for the training session to end, can you teach me how to concentrate chakra in my eyes?" Hiruzen's eyes twitched. He exclaimed, the next time we enter into any negotiations, I should send this shameless brat to negotiate. Fujin had analyzed, while I'm confident in my chakra control, the eye is a delicate organ. I don't want to damage it. It'd be best if Hiruzen guided me. Hiruzen just sighed and agreed. He didn't have anything to do either as Homura was still doing his job. Hiruzen guided Fujin on how to focus the chakra in his eyes. It needed delicate chakra control but was quite easy for Fujin. After Fujin learned it, he gave him a few tips and dismissed him. He genuinely was worried that Fujin would ask him for more jutsus. Fujin knew that he had asked a lot from Hiruzen in the last couple of weeks. So he left after thanking him. After leaving, Fujin wondered, so, what do I do now? Should I rent a training field and practice? I haven't heard from Renjiro at all since Hiruzen took over our training. He thought for a bit and left towards the Senju clan compound. He decided, time to redeem that rank A jutsu from Renjiro. Should I ask for anything in particular? I don't really recall any useful rank A jutsus. Blade of Wind is the only one that comes to mind and I don't need it immediately. I guess I'll just ask him to give me something appropriate. Fujin went to the Senju clan compound. However, Renjiro was out on a mission. So Fujin rented a training ground and practiced vacuum spheres and bullets. After dismissing Fujin, Hiruzen went back to his office. Seeing Hiruzen enter, Homura became very angry. He said in a grumpy tone, Hiruzen, you finally remembered to come back. Hiruzen shrugged and replied, the training ended today. Homura scoffed and replied, you were teaching one jutsu for 16 days? At least say something believable. Hiruzen didn't reply. Homura realized that Hiruzen was serious. He asked, what exactly were you teaching? Hiruzen replied, well, one of the kids asked me to teach wind vacuum jutsus. Homura's eyes widened. He asked, and you taught it? Hiruzen nodded. Homura scolded, Hiruzen. That jutsu is too dangerous in the hands of a 10 to 11-year-old kid. Hiruzen shook his hand dismissing Homura's concern. He replied, don't worry. That kid is promising. He is mature enough to not use it on a comrade. Homura asked, which kid is it? Hiruzen replied, Fujin. Homura burrowed his eyebrows. He asked, that orphan? I thought you decided on this reward to pacify the Uchiha. Hiruzen nodded, I taught her a rank A jutsu. It's a good enough reward. However, I discovered that Fujin is very talented too. He has the potential to be an elite jounin. Since he specializes in wind manipulation, he'd be a very good addition to most of our jounin teams. Homura was surprised at the high evaluation given by Hiruzen. He nodded and said, if the village can get another elite jounin, then it's all right. Do you plan to take him into the Anbu? Hiruzen nodded, yes, but when he reaches 13. We broke the tradition for Itaka due to the situation with the Uchiha. There is no need to break it again with Fujin. Besides, we still need to monitor his performance as a chunin. Homura nodded. Chunin was a crucial phase in differentiating ordinary ninjas from elites. Many ninjas would get tired of training and stop or slow down their training after becoming chunins. After all, not every ninja could motivate themselves to train all their life. Such ninjas seldom manage to improve their rank. Konoha wouldn't waste any more effort on them. After 3 days, Renjiro appeared at the training ground Fujin was training in. Fujin, who had just begun his training, sensed him and stopped. Renjiro flickered next to Fujin. He was about to speak when he noticed a bunch of holes in every tree and boulder around Fujin. He was speechless for a moment. He looked at Fujin and asked, what did the Hokage teach you? Fujin smiled and replied, he taught me the wind vacuum technique. Fujin extended his arm and fired a vacuum sphere. Renjiro watched as it pierced through a dozen trees. He was dumbfounded. He wondered, did he convince that old man to teach him the wind vacuum technique and learned it in under 3 weeks? I knew he was talented at wind manipulation, but to this extent. After the moment of disbelief passed, he felt pride in his student. However, on hearing his student, Renjiro's face immediately became dark. Fujin asked, "Where were you, sensei? I wanted to ask you to teach me the rank Jutsu." Renjiro stared at Fujin, who looked back innocently with a smile on his face. He sighed and asked, "Did you think of any jutsu you want?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "I'll trust your judgment, sensei." Renjiro nodded. Rank A jutsus were hard to find. Rank A jutsu that suited you was even rarer. Fujin did know about a few rank A jutsu, but most were from other elements. The remaining were very few. So he couldn't decide on what would be the most useful for him. Renjiro said, "All right. I have decided to teach you the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu." Fujin thanked him, "Thank you, sensei. Can we start learning it now?" Renjiro was just back from an S-rank mission. He had planned to rest, but he agreed. Renjiro said, "This jutsu has no hand signs. All you have to do is create a shadow clone and make it self-destruct using all chakra it has." Fujin replied, "That's convenient, sensei." Renjiro nodded and continued, "The advantages are self-explanatory. The limitation is the range. Your clone needs to be very close to the enemy before self-destructing. You will also need to ensure that the enemy doesn't move away quickly on sensing the explosion. As for the disadvantage, since your clone will use all its chakra, you won't be getting any back." Fujin nodded. It was as he expected. Fujin asked, "So how do we make the clone explode, sensei?" Renjiro began explaining the details of the jutsu. Fujin created a couple of shadow clones and asked them to try as Renjiro explained. Fujin observed them carefully. After a few minutes, one of the clones exploded successfully. The explosion sent dust flying. After the dust settled, he noticed a small crater where the clone exploded. It had a radius of 2 meters and a maximum depth of 5 centimeters. Soon, the second clone exploded as well. Fujin received the memories and experiences of both clones. Fujin began creating more shadow clones one by one. After one would self-destruct, Fujin would get his experiences and make another shadow clone to practice the jutsu. Fujin's chakra had increased a lot since the time he received the shadow clone jutsu. It had multiplied many times. He could now create 21 proper shadow clones that could sustain themselves until they used up 2/3 of their chakra. If he just wanted to create shadow clones for the sake of creating them, he could create 65 shadow clones. Of course, these clones won't be able to use a lot of chakra. If he intended to have his shadow clone use rank B jutsus or supercharged jutsus, then he could only make a few. A/N, for those who forgot, I had explained the details when Fujin learned shadow clone jutsu. A shadow clone needs a particular amount of chakra to sustain itself. If it didn't have that much, it would be dispelled and the chakra would be returned to the ninja. And a proper shadow clone would need to be able to use at least 2/3 chakra before reaching that minimum chakra requirement, basically 3 times the minimum chakra REQ. Back when Fujin had learned shadow clone jutsu for the first time, the minimum required chakra to sustain a shadow clone was 41% of Fujin's entire chakra. However, since it was just the purpose of learning how to self-destruct, Fujin created 31 by 1. It emptied 80% of his chakra reserves. However, the progress he made was incredible. Chapter 115, Chapter 113, Stingy Sensei. After practicing, Fujin's shadow clone needed just 2 seconds to explode after making the decision to self-destruct. The efficiency of using all of the clone's chakra for the explosion also increased. Each explosion now formed a crater of 3 meters radius and 10 centimeters depth. Renjiro said, "That's good enough. Don't exhaust your chakra anymore." Fujin nodded and stopped practicing. Renjiro said, "Shadow clone explosion jutsu is relatively easy to learn. The difficult part of this jutsu is learning shadow clones. So don't expect to learn any other rank A jutsu in a day. Fujin nodded. He thought, yeah, this jutsu was just too easy to learn. Though practicing it will be tougher due to the crazy rate at which it burns chakra. Renjiro said, another important aspect is the amount of chakra you pour into your clones. While practicing, you kept the amount of chakra in your shadow clones to the minimum. However, if you create a clone with a lot of chakra, that explosion will be much stronger. Fujin nodded. Renjiro added, however, don't experiment with it for the time being. We will be leaving for a rank A mission on the day after tomorrow. So no more ninjutsu practice. Your chakra reserves need to be at full. Fujin nodded while thinking, rank A mission. I wonder if it will be as easy as the previous one. Renjiro said, I will go and inform Hoka and Mieko as well. Meet us outside the Hokage's building at 6 AM the day after tomorrow. Renjiro was about to flicker, when Fujin said, wait sensei. Renjiro waited and looked at Fujin. Fujin said, Sensei, is there a wind clone explosion jutsu? Just like shadow clone explosion jutsu. Renjiro nodded, fully anticipating what Fujin would ask next. Fujin asked, could you teach me that jutsu as well, sensei? Or give me the scroll to learn that jutsu from? Renjiro smiled and replied, your reward was just one rank A jutsu. If you want that jutsu, then become a jounin immediately. Fujin gave him a deadpan look. It was well known that Konoha was very stingy when it came to promoting chunins to jounins. Even someone like Itaki, who was strong enough to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, was officially only a chunin when he left the village. A/N, I always thought he became jounin before being selected into Anbu. Kinda surprised when I read that he was never promoted to jounin despite being an Anbu captain. So Fujin didn't expect to even be considered for a jounin promotion for a few years. He complained, come on. Don't be stingy, sensei. My wind clones are even better than me at wind instantaneous body jutsu. And I can already imagine the destruction they could cause with the combination of wind instantaneous body jutsu and wind clone explosion jutsu. Renjiro chuckled and replied, it's not me being stingy. As a teacher, it's my job to motivate my students. Wind clone explosion jutsu is my way to motivate you to become a jounin soon. So don't slack off and become a jounin quickly. On saying that, he flickered away, not giving Fujin any chance to argue back. Fujin was dumbfounded seeing his sensei just run away. He grumbled, such a lousy excuse. He could have just given it to me and dangled an S-rank jutsu to motivate me. Besides, the principles of the jutsu should be similar to shadow clone explosion jutsu. So I should be able to make this jutsu myself. After all, no hand signs are needed. Renjiro laughed after leaving. He thought, that brat always manages to get his way when asking for new jutsus or techniques. He needs to be given a few setbacks, or else he would just begin knocking on everyone's doors and asking them to give him their jutsus. Still, it was a good tactic that he thought of. A few Suna jounins used it to good effect in the previous war. It was so effective that we had a Hyuga who could use vacuum palm in every group that went to the Suna front line. Not having much chakra, Fujin left to fill his stomach. He rested for a couple of days. When Fujin was being trained by Renjiro, 4 ninjas, dressed in hidden mist vests, entered the land of fire undetected. All 4 wore masks and had visible injuries on their body. They appeared to be escaping. A few minutes later, another 6 ninjas with similar clothes entered from the same path as those 4 ninjas without alerting anyone. They too had some injuries, but the injuries were lesser. They chased after the first group. After 10 minutes, the 2 groups finally got very close to each other. Matsuzaki Masa, who was in the second group, was a censor. He smirked and said, Kazuki-senpai, I found them. They are just 700 meters ahead of us. Kazuki smiled and said, move quickly. We need to eliminate them and leave. It will be troublesome if Konoha gets involved. His group nodded and moved faster. They were in the enemy territory after all. Mino Mizuyo sensed Masa sensing them. Her expression grew grim. She said, "Jo-sama. They sensed us. They are only 700 meters behind us." Sakai Chu's expression grew grim. She said, "Let's wait ahead and set up traps. We will create a lot of noise in this war to attract Konoha's attention. Once Konoha and those guys clash, we can escape. It'd be best if Konoha kills them." Her subordinates nodded and began preparing traps. Soon, the 6 Kiri ninjas from the Mizukage faction caught up. They were greeted with dozens of shurikens and kunaus. However, they managed to dodge and block everything. But, suddenly, 3 kunaus with explosion tags appeared near them. They quickly dispersed. Sakai Jo flickered in front of one of the enemies and blew hot steam on him. The Kiri ninja yelled and retreated. He had burns all over his body. Even some of his clothes had melted. Kazuki and another jounin quickly made a move to attack Jo. However, she just retreated. Her team members appeared next to her to aid her. A clash happened. After a couple of minutes of a deadlock, Jo and her team suddenly retreated to a spot. Jo made a few hand signs and blew steam in the whole area. Kazuki and his men got together and countered with water release jutsus. However, after using her steam jutsu, Sakai Jo and her squad members retreated rapidly. Before their opponents could react, the entire area was blown up. Kazuki was livid. He yelled, "Those fucking traitors rigged the entire place." Although the forest was blown up, Kazuki and his squad didn't suffer any injury. However, they were faced with 2 issues. Their opponents had once again run out of their sight. And, more importantly, this massive explosion was sure to attract Konoha ninjas. As Kazuki expected, the loud explosion was noticed by a Konoha patrol unit that was 5 kilometers away. They immediately reported to their superior and rushed to inspect the explosion. 2 days later, Fujii appeared outside the Hokage building at 5:55 am. Renjiro, Mieko, and Hoka were already there. Mieko was annoyed. She asked with annoyance, "Aren't you excited for a rank A mission? Why couldn't you come early?" Fujin shrugged and said, "Haven't we already completed one rank A mission? Besides, I'm early." Mieko complained, "By only 5 minutes." Fujin smirked and said, "That's plenty of time to defeat you." This remark angered Mieko a lot. She was about to yell back, when Renjiro said, "Enough chit-chat. Time to see the Hokage." Mieko looked away from Fujin and walked ahead. Fujin looked at her with a bit of disappointment. It's a shame that steam doesn't blow out of ears on being mad like in anime. The group walked into the Hokage office and greeted Hiruzen. A Chunin was standing in the room with a file. Hiruzen asked the group, "So, are you prepared for a rank A mission?" The kids immediately nodded and replied in affirmative. He chuckled and said, "Good luck. Tatsuya will explain the details." Tatsuya, the Chunin inside the office, stepped forward and said, "The mission assigned to you is a 2-part mission. Both these parts are rank A missions by themselves. 2 groups of ninjas from Hidden Mist clashed inside our country 2 days ago. We sent out a few scout teams to track them, but they couldn't find them. But we believe that they haven't left the Land of Fire yet. The first part of your mission is to find and either eliminate or arrest them." He handed a document from the file to Renjiro while saying, "The clash happened near the eastern shore of our country, about 75 kilometers to the north of the port near the Land of Wave. Blood samples were collected where the clash happened, so they could be injured. However, we don't know who the Kiri ninjas are." Renjiro accepted the document with a puzzled look. This wasn't the mission he had decided for his team. Hiruzen said, "There are some border patrol teams in that area. You can cooperate with them. If the mission exceeds the rank, you are allowed to retreat and inform us to send the appropriate backup." Renjiro nodded. He was aware of the protocols. The words Hiruzen spoke were for the kids. The kids also realized it and paid close attention. Tatsuya continued, the second part of your mission will be inside the land of hot springs. A dozen rogue ninjas have entered it and are creating chaos around the southern town of Niigata. According to our information, the rogue ninjas are from Kiri. You will cooperate with a local team and eliminate them. Renjiro nodded. This was the mission that he had selected for his students. Hiruzen added, the second part of the mission depends on your status after completing part 1. If you are injured or unable to continue for reason, you will hand the mission to Akimichi Seiichi and take his spot to monitor the border patrol squads instead. Renjiro nodded. Mieko quickly added, don't worry Lord Hokage. We will complete both missions with ease. Hoka and Fujin nodded to back her up. After all, getting rank A missions would provide very critical experiences for them. Renjiro looked at his students and said, let's go. The trio nodded and left with him. Chapter 116, Chapter 114, Tracking. Team Renjiro left through Konoha's gate and rushed towards their destination. They just took one break for lunch and spent the rest of their time running at full speed without using any chakra. At 7 p.m., they reached a patrol outpost. Fujin's eyes twitched on looking at the outpost. He thought, this is an outpost. It's almost a small village on its own. The outpost was big. There was a 2-story building at the center. And there were multiple small houses around it. A wooden fence surrounded the entire outpost. On reaching, they saw a huge man standing before them. He smiled and said, Renjiro. How have you been? Renjiro smiled and replied, I have been well Seiichi. Meet my students. Akimichi Seiichi looked at the 3 kids behind him and said, I heard that 3 talented genins were promoted to chunins this exam. Congratulations on such a quick promotion. The trio politely thanked him. Renjiro did the instructions, they are Suzuki Fujin, Uchiha Mieko, and Hyuga Hoka. He looked at his students and said, this is Akimichi Seiichi. He was my teammate. He is a jounin and the head of all the patrol teams patrolling the eastern shores. The trio now looked at him with more respect. The eastern shore of the Land of Fire extended for hundreds of kilometers. Fujin wondered, how did an Akimichi become teammates with a Senju? Renjiro asked, so Seiichi, what is the latest information on the Kiri Nins? Seiichi replied, we tracked them a few times, however, they were quick to escape. My guess is that one of the squads entered here to escape from pursuit. However, the other kept pursuing inside the Land of Fire. But, since that squad hasn't approached us, we can only consider them both as enemies. Renjiro nodded. He looked at his students and asked, do you want to take a break or find and attack them today? Mieko immediately replied, we attack today, sensei. Hoka thought for a bit and agreed with her. He wasn't tired. Fujin looked at Seiichi and asked, did we clash with those 2 groups? Seiichi nodded, we clashed with one group once and the other group 4 times. However, they managed to escape successfully every time with the help of the traps they set. Since they used masks, we couldn't identify them. Fujin asked, masks? Are they? Seiichi interrupted, no, they didn't act like Enbu. If they did, this mission would have been an S-rank mission. Fujin nodded and asked, were they injured or tired? Seiichi answered, nothing serious. Slight injuries and tiredness that come with spending a few days behind enemy lines. While answering, Seiichi secretly praised Fujin. Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, let's attack today, sensei. Best to get them before they manage to escape. Renjiro nodded. Mieko scoffed, that's what I said at the very beginning. Fujin ignored her antics. Seiichi said, all right, you focus on capturing them. I'll ensure that they don't manage to escape. Take Inyazuka Hitaka with you. He will brief you on the details. Renjiro nodded. Inyazuka Hitaka walked ahead. A ferocious-looking ninja dog followed him. Hitaka was a chunin in his mid-20s. The group left. After traveling for some time, they arrived outside a village. Hataka said, "This is Tsumegoi village. They were last spotted around here." Renjiro nodded and looked at his students. Fujin shook his head, "No one in 1 kilometer radius sensei." Hoka and Mieko activated their digitsus. Mieko didn't find anything. Hoka looked for a couple of minutes and said, 600 meters to the east, sensei." They immediately moved towards it. On reaching, they noticed a huge tree with a hole in it. The hole was large enough for some people to hide in. Hoka went in and grabbed a few bandages that were stained with blood. He reported, "It looks like they rested here for some time." He gave the bloody bandage to Inyazuka Hataka and his dog. Mieko activated her Sharingan and began observing. After a minute she said, "Found a trail." She immediately began moving along the trail. The group traveled for around 4 kilometers. But Fujin, Hoka, and even Hataka weren't able to pick up on any clues. The group arrived before a small pond. Mieko frowned, "Their trail ends here." Hoka checked with his Byakugan and said, "I don't see anyone." Hataka commented, "We don't smell those ninjas." Fujin frowned and said, "Nothing in my chakra field either." Renjiro smiled and made a hand sign. He said, "You have very good skills for tracking and detecting your enemies. However, I never taught you about Fuinjutsu. Let this be a lesson. Never underestimate those seals. Even if you don't detect anyone, it doesn't mean that you can drop your guard." He slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, rampart of flowing soil jutsu. Renjiro sent a huge amount of chakra into the ground. The entire lake became unstable. Soon, a small pointed rock appeared at the center of the pond. It rose up. Underneath it, a needle mountain was forming. That pointed rock was the peak of that mountain. Renjiro said, "Of course, even if you take every precaution, it doesn't mean that no enemy can track you." While the mountain was rising, Fujin suddenly sensed 6 ninjas. Hoka and Hataka noticed them too. Soon, 6 ninjas jumped out of the pond to escape. Renjiro saw them. Suddenly the needles from the mountain facing them were launched. 2 of them quickly made hand signs. A water wall followed by an earth wall formed to defend them. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka were about to attack, but Renjiro stopped them. He looked at them. They looked back. Both sides were in a standoff. Fujin observed them carefully. All 6 wore masks. They were probably all in their 20s or 30s. 2 of them had Jounin level chakra, while the rest had Chunin level chakra. Renjiro asked, "State your names and your purpose for entering the land of fire." Some of the Kirinins recognized Renjiro and became tense. Renjiro threatened, "Surrender and identify yourself, or..." He released a very strong killing intent and continued, "Die." Karatachi Kazuki, the leader of the 6 Kirinins, said, "Senju Renjiro, we just want a safe passage back to Kiri. Give us a way and we will leave. Otherwise, don't think you will leave unscathed." He was making a compromise. He still wanted to hunt the Kirinins from the rebel faction. But he didn't think that he would draw out someone as strong as Renjiro. Renjiro ignored his threat and said, "Kill them." As soon as he said it, Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka immediately got into the action. Fujin launched a great breakthrough jutsu even before Renjiro had completed his command. Mieko immediately made a few hand signs and launched a fireball jutsu into the great breakthrough jutsu less than a second later. Hoka gathered chakra in his palm, planning to use vacuum palm. The Kirinins didn't expect the kids behind Renjiro to make such a quick and strong move. However, they had spent the last few days on edge. So they were on very high alert. As soon as Fujin made a move, Karatachi Kazuki made a hand sign and a water wall appeared in between them. Due to how fast he did it, Fujin had no time to supercharge the jutsu. So the water wall managed to hold the winds back until 3 more water walls formed. However, soon a raging fire spread through the winds. The Earth Affinity Kiri ninja was about to make an earth wall, when Kazuki shouted, "Disperse!" The group immediately dispersed in different directions. As soon as they moved, the ground underneath them turned into deadly spikes and spears. Kazuki saw them and recalled the dozens of Kiri ninjas who died from this tactic of Renjiro. Renjiro frowned. He didn't expect his attack to do 0 damage. He created a shadow clone and said, "They have dispersed. Take one opponent and kill. Then help others." Chapter 117, Chapter 115, Fight begins. Renjiro flickered towards Kazuki, while his clone flickered towards the other Kiri Jounin. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko also flickered. Hitaka was left alone. He was shocked at how quickly the team dispersed. He muttered, "They are just kids and they move this quickly." Both he and his dog moved towards the last remaining enemy. The Kiri ninjas had just dispersed momentarily. They intended on regrouping immediately. However, 5 of them were immediately engaged by Konoha ninjas. That last one was engaged a few seconds later. Kazuki's face was grim. He didn't want to engage Renjiro. Fujin flickered towards the Kiri ninja who was the farthest from any other Kiri ninja. He grabbed his sword and attacked his enemy. The Kiri ninja was Matsuzaki Masa. He was an elite Chunin. He noticed Fujin approaching him. He furrowed his eyebrows due to how quickly Fujin attacked him. He grabbed his kunao to block the hit. At the same time, he was moving backwards. After clashing with Konoha ninjas for the last few days, escape became their priority. He might have underestimated Fujin under normal circumstances, but he had just witnessed Fujin blow a rank C jutsu instantly without any hand signs. Fujin flowed his chakra through his sword. Masa immediately noticed it. He immediately moved backwards with no intent to engage Fujin. Fujin was surprised that his opponent was able to sense the chakra flow. He swung his sword from a distance. A sharp flying slash of chakra went towards Musa. Musa was very surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to attack with his sword from a range. He quickly dodged. Fujin followed up with 3 more slashes, but Musa dodged all 3. Each time, he dodged with more precision and lesser movement. Musa smirked and said, "You are too green, brat. I have sparred against all 7 swordsmen of the mist. Your sword is ineffective against me." Though Musa sounded arrogant, in reality, his mood was very grim. He was thinking, "This brat is troublesome. I have to watch out for his great breakthrough jutsu in addition to his sword slashes." Fujin didn't pay much attention to his opponent's words. He made a hand sign, and dozens of wind clones appeared. Musa observed the clones properly and focused on one clone. Fujin frowned, first sensing chakra flow and now looking at that clone. Looks like he is a sensor as well. Of the 12 clones Fujin made, 11 were made with just 0.5% of his chakra, while the last clone had 10% of his chakra. Musa focused on the clone with the largest chakra. 2 of the weaker clones went forward and used wind explosion jutsu on Musa. However, Musa moved behind and made a couple of hand signs. 6 water clones appeared around him. Each contained 5% of his chakra. One of those clones created a water wall to block the winds generated by the jutsu. Fujin muttered, "This will be annoying." He and his clones disappeared into the forest. Musa was surprised that his opponent retreated. He spread his chakra field and noticed that Fujin and his clones were surrounding him from all sides, but not making a move on him. His face became grim. He analyzed, "This brat is smart." He realized that he couldn't beat me and decided to stall for time. Konoha reinforcements might be coming anytime. I need to create a breakthrough so that everyone can escape. Though his analysis was sound, he didn't guess Fujin's thoughts correctly. Fujin didn't intend to waste time. Instead, he wanted to use the circumstances to force his opponent to make a move and give an opening. After all, unlike the Chunin exams, Fujin couldn't depend on his advantage of having a higher chakra reserve. His opponent's chakra was only slightly less than his. Fujin strategized, I don't have much of an advantage in chakra and in terms of experience, I'm highly disadvantaged. I'll need him to give me an opening, otherwise, it'll be tough to defeat him. Fujin's strategy depended on another important factor. That is, his teammates shouldn't be defeated. Fujin subconsciously didn't consider this aspect much. It was due to his trust in the ability of his teammates and sensei. Musa analyzed the options available to him. There are 3 ways. One is I try to kill this kid. But I have a feeling that it'll be very difficult. Second is that I could try and go away from him and team up with someone. This way we could cooperate more. And the third way will be to send water clones away to aid others while I stop this kid. Musa analyzed for a few seconds and made his decision. Immediately, he and 4 water clones ran towards Fujin. The other 2 water clones ran in the directions where there was only 1 wind clone. Musa's water clones had a lot more chakra than Fujin's wind clones. So he was confident that they would get away. Fujin smiled at seeing his enemy using this tactic. 2 of his wind clones used wind instantaneous body jutsu to appear behind the water clones that were escaping and used great breakthrough jutsu on them. The water clones were surprised. They were both dispersed. Fujin's wind clones also dispersed. Fujin smiled, while Musa was grim. Unlike shadow clones, elemental clones don't return the chakra on being dispelled. This minor clash had cost Musa 10% of his chakra, while Fujin lost just 1%. Fujin's other clones flickered as well and used wind explosion jutsu on Musa and his clones. While Fujin moved away from Musa and kept his distance. In the battles happening, other than Renjiro's shadow clone, only Fujin was the Konoha ninja who kept his distance. All others tried fighting at close range. Musa managed to defend against all attacks, however, he couldn't get close to Fujin. He frowned and decided to use the second tactic. However, as soon as he changed his direction, Fujin chased him and his clones once again harassed him. This forced him to stop and confront Fujin, who just retreated back and didn't confront him. The 2 exchanged attacks in this manner a few times. Musa's face became ugly. Fujin's tactic was very annoying. He cursed Fujin loudly and taunted him, but Fujin didn't reply and continued the same tactic. However, despite the high number of exchanges, Musa wasn't injured at all. He never gave any openings for Fujin to exploit. Fujin, who was at a distance waiting to sneak attack, frowned. He thought, are all Kiri ninjas so tough to kill? At the same time, others were engaging in a clash as well. The quick attack by Renjiro and his students ensured that the Kiri ninjas stayed separated. They had witnessed their teamwork in the short clash and didn't want them to get together. Hoka's opponent was another elite Chunin. His name was Ona Danjuro. Just like most Kiri ninjas, he too was an expert at water release jutsus. As soon as he saw Hoka's Byakugan, he immediately moved away from him and quickly made a few hand signs. Water release, wild water wave jutsu. A huge wave of water appeared and crashed towards Hoka. Seeing the wave, Danjuro thought, I should never get in close combat with him. I still remember how Sensei was killed by Hyuga Hisashi in the Third War. Despite being so strong, he couldn't retaliate at all after having his chakra points closed. Hoka immediately flickered out of the way and flickered once again to come close to Danjuro. Danjuro moved backwards while making more hand signs. Water bullet jutsu. Hoka could have dodged them. However, he wanted to fight head-on. So he gathered chakra in his palm and used vacuum palms to stop his water bullets. Danjuro was surprised to see such a young Hyuga use this jutsu. The vacuum palms and water bullets clashed. Some of the vacuum palms went through the water bullets and moved towards Danjuro. Danjuro immediately dodged. He created more distance from Hoka and engaged in a long-distance battle. Hoka tried getting close many times, but Danjuro managed to keep his distance and used mid-range water jutsus. Hoka could only engage him with earth jutsus and vacuum palms. Chapter 118, Chapter 116, The Breakthrough. Mieko faced a tricky opponent as well. Her opponent was Ishimaru Hoshi, a chunin with water affinity. On flickering in front of him, Mieko immediately launched a fireball jutsu. However, Hoshi easily dodged her and used water release, wild bubble wave jutsu. He spat out a large volume of foam-like bubbles. They rushed towards Mieko, who flickered out of the way. The bubbles covered that part of the ground and made it very slippery. Mieko tried flickering behind him, however, he once again spat another wild bubble wave jutsu at her, forcing her to dodge. She tried attacking him twice more, just to be countered the same way. She frowned and flickered again and used another fireball jutsu from mid-range. Hoshi once again made hand signs and used the same jutsu. On clashing, his jutsu overpowered Mieko's and doused the fire. By now, all the ground around him in a 30-meter radius was filled with bubbles. It was very slippery. Mieko noticed this as well and frowned. She analyzed, he is trying to make a battlefield more favorable for him. And his chakra is higher than mine, so he can use a lot more ninjutsu than me. I need to end this quickly. Mieko kept her distance and attacked with shurikens. Hoshi used another bubble jutsus, but this time using way less chakra and producing a very small volume of bubbles. However, they were adequate to block her shurikens. At the same time, they spread out the slippery field even more. Mieko kept attacking with shurikens, kunaus, and explosion tags. At times she even used fire or earth release jutsus. However, Hoshi kept neutralizing her weapons and fire jutsus with bubbles. As for earth jutsus, he used to just slide out of the wave. Mieko kept her Sharingan active the whole time to cast a genjutsu on him. However, Hoshi never looked into her eyes. Hoshi then used hidden mist jutsu to block any attempts to cast genjutsu on him. Mieko frowned. Her Sharingan couldn't see through the mist. She kept attacking from a range but produced no good result. The stalemate continued in this manner. Inyazuka Hataka was the only one who was at a disadvantage. He hadn't learned any nature manipulation, while his opponent, Mimizu Yadoi, was quite good with his water release. He kept his distance and kept attacking Hataka with water bullets from a distance. While he hung on, both he and his dog had taken a lot of minor injuries. However, he gritted his teeth and kept fighting. He didn't want to be the one to lose when even kids less than half his age weren't being defeated. Seeing that he couldn't defeat his opponent in a short time, Mimizu Yadoi used hidden mist jutsu. This was a common escape tactic among Kiri ninjas. They would cover the battlefield with mist and could decide whether to escape or assassinate their enemies. Hataka used his strong sense of smell to keep a track of his opponent and kept fighting. However, the mist kept spreading throughout the battlefield. Unlike others, Renjiro was overbearing. On flickering, he immediately attacked Kazuki with his full strength. Kazuki barely managed to hang on to his life. He used water jutsus to counter Renjiro's water jutsus and used lightning jutsus to counter his earth jutsus. His entire focus was on stalling Renjiro until one of his subordinates managed to defeat their opponent and allow them to flee. However, it was just a matter of time before he fell to Renjiro if others didn't find a breakthrough. Renjiro's clone, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. He couldn't risk getting hit by anything. So he kept his distance and blocked any attack by his opponent. His opponent, Mimizu Yajunji, kept trying to disengage and hit the chunins, but Renjiro's clone kept blocking him. He tried using hidden mist jutsu, but Renjiro dispersed it every time. In this way, the clash entered a deadlock. Both sides knew that only one ninja would have to claim victory in order to turn the tides. However, the Kiri ninjas were under more pressure due to them being in Konoha's territory. The stalemate continued until the hidden mist jutsu used by Mimizu Yadoi spread to other battles. The Kiri ninja sighed in relief on seeing it. They would finally be able to escape. However, it wasn't easy. Fujin and Renjiro easily dispersed it and kept up their attack. They gave no chance to their opponents to take advantage of the mist. The breakthrough that both sides were waiting for came in the fight between Mieko and Hoshi. They kept fighting till Mieko noticed that there was another ninja casting hidden mist jutsu as well. She realized, they are planning to use hidden mist jutsu to cover their escape. She gritted her teeth and made a few hand signs. She jumped into the slippery field to confront her opponent. On entering the mist, her leg slipped and she fell down. Hoshi heard it and an evil grin appeared on his face. He quickly moved towards her. Today an Uchiha genius will die at my hands. Mieko got up while maintaining her hand signs. She analyzed, he should have heard that fall. Now I only have to wait for him to come to me. Hoshi silently slid through the ground. He made almost no noise. He moved around Mieko to hit her from behind. Despite the hidden mist jutsu, he wouldn't underestimate her Sharingan. Mieko didn't sense or hear him at all. However, when Hoshi was around 5 meters behind her, she felt that she was about to be hit in the back. Constant spars with Fujin and Renjiro had made her very sensitive to sneak attacks. She immediately used her jutsu. Fire release, Hellfire Clap Jutsu. A ring of fire appeared instantly around Mieko. Hoshi felt the heat and became alert. He thought, what is this bitch doing? He immediately decided to retreat and attack again later. However, before his legs could move, the fire expanded in all directions. It expanded for 10 meters, catching Hoshi. The fire was very hot. Without any defenses, Hoshi was burned instantly. He yelled loudly. The fire burnt all his skin and his organs as well. He tried making a hand sign to survive but fell midway. His insides had been cooked and his skin had been burnt. The jutsu burnt all the grass and even soil in a 10-meter radius. Even the mist there was dispersed. Mieko's Sharingan saw as Hoshi was burnt alive with no way to resist. His burnt body fell on the burnt soil. Mieko took deep breaths. The jutsu used up a lot of her chakra. However, she smiled. The breakthrough that everyone was looking for was provided by her to Konoha. Chapter 119, Chapter 117, Sweeping through enemy tunants. The battle, which was in a stalemate, was disturbed thrice in a short duration. First, mist spread throughout the battlefield. A minute after it spread, a loud yell was heard throughout the battlefield. And a few seconds after that, a heat wave spread through the battlefield. Fujin and his clones were engaged in an intense battle. 17 wind clones were attacking Musa and his 8 water clones. Musa didn't provide any openings. However, Mieko's actions disturbed him twice. He heard the loud yell, but he didn't allow himself to be disturbed. However, the heat wave that followed surprised him once again. Though it wasn't an opening, Fujin's clones all attacked at the same moment. 16 wind clones suddenly flickered around Musa and his clones. 14 used wind explosion jutsu, while 2 used great breakthrough jutsu. Musa's water clones immediately defended. The last wind clone was the one having a lot more chakra. He waited for the defenses to be erected and used air bullet jutsu just when the defenses began to collapse. Fujin watched carefully at the situation. His hand was gripping his sword. The wind clone blew 6 air bullets at the same time. Musa hid behind his clones in a hurry. 5 water clones were dispelled. Fujin's remaining wind clones immediately ganged up upon them. Musa was in a tough spot. He made a hand sign. He wanted to use a big jutsu to try and dispel all of Fujin's clones who were so close to him. However, at that instant, he noticed Fujin flickering a few meters to his right. There was no water clone between him and Fujin. Fujin swung his sword from that distance. A flying slash was sent at Musa. However, Musa wasn't intimidated. Fujin had attacked in this way a dozen times but never once managed to hit him. Musa immediately moved slightly so that the flying slash will just barely miss him. While dodging, he thought, since he has decided to attack, I should kill him directly. The flying slash just barely missed him. He began making another hand sign to complete his jutsu. However, numerous cuts suddenly appeared on Musa. Musa was shocked. How? I dodged it. The cuts kept appearing until one deep cut slashed across his neck. His blood spilled out like a fountain. During his final moments, he looked at the young shinobi in front of him. There was no expression on his face. However, in his eyes, Musa could see that everything happened as he planned. Too much blood flowed out of him from the numerous cuts on his body. Musa closed his eyes as Fujin swung his sword once again. The flying slash severed Musa's head from his body. Fujin looked at his fallen enemy and thought, if I had sent wind slashes with my sword from the beginning, I'd have got more advantages. However, he would have dodged them all. However, by making him think that I can only send a normal flying chakra slash like a samurai, I lowered his guard. Of course, I didn't use Senju Taijutsu, vacuum style, or shadow clone explosion jutsu. If this guy was an elite Chunin, then it's safe to say that my current level is barely Jounin. Fujin smiled. Reaching the threshold of Jounin rank at merely 11 years old was a huge achievement. Fujin spread his chakra field and observed. He noticed that Mieko was alone and concluded, looks like that heatwave was from the jutsu Hiruzen taught her. He kept sensing and concluded, I and Mieko have won. And the guy fighting that Inyazuka is the one releasing the mist. I should finish him. Also, Mieko seems to be moving towards Hoka. Having decided his target, Fujin flickered. Though the mist was thick, Fujin could sense both Hataka and Doi. Fujin made a few hand signs and moved stealthily under the cover of the mist. Doi was attacking Hataka. He kept moving around him and kept hitting Hataka with water bullet and water pallet jutsus. Hataka and his dog were bleeding from a lot of places. Fujin closed the distance until he was around 25 meters from Doi. He used his jutsu. Vacuum bullet jutsu. The air bullet with a vacuum core moved rapidly. Doi didn't hear Fujin until he heard a sound of something moving rapidly. Unfortunately, before he could react, the vacuum bullet pierced through his heart. He fell with his eyes wide open. He never imagined that the mist he set up would be the cause of his death. And even in death, he wouldn't know who killed him. Hataka, who was struggling, was surprised when he heard a fall. He could smell that the person who fell was Doi. He quickly moved forward and saw a small hole in his chest. He noticed Fujin's silhouette appearing to his left. Fujin looked at him and saw that he was bleeding. He asked, "Are you all right?" Hataka was embarrassed at Fujin being concerned about him. He thought, I was so engrossed in the fight that I didn't even notice another smell approaching us. He replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Fujin nodded and said, "Apply first aid to yourself and him. I'll go aid others." Without waiting for his reply, Fujin flickered into the mist. Hataka sat down on his butt and stroked his dog. He looked at his partner and said, "Well, that was embarrassing." His dog barked in a low voice in reply. Fujin flickered towards Mieko and Hoka. Danjuro was in a tough spot. Hoka was a tough opponent by himself. However, he was sneak attacked by Mieko's fire release, 4 jutsu. He dodged successfully, but that didn't make his situation any easier. Now, in addition to staying away from a Hyuga, he had to avoid looking into the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Moreover, unlike Hoka, Mieko didn't mind a mid-range battle. Though her fire release was restricted by Danjuro's water release, she could still use fire release, 4 jutsu and her earth release effectively. It became very difficult for Danjuro when combined with Hoka's earth release and vacuum palm. However, he still held on. Unfortunately, his situation would worsen even further. Fujin was watching this battle from behind a tree. On seeing an opening, Fujin made a few hand signs. Vacuum bullet jutsu. Unlike against Doi, Fujin didn't have any mist cover. In addition, Danjuro was fighting 2 enemies and was on a very high alert. He sensed Fujin's jutsu and immediately took evasive maneuvers. However, vacuum bullet was very fast. Though Danjuro dodged, it still grazed past the side of his abdomen, leaving a 1-inch deep scar. It immediately began bleeding. Hoka immediately took advantage of this. He targeted Danjuro's heart with a vacuum palm attack. Miyako was a split second slower, but she attacked with shurikens too. Danjuro already had his back against the wall while fighting just Miyako and Hoka. Fujin's sneak attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The injury caused by vacuum bullet, though not life-threatening by itself, distracted him. He had to divide his attention to a third hidden enemy. Hoka and Miyako used this exact moment to attack. Hoka's attack hit first. Though Danjuro tried moving, it was very late. The attack hit on point and made Danjuro vomit blood. Immediately, Miyako's shurikens hit his throat. He fell down, slain in battle. With the enemy finally down, Hoka and Miyako looked where Fujin was. Hoka frowned and said, "I could have killed him myself. You two didn't need to help me." Miyako smirked and replied, "Be faster next time." Fujin replied, "Do you want to keep fighting this guy or do you want to fight that Jounin who Sensei's clone is fighting against?" That immediately attracted their attention. Hoka replied, "Let's go and fight him." Miyako was excited too. But she suggested, "We should first kill that enemy who was fighting Inyazuka Hitaka. Then only the two Jounins would be left." Fujin replied, "Already took care of him before helping you guys." Miyako got mad. She asked angrily, "That means you fought 3 of them?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Do you want to argue about it or fight that Jounin?" Miyako snorted and answered, "Let's go fight him." Chapter 120, Chapter 118, Clash of Rank B Jutsus. The trio immediately began moving. Fujin asked, "Are you guys injured?" Both shook their heads. Neither of them had taken any injury. Hoka smirked and replied, "My opponent never dared to get close to me." Miyako answered, "Mine maintained distance and fought defensively as well. He was just stalling for time." Fujin looked at them and said, "That's good. But your chakra level seems very low." Both sighed and nodded. Miyako's chakra had dropped to just 20%. Hoka had about 45% chakra left. By comparison, Fujin had 60% chakra remaining. If Renjiro's clone made his enemy waste chakra, then Fujin's chakra level could be higher than his. Fujin said, "You guys don't use chakra much. Hoka, you fight at close distance. Miyako, you provide shuriken support. And save your chakra if we decide to use a combination jutsu. I'll provide ninjutsu support. Sensei's clone can provide backup for us." Hoka immediately agreed, "All right." He got to fight with taijutsu, which was all that mattered to him. Miyako also reluctantly agreed. She didn't have much chakra left to perform ninjutsu. And in terms of taijutsu, both Hoka and Fujin were superior to her. The trio soon reached the place where Renjiro's shadow clone and Mimizuya Junji were fighting. They hid in the woods and observed the situation. The entire battlefield was a mess. There were hundreds of earth spears spread throughout the battlefield. The rock spikes and thorns seemed to be countless. Multiple rock shields and earth walls were also on the battlefield. Renjiro's clone and Mimizuya Junji were standing around 100 meters from each other. Junji had one earth wall in front of him and a couple of rock shields to his right and left. Junji was frowning. He analyzed, "In the last 15 minutes, I have tried everything I could do to dispel the clone, but he managed to defend every time. I tried making water and earth clones to help others, but he intercepted them all. Every single clone of mine was caught off guard and dispelled. And his clone doesn't seem to be running short on chakra. Do I have to wait until someone comes to help me?" He looked at Renjiro's clone and sighed, "This is so embarrassing. I hope my lil bro isn't the one who comes to my aid." Anyways, 3 of the enemies were kids. They should be dealt with soon. Renjiro's clone kept a watch thinking, he hasn't made a move for over a minute. Has he given up on creating a breakthrough and is waiting for others? Renjiro's clone analyzed and shrugged, whatever. This deadlock is in my favor. Once my main body wins, we will sweep through the battlefield. The trio of Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka watched stealthily. Mieko frowned, why aren't they fighting? Hoka said, they seem to be in a standoff. I guess both are trying to save Chakra. Fujin also frowned, sneak attacking will be tougher if he isn't fighting. Hoka asked, how will we sneak attack? Fujin replied, there is no good way. Let me try. Fujin made a few hand signs and created a vacuum bullet core in his mouth. Hoka and Mieko flickered and moved away from Fujin. Fujin looked at Junji, but there was no movement from him. Not having any other choice, he used his jutsu. Vacuum bullet jutsu. When Fujin fired his vacuum bullet jutsu, despite not sensing anything, Junji became very alert. He instantly moved behind a couple of steps. Unlike his brother and Danjuro, Junji was an elite. He had fought throughout the Third Great Ninja War and was promoted to Jounin due to his achievements. Despite not seeing Fujin's attack, he still dodged it. The vacuum bullet hit the rock shield on his right, penetrated through it, passed a foot away from the front of Junji's chest and then penetrated through another rock shield. Fujin flickered to a different spot while frowning, I need to learn how to make multiple vacuum cores. He'd have been dead if I could have created 4 to 5 vacuum bullets. The attack caught the attention of both Junji and Renjiro. They both looked at where the attack came from. Renjiro smiled. On the other hand, Junji's face was grim. The penetrative power of the attack was too high. He observed where the attack came from, but no one was there. Mieko looked at the opponent and said, looks like a sneak attack won't work. Hoka nodded and replied, we will have to attack from the front. Junji thought, such a strong attack. Did Konoha's reinforcements arrive so quickly? I need to win quickly or others will be defeated if they have to fight multiple enemies. Junji made a few hand signs. Renjiro's clone smiled and made hand signs as well and slammed his hands on the ground. Water release, exploding water colliding wave jutsu. Earth release, earth dragon blast jutsu. Junji used exploding water colliding wave jutsu on the forest to his right. A huge water wave appeared and crushed down towards the forest. At the same time, the ground began shaking. A large, bronze dragon head appeared out of the ground and roared. Behind the head was its long stone body. It dived down underground once again and moved towards Junji. Mieko and Hoka, who were together, watched with grim faces as a huge water wave approached them. They both readied themselves to flicker backwards. Fujin watched as the huge water wave approached him. Knowing that Mieko and Hoka won't be able to defend, he made a few hand signs as well. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He blew out intense winds that clashed with the huge water wave. The water wave was stopped. Water began dispersing through the strong winds and rained down harmlessly. Some water still passed through the winds, but it wasn't much and passed through the forest while the trio were on the trees. The clash happened on a wild scale. Both Renjiro and Kazuki noticed it. Renjiro observed and thought, is Fujin teaming up with my clone? Though Renjiro could use wind jutsus as well, he rarely used them in combat. Against a water jutsu, he would always use earth jutsus. Kazuki observed with a grim face, did a strong wind affinity ninja from Konoha arrive to reinforce? Or is it that brat who used the great breakthrough jutsu? What the hell are Junji and others doing? How long do they need to defeat one clone, 3 kids, and 1 Inyazuka? Junji watched with a grim face, my jutsu was countered so easily. Sensing the earth dragon approaching him, Junji immediately moved away. However, Renjiro's clone controlled the earth dragon to follow Junji. Mieko and Hoka observed the situation with their Kekii Genkais. Hoka sighed and said, how will I fight in close range if they use such huge jutsus? Fujin concentrated chakra in his eyes to carefully observe the earth dragon chasing Junji. He analyzed, if he defends Renjiro's attack, I might get another shot. Fujin quickly made a few hand signs and prepared another vacuum bullet core. Though Junji was moving rapidly, the Earth Dragon was faster. Understanding that he can't dodge, he created a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Rocky Ground Barrier Jutsu. The ground under Junji immediately began hardening. In addition, a rock dome appeared around him and surrounded him. The Earth Dragon clashed with the hard rocky ground and was stopped. Having no way to proceed ahead, it exploded. Junji desperately poured his chakra into the ground to strengthen his defenses. Fujin, who was observing carefully, suddenly noticed an opportunity. He immediately fired his vacuum bullet at Junji. Junji was in a very tough spot. Chapter 121, Chapter 119, Desperate Defense. The Earth Dragon's explosion sent cracks through the hardened rock. But the ground also absorbed the impact of the blast. So the rock dome stayed intact. However, at the next moment, a vacuum bullet hit the rock dome and penetrated it. Junji, who was pouring his chakra into the rock dome, immediately noticed it and moved to his right. He was always on alert for another sneak attack. However, he didn't have much time to move. Though he dodged, the bullet created a deep cut in his upper left arm as it passed. Junji winced, but he had no time to worry about the pain. While dodging the vacuum bullet, he couldn't supply chakra to the rock dome anymore. Renjiro's clone noticed it and slammed his hands on the ground again. Earth Release, Earth Flow Divide Jutsu. The ground under the rock dome immediately began splitting apart. Realizing the danger, Junji created an opening in his rock dome and moved out. The ground under the rock dome kept splitting apart. It split for 10 meters when the entire rock dome collapsed inside it. As soon as Junji moved out, a vacuum bullet and an earth spear attacked him. But he managed to dodge them both. Fujin concluded, looks like killing him with a long-range attack is not possible. Fujin and Renjiro's clone weren't the only ones who targeted Junji as soon as he left the dome. Hoka and Mieko also got into action. They flickered in front of him. Mieko immediately threw a few shurikens, while Hoka ran forward to block his chakra points. Junji immediately dodged the shurikens. Hoka used that opportunity to close the distance between them and attack him. Junji blocked Hoka's attacks while analyzing, how did these brats get here? Did they defeat our Chunins? Or did they get reinforcements who freed them up? I am getting worried about Doi. I need to break free quickly. Junji had his back against the wall. Realizing that he would not be able to break free by staying on defense, he decided to go on the attack. He started with Hoka, who was fighting him. Unfortunately for him, the enemy's attack was too intense. He tried to gain an advantage against Hoka, but Hoka's taijutsu was as good as his. Additionally, he had to keep an eye out for Mieko's shurikens, Fujin's vacuum bullets and Renjiro's long-range jutsus. With Hoka fighting in close range, vacuum bullet became too dangerous to use. While it did apply pressure on Junji, Fujin concluded that it won't create much of an effect. So Fujin flickered and joined Mieko and Hoka as well. Junji noticed Fujin and thought, so it was him. Looks like there are no reinforcements. But does this mean that all three of them won their fights? His face grew grim as he concluded, we underestimated them. This mission is now a total disaster. Fujin stayed behind Hoka and made a few hand signs. Junji kept a close eye on Fujin. Renjiro's clone observed his students and analyzed, all three of them are here. So all four of the enemy Chunins should be dead. He smiled, I never thought that I would be the slowest to deal with my opponents. My main body seems to still be in a deadlock. Renjiro's clone stayed behind and just observed his students. Just his presence alone created a lot of pressure on Junji. He wanted his students to get the experience of fighting against an experienced jounin. After all, missions tend to go bad frequently. The next time, he wouldn't be around to keep an eye on them. Hoka kept engaging Junji in hand-to-hand combat. Mieko used her shurikens to make openings for Hoka. while Fujin used his air bullets to not allow Junji any retreat. Junji's expression was grim. These brats are strong. 3 of them together can take me on. And they aren't allowing me any opportunity to use any ninjutsu. And that clone is still staring at me. But with these brats here, he won't use any large-scale ninjutsu. But, I need to save some chakra to deal with the clone and to escape. And I still have to check on Doi. Though a lot of thoughts were running through Junji's mind, they didn't affect his combat. The fight remained in a deadlock for the next 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Junji gave multiple opportunities for Fujin and Mieko to jump into close combat. However, all those openings were traps. Neither Fujin nor Mieko jumped in and stayed behind Hoka and provided mid-range support. Junji's situation kept getting worse. Though he wasn't seriously injured, he had a lot of close calls. There were a lot of small cuts on his body. It was only a matter of time before one attack hit him fatally. Even more pressing was that his chakra was decreasing. And Renjiro's clone was observing him carefully. Understanding that maintaining the situation would be unfavorable for him, he decided to go on the attack. As Junji decided, a shuriken came flying at him. He tilted his head and avoided it. Right after, Hoka attacked with his gentle fist style. Junji began moving backwards to avoid Hoka. However, 2 air bullets were shot behind him and 1 was directed at him. Not having any opportunity to use any ninjutsu to defend, Junji had to move forward towards Hoka to avoid the bullets. Hoka aimed his palm at Junji's chest. Junji used his left hand to deflect Hoka's attack by hitting him on his wrist. Junji followed it up with a strong kick with his right leg targeting Hoka's left side. Hoka blocked the kick with his left forearm. However, the force of that kick sent Hoka to his right for a few meters. Junji immediately ignored Hoka and moved towards Fujin and Mieko thinking, these kids didn't attack even when I provided openings. So their taijutsu must be weak. Seeing Junji run towards him, Fujin's eyes widened. He shouted, "Crap!" and immediately ran to his left, leaving Mieko alone to face him. Seeing one of the 2 kids run away, Junji smirked. He thought, as I thought. They were both hiding behind that Hyuga brat. So they specialize in mid and long-range combat and are bad at taijutsu. I'll kill this girl before that Hyuga brat comes to her help and then kill the one who ran away as well. Mieko scoffed internally at Fujin's antics. She threw the shurikens in her hands at Junji and grabbed a kunao. Junji dodged the shurikens and grabbed his own kunao and attacked Mieko. Mieko blocked his kunao with her own and kicked his abdomen almost at the same time. Junji was shocked. She isn't bad at taijutsu. At that moment, Hoka began running towards him from his rear while Mieko attacked from the front. Junji's face grew grim as he grabbed another kunao. He blocked Mieko's attacks and was about to look at Hoka when he suddenly felt something on his right. He looked to see that the kid who ran away was attacking him with a sword. Fujin attacked him as if he wanted to cut his body vertically in 2. Realizing the danger, he increased the force on the kunao that was blocking Mieko and sent her flying backwards. Almost immediately, he raised the kunao in his other hand to block the sword and sent a kick at Hoka who was just behind him. The sword clashed with the kunao and the kick met 2 outstretched fingers. Junji grunted as he felt Hoka disabling a chakra point in his feet. However, soon his eyes widened as he saw the sword cutting through his kunao and coming down at his head. He pushed his feet on Hoka's fingers and used them to jump away from him so that he could dodge the sword. His body began moving towards Fujin's right. The sword, which was aimed at the center of Junji's head, barely missed it. However, it hit him on the shoulder and severed his right arm. Fujin looked at his opponent in surprise. He used Hoka's attack to propel himself away from my sword swing. It's incredible that he is still alive. Hoka and Mieko was surprised as well that Fujin didn't manage to kill him. However, all 3 instantly attacked him once again. Hoka moved around Fujin's sword to attack Junji. Fujin too moved towards him and swung his sword again at Junji. Junji, who had landed just 2 feet away from Fujin, was in shock. His right arm was severed and his right foot hurt. He looked at Fujin's sword fearfully and moved backwards while grunting in pain. However, Mieko was right behind him and stabbed a kunao in his back. Blood came out of Junji's mouth as he stopped himself and swung his left fist behind himself to hit Mieko. However, both Hoka and Fujin had reached him. Fujin stabbed his sword into Junji's heart while Hoka jabbed his 2 fingers into Junji's throat. Junji looked at Hoka and Fujin in disbelief. When he entered the land of fire, he never thought that he'd be killed by ninjas 1/3 his age. Mimizuya Junji, a veteran jounin of the village hidden in the mist, fell in battle. Chapter 122, Chapter 120, The Hiding Spot. Seeing Junji breathe his last breath, Fujin withdrew his sword and said, "He was tough." Hoka and Mieko also withdrew their attacks and nodded. Junji's body fell to the ground. Hoka said, "Yes. For so long, despite getting attacked so much, he never allowed me to hit any of his chakra points." Mieko nodded. She was about to say something when her eyes fell on Fujin. She instantly became annoyed and asked, "Why do you keep running away and sneak attacking?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "It's fun." Hoka and Mieko's faces immediately became dark. Renjiro's clone flickered in. He looked at his 3 students proudly and praised them, "Great work. Though he was a bit exhausted after fighting me, you 3 managed to kill a full-fledged jounin." All 3 looked at him. Hoka asked, "Should we reinforce you, sensei?" Before the clone could answer, they heard from behind, "No need." Immediately the 3 turned around to see Renjiro. Renjiro finally managed to kill his opponent. He sealed his body and was coming to help his clone when the trio killed Junji. Renjiro's clone dispelled himself. Renjiro received all his memories. He looked at his students and said, "Good work. Did you store their bodies?" His students all shook their heads. Renjiro said, "Store their bodies and assemble back here within 2 minutes. Fujin, bring Hataka as well. Also, don't steal their belongings. For missions that particularly state to kill some ninjas, you shouldn't steal their belongings as they may have something that the village needs. Also, their belongings could have traps." The trio nodded and flickered. They went to their own battlefields and sealed the dead bodies in the scrolls. Fujin flickered towards Hataka and looked at him. Both he and his dog were wrapped in multiple bandages. Hataka looked at Fujin and asked, "Is it over?" Fujin nodded, "All enemies are dead." Hataka was surprised. He thought, "I just asked for formality. They managed to kill a team of 6 ninjas who we couldn't pin down for days in just 30 minutes. While Hataka was lost in his thoughts, Fujin sealed Doi's body in a scroll. He asked, "Can you move?" Hataka got up and replied, "Yes. None of my injuries was serious." Fujin nodded and said, "All right. Sensei has asked us to assemble. Follow me." Within a couple of minutes, everyone was assembled where Renjiro was within a couple of minutes. Renjiro had sealed Junji's body. Renjiro looked at everyone and said, "Report your status." Mieko replied, "No injury. Chakra around 15%. Hoka said, "No injury. Chakra around 25%. Fujin said, "No injury. Chakra around 40%. Hataka wasn't aware of the protocol in Team Renjiro. However, on hearing the 3 chunins, he understood and said, "Minor injuries. Chakra around 35%. Renjiro nodded and said, "Get ready. We will be attacking the second team from Kiri as well." The trio were surprised. Fujin asked, "Sensei, wouldn't it be better to rest and recover our chakra first?" Both Mieko and Hoka agreed with Fujin but didn't say anything. Renjiro answered, "Normally yes. But our enemies would run away. And we are in the land of fire, so our reinforcements will be coming soon. Unfortunately, we can't wait for them." Without explaining the exact details, Renjiro flickered. His students immediately followed him. Hitaka was dumbfounded once again at how suddenly they disappeared. He immediately followed their scents. Renjiro arrived at the place where the pond that the Kiri ninjas were hiding in was. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka reached there soon after. Hitaka was the last one to reach. They were standing on the opposite end of the pond. Mieko asked, "Why are we back here, sensei?" Renjiro smiled and asked, "When multiple parties are hunting you, what do you think is the best place to hide?" The four fell into thought. Hitaka had a few guesses, but he didn't answer as he assumed that the question was meant for Renjiro's students. After a minute, Mieko answered, "At a place where no one will expect you to." Fujin and Hoka gave her a deadpan expressions. Hoka taunted, "Good way to state the obvious." Renjiro chuckled and said, "Well, she isn't wrong. In this scenario, where they were hunted by one stronger squad which was, in turn, being hunted by multiple other squads, the best place to hide is near the first squad that was hunting them." Hearing that, the eyes of all three students widened. They immediately activated their sensory skills. However, they didn't sense anyone nearby. Renjiro continued, "It is ingenious. The ones that are hunting them would never imagine them to be so close. And since this is their hiding spot, it would mean that they are confident about hiding here from others. So they would be hidden from everyone. Even in the scenario where the hiding spot of the ones who are hunting them gets exposed, the other party would attack them and not think that there is another squad hiding here." Fujin asked, "So, how did you sense them, sensei?" Renjiro chuckled and said, "I am very sensitive to earth and water nature. When I used the rampart of flowing soil jutsu, I sensed another underground cave that would be perfect for hiding. And since the patrol teams didn't manage to find them again, it became easy to guess who was hiding there." Renjiro began making hand signs, but Fujin said, "Wait a bit, sensei. I sense a few chakra signatures to our left." Hoka activated his Byakugan. Renjiro stopped and asked, "How many?" Fujin answered, 4 Chunin leave. Another 3 are coming here as well. All 7 are at Chunin level." Hoka added, "All are from our patrol teams." Renjiro waited. Soon 7 Chunins reached them. On reaching, one of them said, "We heard a lot of noise coming from this area. So we came to reinforce you." Renjiro nodded and answered, "One of the Kiri squads has been dealt with. We will now deal with the other. 3 of you wait here with us. The remaining 4 go and hide." "Hitaka, go with them." They nodded. The first patrol team of 4 dispersed in different directions and hid themselves. So did Hitaka. The remaining 3 waited with Renjiro's team, wondering what he was up to. Renjiro made a few hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground and said softly, "Earth release, 1000 needles jutsu." A half hour ago, Sakai-jo and her squad suddenly felt tremors inside the underground cave they were hiding in. Unlike Kazuki's squad, this squad was relatively younger. Only Jo was in her 30s. The remaining 3 members were in their late teens. Jo looked at her squad members and said, "Looks like Kazuki and others have been discovered by the Konoha shinobis. Don't try to sense them." Her squad nodded. Mino Mizuyo, who was a special jounin, asked, "Jo-sama, wouldn't it be better if we help those Konoha shinobi? That way, we can eliminate that squad from the Mizukage faction." Terumi Hanzo, a chunin in this 4-man squad, added, "It may even help us create a good relationship with Konoha. With those guys dead and Konoha being friendly, we will be able to return without any obstruction." However, Jo shook her head. She said, "We don't know if the Konoha team is strong enough to kill them. If they aren't and Kazuki and others end up escaping, then we will be in a tough spot. That's not even considering that the Konoha shinobis might consider us enemies too, and we may end up helping Kazuki escape. We will be in a much tougher spot." Mizuyo asked softly, "But your niece recently fought in the Konoha's Chunin exams. I heard she reached finals as well. Can't we say that to at least enter into talks with Konoha?" Jo answered, "I had thought about this too. But ultimately, Konoha didn't agree to help us. Even if I say that I am afraid Konoha will ask us to surrender and take us as prisoners. They might let us go later due to what you said, but things won't be under our control. The expressions of everyone grew grim upon hearing Joe. After some time, their last member who was a Chunin, Kenkyusha Shunji said, "What if we just take this opportunity to run away?" Joe replied, "If they were able to find Kazuki's squad who were hiding so well, we will be exposed as soon as we leave this hideout. Don't worry so much. I don't think they will find our spot. So we will try to leave silently after a few days." Having no choice, they just waited in the hideout. After the first tremor, nothing else was felt in the hideout, so they assumed that the fighting spot moved. Chapter 123, Chapter 121, Sneak Attacks. After half an hour, Joe and Mizuyo suddenly got alert. Hundreds of small needle-like spikes suddenly began forming on the cave walls. Understanding the danger, they both immediately made hand signs. Water Sphere Barrier Jutsu. Water Sphere Barrier Jutsu. Immediately, 2 layers of water dome barrier surrounded them. The outer layer was formed by Joe while the inner layer was formed by Mizuyo. Some water also flowed on the ground inside the dome. Hundreds of rock needles rained on the 2 barriers. Many needles managed to pierce through both barriers. Hanzo and Shunji stepped in front of Joe and Mizuyo and defended with kunaus. They managed to deflect most, but a few needles still stabbed all of them. However, none were fatal injuries. Joe and Mizuyo desperately poured more chakra into their jutsus. Hanzo and Shunji too made hand signs. Hanzo slammed his hands on the ground. 4 rock shields appeared around them. Shunji, on the other hand, released a spark that hit Mizuyo's water sphere barrier. Electricity began flowing through it. The electric current slowed down most of the needles that pierced through the first barrier and hit the second barrier, making them harmless. The 4 Kiri ninjas were finally relieved for a moment. However, at that very instant, a stone spear silently and quickly rose through the ground under Terumi Hanzo. His attention was focused on the needle rain and didn't notice the spear under him. The spear pierced his lower body, pierced through him, and exited through his head. He yelled in pain, but couldn't move. That startled his 3 teammates who turned to see him. They were horrified. Their teammate's body was skewered with an earth spear. Joe immediately yelled, "Jump and run to the exit." Both Mizuyo and Shunji jumped along with Joe. Earth spears formed under them as well and began moving towards them rapidly. All 3 kicked at the side of the spear to propel themselves towards the exit. Joe made a few hand signs, water prison jutsu. A water sphere encased all 3 of them as they left the protection of the double-layered water sphere jutsu. As they left the underground, the water sphere kept getting pelted with rock needles. A few pierced through, but their speed was greatly reduced due to the water. They managed to defend themselves with a kunao as they got out. When they left the hideout, Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko sensed them. Sensing them rushing out, Fujin made a few hand signs and prepared vacuum bullet jutsu while thinking, 3 people. One has Jounin level chakra. One is Chunin level and the last might be an elite Chunin. Jounins are tough to kill, I'll target the elite Chunin. Soon, Sakai Joe led them out of the underground. They appeared around 20 meters from where Renjiro and the rest were standing. As soon as they appeared, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at Mizuyo. Though they were in a lot of peril, Chu's water prison jutsu provided them with a sense of security. So despite expecting an attack as soon as they left, they expected themselves to at least put up a fight. However, right after leaving the underground, a vacuum bullet hit the water prison. It pierced into it with extreme ease and hit Mizuyo's heart accurately. She fell down dead with her eyes wide in disbelief. Joe and Shunji were shocked again. First Hanzo was killed unexpectedly and now Mizuyo. Even worse was the fact that Mizuyo was their only sensor. Leaving the land of fire safely without her aid would be extremely difficult. Without giving them any time to grieve, Mieko, Hoka, and the other 3 Chunins moved to attack them. Joe immediately spat out a lot of water, forming a water wall between them. The water wall stopped them. They were about to move around the wall, when Joe yelled loudly, "Stop! We surrender! We don't want to fight against Konoha." Hearing that, the 5 of them stopped. The water wall soon collapsed into the water. Before Renjiro could say anything, Joe spoke, "We were hunted by our Mizukage despite not committing any crime. While escaping, we accidentally entered the land of fire. We have no intention of fighting against you." Renjiro knew about the situation in the land of water. He nodded and asked, "All right. But why didn't you surrender earlier?" Joe answered, "We were afraid of being accused of being from the same group as the ones who were attacking us." Renjiro thought for a bit and said, "Okay. Turn around and raise your arms in the air. We will be arresting you for trespassing into the land of fire. If you're innocent, then Lord Hokage will meet you and make further decisions." Joe felt a bit odd by that command. This was her first time hearing something like this. Joe and Shunji turned around and raised their arms. As soon as they did it, Renjiro made a hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground. However, even before he slammed his hands, Joe grabbed Shunji and jumped. Immediately thick earth spears appeared below them. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko smirked. Fujin immediately fired another vacuum bullet at Shunji while he was in the air. Mieko threw a few shurikens on both while Hoka attacked Joe with vacuum palm. Chu's main attention was on Renjiro and Fujin. As soon as Fujin shot the vacuum bullet, she pulled Shunji out of the way. However, the vacuum bullet was very fast. It sliced through the side of his abdomen and left a deep cut. While pulling Shunji, she herself got pulled towards him. This ensured that the vacuum palm didn't hit her heart. However, it still hit her right lung. She coughed blood while blocking Mieko's shurikens. On landing on the ground, she looked viciously at Renjiro and yelled, "Renjiro, you bastard! Why did you attack us?" Renjiro snorted and replied, "Good job hiding your killing intent. Unfortunately, I can see your desire to kill us in your eyes." Renjiro suddenly became angry and shouted, "Do you think you can fool me?" As he shouted, he unleashed his killing intent. Shunji flinched on feeling it. Of course, Renjiro's anger was fake. He only talked so as to provide his students with enough time to prepare for another round of attack. None of his 3 students missed it. Fujin made hand signs for air bullet jutsu and flickered towards Joe and Shunji. Hoka and Mieko too flickered. Fujin suddenly appeared to their left and shot 5 air bullets at Shunji and 2 at Joe. At such a close range, Joe couldn't perform ninjutsu in time to defend. While Shunji was still affected by Renjiro's killing intent, Joe immediately moved backwards and dragged Shunji with her. She dodged both bullets, but Shunji couldn't dodge 2 of them. One of them pierced his left thigh and the other pierced his right lung. Not giving them any opportunity to catch their breaths, Hoka appeared behind Joe and took his stance. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. He attacked her. At the same time, Mieko flickered in front of them and threw multiple shurikens at Shunji in close range. The other 3 Chunins realized that they were being slow and came forward to attack too. Joe looked at Hoka with a grim face. He had already managed to hit her once. If he did again, then she would become an easy kill for Renjiro. She diverted all her attention to him and blocked his palms, not allowing even one to hit her. However, Shunji, who was injured, couldn't resist much. He got hit by multiple shurikens. After blocking Hoka, Joe pushed him behind and looked at Shunji. Unfortunately, what she saw didn't bring her any comfort. 5 shurikens were embedded in his body. Worse, Fujin was just next to him and swinging his sword at his neck. Chu's expression became fierce. She decided, "You want to kill him? All right, kill him. But I will skin all 3 of you." She made a hand sign. Hoka and Mieko were about to press on their attack when they saw Fujin's chakra flowing through his sword. They immediately moved backwards. The 3 Chunins who were running towards them stopped on seeing them retreat. Joe also noticed it. But like the 3 Chunins, she assumed that they were retreating due to her preparing a jutsu. With just one target in front of her, Joe blew hot corrosive steam at both Fujin and Shunji. Boil release, solid fog jutsu. At the same time, Fujin's sword reached Shunji's neck and cut off his head. Joe watched with anger in her eyes. She wanted Fujin to scream in pain from that jutsu. However, her eyes widened. After Fujin cut Shunji's head, a flying sword slash formed in the air and rushed towards her. The flying slash was accompanied by whines that dispersed the steam. Joe recognized that it looked like the way samurais attacked. She immediately jumped. However, the distance between them was too small. The slash hit her legs slightly above her knees. Both her legs were severed. The whines around the slash created cuts all over her thighs and abdomen. Joe watched her severed legs with wide eyes. She couldn't believe how easily she got defeated. Chapter 124, Chapter 122, Overkill. Hoka and Mieko looked into each other's eyes. Though Fujin severed her legs, Joe was still alive. Their competitive spirits rose and both wanted the killing hit. They immediately moved towards Joe. Mieko attacked with shurikens and kunaus with explosion tags while Hoka attacked with vacuum palm. Fujin noticed both his teammates and attacked too. He swung his sword vertically, sending a flying slash aiming at splitting her in 2 vertically. Renjiro, who was looking at his students with pride, was suddenly dumbfounded. He thought in his mind, she has already lost her legs. We can capture her and get information from her. Why do you want to kill her so badly? The 8 other Chunins who were looking were also dumbfounded at how aggressive the 3 kids were. Joe also watched with wide eyes. She may have lost her team and her legs, but she didn't want to die. She made a few hand signs quickly. She encased herself within the water prison jutsu. Hoka's attack reached first. It pierced into the water prison. But Joe moved backwards within the water prison and the attack passed harmlessly through the water prison. Mieko's attacks hit next. The shurikens were blocked by the water, but the explosion created some disturbances. However, the water prison jutsu still held. Fujin's slash arrived last. It easily cut the water prison in 2. However, Joe moved to one side of the water prison to avoid getting hit. The whines accompanying the slash were also dulled by the water. However, the slash finally dispelled the water prison jutsu. Joe fell on the ground in a bad way. Despite her horrible state, she still got up with the help of her hands. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko were about to make a move when Renjiro flickered right behind her. He hit the back of her head and knocked her unconscious. He looked at his students and said, "If you can take them hostage, in a convenient situation, do that. Don't go for the kill just for being competitive." That immediately made his students feel embarrassed. They didn't reply and moved forward. The 5 Chunins who were hiding also came out as the fight was over. The 7 Chunins who arrived later felt a bit embarrassed as they didn't contribute anything. Most of the work was done by kids less than half their age. Only Hataka smiled thinking, now they will know how I felt. They all observed Joe. She was lying unconscious on her front side. Her legs were severed. They were bleeding a lot. There were many cuts on her thighs and abdomen. Her clothes were almost non-existent. Renjiro opened a scroll and summoned a seal from it. He put the seal on Chu's back and made a hand sign. The seal immediately spread on her entire body. Fujin looked at it and asked, "Is this chakra suppression seal?" Renjiro nodded and said, "Yes. When she wakes up, she won't be able to access her chakra until I or a seal master removes it." Fujin saw Chu's chakra getting sealed while thinking, "I thought only Jiraiya made these for Naruto. I guess he just made an advanced one as normal ones might not work on Jinchurikis." Renjiro looked at the patrol teams and asked, "Are any of you a medical ninja?" A ninja stepped forward and said, "Yes, I can use mystical palm jutsu." Renjiro moved aside and said, "Stop her bleeding." The medical ninja moved forward and used mystical palm jutsu on her wounds. Since there were a lot of cuts on her body, he needed quite some time to heal her. After stopping the bleeding, he bandaged her body. While he was healing her, Mieko asked Renjiro, "Sensei, since we aren't injured, we can undertake the next part of the mission too, right?" Hoka and Fujin immediately looked at Renjiro. Renjiro nodded and said, "Yes. We will take a rest tomorrow to recover our chakra. Then we will move towards the land of hot water on the day after tomorrow." Mieko grinned on hearing that. Most Chunins never get to go on a rank A mission. However, she would have 3 under her belt. Hoka and Fujin smiled as well. Fighting against real ninjas was a lot more fun as compared to bandits. Renjiro looked at his happy students and said, "For now, store their bodies." They nodded and stored the bodies of the 3 dead ninjas. After storing, they handed all the scrolls to Renjiro, who stored them all in one single scroll. After the medical ninja was done healing Joe, Renjiro asked, "How long will she be out?" The medical ninja thought for a bit and replied, "She has lost a lot of blood. She will be out for at least a few hours." Renjiro thought for a bit and said, "All right. Carry her to the command outpost. We will come along with you." He nodded and lifted Joe and put her on his back. The 12 Konoha ninjas ran back towards the outpost where they met Akimichi Seiichi. On reaching the outpost, Renjiro looked at one of the Chunins and said, "Call Seiichi back here." The Chunin nodded and left. Renjiro looked at the medical ninja who was carrying Joe and said, "Restrain her to a chair. And gag her so that she doesn't try to kill herself by biting her tongue." The medical ninja nodded and entered the outpost. After a few minutes, Seiichi returned to the outpost as well along with 3 other ninjas. Seiichi looked at Renjiro thinking, "Why are they back so quickly?" He looked at Renjiro and asked, "Did you find any of them?" Renjiro nodded and replied, "Yes. Both intruding squads have been dealt with. The one with the 6 members is all dead. And we took the commanding Jounin from the 2nd squad as a prisoner. The remaining are dead." Seiichi was shocked on hearing that. An Inyazuka Chunin standing behind him blurted in disbelief, "No way. We have been hunting them for over 2 days and didn't manage to do anything at all. How did you neutralize them in under 2 hours?" Renjiro and his students glared at the Chunin who said that. Realizing his mistake, he quickly said, "Apologies, I didn't mean that." Renjiro ignored him. Seiichi looked at his subordinate and thought, what he said was improper. "Except, I was going to say the same thing. I can understand Renjiro annihilating one squad. But how were both neutralized so soon?" Renjiro smirked noticing his former teammate's expression. He handed him a scroll and said, "It contains the dead bodies of those 9 ninjas. The last one is restrained inside." Seiichi sighed and took the scroll. He said in a defeated tone, "Even at this age you continue to surprise me." Renjiro laughed and replied, "Well, in this case, it was mostly my students. Anyways, my students are tired. Can you make sleeping arrangements for them?" Seiichi nodded and looked at one of his subordinates. The subordinate immediately made sleeping arrangements for the trio. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko all ate a few ration bars and fell asleep. They had rushed a long distance and fought 2 battles on the same day. Chapter 125, Chapter 123, Exploring the Patrol Outpost. While his students went to sleep, Renjiro decided to catch up with his old friend. He and Seiichi chatted for a long while recalling their old memories and sharing their new ones. After chatting, Renjiro made a report and attached it to a messenger hawk. The hawk flew towards Konoha. After a long sleep, the trio woke up. They freshened up and met up with Renjiro who was having breakfast with Seiichi. Seiichi looked at them and said, "Come join in." Having learned a lot about them from Renjiro, Seiichi had a much better impression of them. The trio didn't engage in any formalities and joined them. However, on seeing the food on the table, All three had the same thought, how the heck is this a breakfast? The entire table was filled with roasted meat. Fujin grabbed one slice and ate it. His expression immediately changed. Fuck! This is so good! He ignored everyone and began eating rapidly. Hoka and Mieko looked at Fujin and grabbed a bite too. They too began eating quickly but paid attention to their manners. Seiichi laughed lightly on seeing them all eat quickly and said, "No need to hurry. The food isn't going to run away." All three nodded. Seiichi smiled on seeing them nod obediently. However, soon he was speechless. All three kids ignored his advice and kept eating at the same speed. Renjiro chuckled at Seiichi's reaction. Fujin meanwhile thought, an Akimichi saying the food won't run away. As if anyone would believe that. After eating, Fujin asked, "What do we do today, sensei?" Renjiro replied, "Just rest. Take a tour of the patrol outposts and go on patrols if you get bored. It'll be helpful if in the future you get posted for patrol duties. Don't waste your chakra though. We need to leave tomorrow morning." Fujin replied, "Oh, alright sensei." He thought, I never thought about the ninjas who are out for patrol. I wonder how many ninjas are deployed like this. After thinking a bit, he concluded, probably not a lot considering the vast number of bandits in this country. The job seems boring, though it could be a good way to explore this country. Seiichi called for Hataka, who arrived soon. He said, "Since you guys fought together yesterday, I'll leave you guys under his care. Hataka, show them the outpost and how patrol teams work." Hataka replied, "Sure Seiichi-sama." He looked at the trio and said, "Come with me." Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka followed him. As Hataka showed them around, Hiruzen read the report sent by Renjiro. A worry formed on his face as he analyzed, the civil war inside Kiri is spilling into other countries. There might be more such incidents in the future. I should deploy some Anbu squads along the coastline. He looked at an Anbu ninja hiding in his office. Realizing that the Hokage needed him, he appeared in front of Hiruzen. Hiruzen commanded, "Call Hound and his Anbu squad." The Anbu ninja nodded and flickered. Hataka led the trio around the patrol outpost. He said, "This is the command outpost for Konoha's eastern borders. This is why it is so big and well maintained. There are many smaller outposts all over the country. But they only have the basic facilities." Fujin thought, no wonder. This outpost is big. I only expected there to be one house at maximum. Hataka showed them around the important locations in the outpost and introduced them to some of his friends. In the end, they climbed on a watchtower. On reaching the top, the trio admired the scenery around them. The houses in the outpost were arranged symmetrically. And it was surrounded by lush green forests. To add to it, the sun had just begun rising. So rays of sunlight traveled right above the trees. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka felt incredible calmness on seeing this sight. Fujin thought, what a sight! Perhaps, after the whole Kaguya mess is over, I should tour this world. I wonder what exists in this world apart from the hidden villages. Seeing the three kids lost in the scenery, Hataka smiled and didn't say anything. After some time, they stopped looking at it. Mieko said, I didn't think we would get to see such a beautiful sight in a patrol outpost. Hoka added, yeah, this feels wonderful. Fujin nodded. Hataka laughed and said, such sceneries are the main reason why most here have taken patrolling tasks. Beautiful scenery, freedom from daily worries at home and lax responsibilities are the plus points of this job. Situations like yesterday are rare in peacetime. Usually, we just go on routine patrols without finding any disturbances. Fujin looked at Hataka and wondered, so how did so many ninja cross into the land of fire during our last mission? Did the patrol teams just do a terrible job or were some of them bribed? There is another possibility. Did Konoha purposefully let them in so that they could be annihilated without any opportunity to run? Hoka asked Hataka, can you take us to patrol? Hoka wanted to know as many of his seniors and elders from the Hyuga clan often undertook patrol missions. Hataka nodded, sure. Let's go. He jumped off the watchtower. Hoka, Mieko, and Fujin followed him. They left the outpost and entered the forests. And ran on tree branches at moderate speeds. Hataka said, I am just taking you on a random patrolling mission. Usually, all patrol teams have set routes that they have to patrol daily. And there are a few teams that patrol randomly to guard against someone who might know our patrol routes and uses that to avoid us. Hoka said, that's smart. That will make hiding very difficult. Hataka nodded and added, in addition, every patrol team has one ninja from Inyazuka, Hyuga, or Abarame clans. So our range is much larger and any intruder has to consider all aspects if they want to hide from us. The trio nodded. They were aware of the specialties of each clan. Hataka took them on a 2-hour-long patrol. Fujin and Hoka used their abilities to help Hataka on the patrol mission. But they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. They returned back to the outpost. Not having anything to do, they spent their remaining day meditating. During lunch and breakfast, they interacted with others in the outpost. In the evening, an Anbu squad entered the outpost. They entered the main building. Renjiro and Seiichi were playing shogi. They both turned to see 4 Anbu ninjas. The leader of the 4 had silver hair and wore a kitsune mask. Both realized who the Anbu captain was.